Where's the cards?
For card reader.
I understand, but still.
Well, hello and welcome to the final day of the EAPT Georgia live from the Eclipse Poker Club here in Batumi. My name is David Lappin and I will be taking you through the action on this final day. At the moment, we have around 50 players left in this tournament. Big blind is 30k, as you can see on your screen, and we have assembled a feature table. Manassian will be our table chip leader for now. 32 big blinds, so not particularly deep, this feature table. Expect a lot of bust outs, plenty of action over the course of the next few hours. This tournament had 4 day 1 flights, all producing between 150 and 214 entrants. Total entrants for this 550 buy-in, 741. A sprinkle of whom came from the online day 1. Picking things up now, Isayaf. 23 big blinds here, pocket sixes, always a tricky one right out of the gate here. Sixes not really having any blockers, sometimes do find a fold in this particular situation. He is going to come with an open. Lots of short stacks behind now, going to be committed to a few of them. As action folds round to the button, and wow, pocket fives, dream situation now for Isayaf so far, as Sinsadza has gone with the pocket fives, getting a great price. Can't expect any folds here, and it will be a battle of these small pocket pairs. Isayaf getting very fortunate to find his opponent just pipped. Going to be around about 450 in the middle. He's taking some time over this one, but will surely do the maths and realise he cannot let this one go, and indeed, in it goes. 445k to be exact in the middle now. Crucial one for both players. Pocket fives at risk. And with both suits covered as well by these sixes, no backdoor route to victory. It's going to have to be a 5. Jack of diamonds, no help. And, well, a little bit of overkill with the 6 of hearts on the river. We say goodbye right away to Sadzi. A very brief appearance on this feature table. And as predicted, we're going to see some bust outs on this feature table. Well, right away, first hand we saw one. These guys, on average, shorter than the rest of the field, probably hovering at around about a 25 to 30 blind, big blind average. So, yeah, we're definitely featuring some of the shorter stacks here, and that does just mean action right out of the gate, as we saw there. Kazaki, ace-8, he's got the blocker under the gun here, but I like the fold. I think maybe the ace-8 suited qualifies, not the offsuit variety. Isayaf now up to a fairly healthy stack after that one. He's going to pass in early position as well. Action folds round to the button, and Turkscan, the 5-3, is going to let it go. Battle of the blinds now. Manassian, he's our table captain at the moment with 30 bigs. And he's going to take a look at the stack of the player in the big blind here. 7-5 off. Might make its way into the muck. I think it probably comes with a limp. He is just going to drop the hammer, though, on his opponent, who will surely find a call with this King 10. More than happy to get it in here with 2 Broadway cards. And well, he should. In very good shape here, 70-30 against the 7-5. And King in the lead. 5 is paired as well, though, so still searching for a 7 or 5. We see there a couple of those outs already folded. So double up for Kamazakvili. And yeah, I'm not sure about that 7-5 shove. It's a little bit borderline, maybe. Obviously, trying to apply pressure. That's probably how he got his way to this 900k stack. But I'm not sure he had to drop the hammer there. 7-5 suited, certainly a qualifier to ship it in there blind v blind. I think 7-5 off, probably not.
Excuse me. Can I have my water, please?
Very important to hydrate right after a double up. And, well, 2 hands in, 2 all-ins. We saw the exit at the hands of Isayaf first hand, and then we saw a double up just there a moment ago. So plenty of action as predicted here. For anyone joining late, hello and welcome to the final day of the EAPT Georgia, live from the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi. My name is David Lappin. I will be taking you through all the action here today. We expect a long day of poker, to be honest. Quite a lot of people coming back for this final day. Would not expect it to go bish bash bosh. I think we will see a kind of 10, 11, maybe even 12-hour day. So we will be burning the midnight oil a little bit later, as we see here. Manassian opening up here. Same villain again. Kamazashvili decides King Queen good enough for the reshove, and you certainly prefer shoving it than calling with it. And Manassian with the King Queen suited, you know, world of pain really. He could have shoved this one himself for almost 20 bigs. It's a little clunky. Decides instead to open it, and he's going to open fold it. So nice pickup there for Kamazashvili. Back-to-back hands now, propelling him to the table chip lead. And just a shout out, actually, the EAPT, obviously here in Georgia this week, but stops coming up in Rozvadov in the not too distant future from the 19th to 25th of November. And then in Bucharest, just before Christmas, 14th to 22nd of December. Rozvadov, obviously the poker capital of Europe in many ways, there on the Czech-German border. Very much purpose-built for poker. And then Bucharest, beautiful city, obviously Romania, a real hotbed of poker in Europe as well. Beautiful place to visit as well. Great time of year for it, Christmas markets and the like. So every reason to join the tour at that stop. So we take a look at Manassian, who's been in the last couple of hands. Going to try and win the third one here. And oh, look at this, Kamazashvili with the King Queen again. Does he drop the hammer in the same way? If he does, we know he's in trouble. What's this? Looks like a 3-bet. And pocket 9s folded by Izakai. So tight fold there. Had Tamazashvili not got involved here with the 3-bet. One feels virtually certain the 9s were going to get themselves in trouble, so they get saved. And now Manassian just recognizing that Tamazashvili has put so much of his stack in here, he can't really fold for 245 more, or 270 more, I should say. He has committed himself, and going to get the bad news here. Going to have to find a path to victory against these pocket rockets. Manassian on the cusp of getting all those chips back and more from the last 2 hands. And that's pretty dry. Running 10 jack, king or queen. That will end it. 1.075 million going the way of Manassian, who started this feature table with around about 900k. So it's been a roller coaster as he lost 2 chunky pots in a row, but wins that one for the big double up.
Udobno.
And is actually loving life. Just a moment to go. Now put firmly back in his box. One of the short stacks again. Manassian of Armenia. Tamazashvili, as you could probably guess, a local here in Georgia. As we take a look here, Turascan, ace queen off. It's just got to go in here for 7 bigs. A little bit of Hollywood before sending it into the middle. And will we have our 5th hand in a row? Or we have a big showdown? Looks like this one may get through. We're around to the blinds. And while there wasn't a huge amount of fold equity with this ace queen, he has managed to get it through. Can't imagine a world where Gaili Ihsan from Iran flicks in the call here with queen 3-0 for virtually all his chips as well. Does pass, and Turascan very happy with that pick up. Obviously with ace queen he had a real one, but never a bad outcome when you get 7 big blind shoved through. Obviously laying a pretty good price to everyone at the table, getting to pick up 30% of his stack risk-free. Always a good result. So, little prediction here. I think we are going to lose a couple of more players on this table. It is very shallow right now over the course of the next couple of hours. So, expect some new blood to arrive. Obviously, for now, we will keep tabs on current cast of characters. Isayef, the beneficiary of the big hand right out of the gate. Pocket 6s holding against pocket 5s. He is sitting in second at this table and very much around the average stack in this tournament right now. As we see Gaili just go with this one, blind v blind, 7-5 suited, and Marich snaps it off here in the big with the jack 10 suited. Don't see anything wrong with this one. This seemed destined to get in once it folded around to these blinds. An interesting one there. The 8 not an out for the 7-5. Obviously, it makes a bigger straight for the Jack 10, and clubs appearing on the turn made it even less likely path to victory for Gailey, who we say goodbye to now. Another player with a brief stint on this feature table, obviously looking for a spot. Had to let the blinds go through and then managed to find a spot blind v blind there. A genuine spot with 7-5 suited. Nothing wrong with that shove, but it wasn't to be. So we say goodbye. And now only 6 players at this feature table. We're going to have to fill some seats pretty soon. Playing 8-handed here, so certainly no issue with there being 7 at the table, but once it gets down to 6, we will be looking to fill at least one of these seats until we get back to a multiple of 8. A little tempter perhaps for Kamazashvili there. The ace deuce off, decides to pass, and action folds round to another battle of the blinds here. Maric, Zoran of Russia. 9-5 of hearts. Certainly consider limping this one in, and that is what he's done. Ruskan very likely just sends this now. Any ace with some fold equity, 9 bigs, 8 bigs, 8.5 bigs. It seems like a very natural jam and gets the fold. Nothing wrong with that limp in from Maric. He will limp trap a decent amount of his range. That will protect him, trying to get in there with a suited, somewhat connected hand. So Taruscan in the ascendancy here, got the ace-queen shoved through. Now he gets that battle of the blinds, ace rag through. So even though the blinds have gone through him once, he will have chipped up a little bit from his stack at the beginning of this feature. We see there, nice wide shot there with the player, a little foreshortening of the lens. We get to see the poker room behind these guys. Plenty of action there, obviously main event and side event too, most likely, in that room. I'm going to zoom out a little as this hand comes another battle of the blinds. Alexander Beryukov has just crossed the 2 million mark in this tournament, as has Georgi Chkonya. Beryukov of Russia, Chkonya of Georgia. Be surprised if we see them in the action a little later on as these tables whittle down one by one. I want you to hold me to anything here, but the prediction would be we may see a final table by around about midnight. Could go faster than that. 40-minute clock right now. Still 7 or so tables in the room. Isayev with the pocket queens here, going to look to induce. Lots of short stacks here who will reship with a fairly wide range. Look to pounce on what could be a light open from Isayev. We see that it isn't. Taruscan does pass the ace-2, good discipline. Manassian, the other big stack's going to let go of the king-8, so round to Kamazashvili with the pocket sixes here. This is just going in, and yes, it is. Isaev with another dreamy situation here, pair over pair. Isaev
Удобно.
held with the sixes against fives just a few moments ago. Can he beat the sixes with these queens now? Well, so far so good. A smidge of backdoor potential, the 5-7 working for these sixes, but the door is closing fast as we see a king on the turn. The deuce on the river, and we say goodbye to Kamazashvili, who had a fairly exciting 20-25 minutes here on this feature table. Wins an all-in, gets a reshove through, loses against aces, and then loses against queens there with the sixes. Isaev, on the other hand, well, wow, he came to this table with not much more than 20 big blinds, but has chipped up very nicely courtesy of those two big hands as we see the table fill up now.
Put your ticket in your pocket, please. This is your line. So you put your ticket to your pocket.
Dealer just taking a moment to allow these players get their chips out of their racks. Well, I said we were playing eight-handed, but it does appear we have a ninth chair now suddenly. So, apologies for that bit of bad info here. We see the one seat just recently vacated by Manassian. And then we have managed to squeeze 8 around the rest of the table, so perhaps still 9-handed. I'm guessing we are bringing a 9th person here, hence the delay. Dealer and these 8 guys have been ready to go, so I presume that's the reason for it. Oh, and wow, I am only now just getting words of an absolutely monstrous stack in the room. I mentioned a moment ago, Georgi Chikonya, Georgian player here, local man, had crossed the 2 million mark and was among the chip leaders. Over the course of the last 15 minutes or so, he has now built his stack to 4.9 million. 4.9 million. Almost 3 times as much as the next nearest stack now. That is an astonishing chip lead. Georgi Chikonya. Remember that name, guys, because in an awful lot of worlds, he is going very deep in this tournament now. We'll see if I can get an update of the key hands here. Shout out to Poker News and Kai Coughlin, who are providing some on-the-ground updates here. If you want to supplement the coverage on the live stream, I recommend heading over to Poker News, checking out Kai's excellent coverage here as he picks up the action from all sorts of tables all over the room. That will really augment the experience here. And I have managed to locate one of the hands of Chikonya. He was heads up against David Kalatania, who opened the button to 90k. Georgie 3-bet the small blind to 220k. Galtiani called. Board came 4-8 deuce, 2 spades. Konya continued for 125k, so nice down bet there, quarter pot. Galtiani called. King of spades on the turn, and another barrel from Konya, which this time elicited a fold from Galtiani. So another million or so going the way of Georgie over the course of that hand and the one previous. As we see now, confirmation ISAF, courtesy of those two big holes. 1.2 million now. Manassian not far behind 1.1 million after his big hole with aces. And we haven't filled that one seat, but we have been given permission to go. So perhaps some bust outs on outer tables have led to no additional person coming to this table. I presume that's what happened. Action around to the Manassian here. First hand after that little break. 4-3 off. Looks like he's going to get busy with these napkins. Gets the fold out of Ikazaki, and Isaev also folding the King 10. I'm surprised by that fold. I thought that would have been a defendable one. Maybe not looking to tangle against the other big stack at the table, but I do feel like King 10 more than qualifies as a call in that spot. So tight stuff from Isaev. Not keen to reinvest. And now, do you know what? I just noticed that we are actually looking at Isaev in the big blind right now. So what actually must have taken place, and we had a small graphical error, guys, apologies for that, is with the bust out in the previous hand, which had just a big blind on its own. So I think our team moved the button along one spot more than they should have. We see there, yes, dead button now, and it is in fact Isaev, who would have had the King 10 under the gun, makes a fold with that under the gun, makes much more sense than him not defending with it. Now we're looking at actually the same two players. Manassian ace-6 here, opening it up, and Isaev is going to pass the 9-4, which does make a lot of sense. The King 10 would have been a very tempting call, facing just a button open, but that's not actually what happened that last hand. So again, yeah, apologies, guys. Sometimes when the player who's meant to be in a blind busts out there, we have to have what's called a dead button, or in that case we had just a big blind on its own situation, but we did just pick that up with our graphics as the way it would have been if the button was followed by a small and big blind, which of course it wasn't in that hand. New player to the table, Kovalev. He's brought with him 15 big blinds. Jack 7, not going to qualify here in early position. Skvortsov, Jack 6 suited. He's another one of our newer players here at the feature, also bringing around about that 14 or 15 big blind stack. And looks like Isaev going to play the 9-8 suited here in the small. Just going to drop the hammer here on Martov, who's playing just 12 big blinds. I like this with the 8-9 suited. Very nice. Nice execution and use of these suited connectors. Can get some folds from better hands. Also gets folds from worse hands.
Założenie interesne.
Another nice pot going Isef's way.
Ну и хотел на трансляции, потом узнать, какая у меня была рука. Смысла смотреть нет, если не даст.
So I'm getting word here, it was a huge clash between Alexander Barukov and Georgi Chikonia. We don't have a report on the exact hands, but it was a 2 million chip clash. Bear in mind, big blind 30k right now, that's a 60 big blind pot each. That was a huge one, which has caused this very uneven one. Presumes it was a cooler of sorts. Lending itself to Georgi Chikonia, leading the way by quite a margin now. As we see, Taruscan found a spot with the ace-jack here. Blinds were looming, coming round. 9 big blinds, but unfortunately for him, Skvortsov has woken up behind with the ace-king suited. He's got the remedy for Taruscan's ace-jack. And he's going to send his 14 big blinds into the middle. That will probably clear out the rest of the field here unless we see a real super premium in the blinds. Martov 9-6 certainly not qualifying, and Maric with the 5-2 is going to yield also. So Taruscan in dire need of help here. Ace-jack going to have to crack the ace-king suited. Got one live suit here in diamonds. There is a jack in the window. Disaster for Skvortsov. Taruscan has flipped the script here. He's now a 90% favourite going to the river. Just the queen of diamonds. And Taruscan gets the full double up to 20 big blinds or so now. Skvortsov really on a ventilator after that one. Probably left with just around about 4 big, I think. Nothing either player could do about that one, of course. Ace-jack definitely a get in at these depths in these situations. If anything in early position with the big blind ante around, you will actually lean towards bringing in maybe 1 or 2 hands into your shoving range that wouldn't be there in a online ante format, shall we say. A small ante format. Big blind ante does sort of mean that those players in the UTG 1 seat should probably go a tad wider than they would otherwise. Now, important not to get carried away with something like that. It is a factor, but it's a small factor. I think it's probably a case of bringing in maybe your best and second best folds to the range, something like that. Manassian, well, he's been fairly active here, and he does have a loose openable king 6 suited here, decides to let it go. Certainly gave it some pause for thought. Isaev with a much more legit pocket 9s here in the cutoff, opening into a lot of reshoving stacks, but one presumes that is what he will do. Is there perhaps an argument, if they're all shorter, to just send this one in? I think inducing is better, and it looks like that's what he's decided. Obviously could call off Martov, could easily call off Maric, and easily call off Kovalov as well. So very much deciding this is strong enough to induce. Maybe smaller pairs would have got sent into the middle, enjoying more fold equity, but the 9s actually happy to induce some action from a hand such as ace-8 off here. Kovalev may take this spot, feeling Isaev would open very wide here in the cutoff. Interesting spot, this one. Do not be surprised if this goes in, and it goes! SAF will snap here. Might get the count first, but you're not playing your nines like this to fold them, I don't feel. He is going to give it some time. No reason to make a snap decision, of course. You can always take a moment, get the count. Very important to get the count. And maybe have 20 seconds to study your opponent, how comfortable he feels. When all is said and done, though, he's got to land on call here. You really don't want to be raise folding a hand like nines. It's just too strong. Yes, there will be a lot of flips. There will be a lot of king jacks, king queens, ace tens. All that kind of stuff is certainly going to reshove, but so will the smaller pairs that you are absolutely crushing. And so will some of these ace five, ace eights, maybe any wheel ace. And he has flicked in the chip. Gets the great news that he is in fact dominating here. Doesn't have to win a flip, just has to hold a 75-25 type of spot instead. And he is in a very good spot here. Ace was in the window, but the 9 was right underneath. And that is precisely no outs going to the river. Check mark, SAF. A rather tilting, perhaps, ace on the river for SAF to chuckle about as he drags in a pot with the full house. Well, we hardly knew thee here on the feature table. Don't blame him for taking a spot such as that. It's a light one. It's a aggressive one. It's one that assumes your opponent is opening fairly wide and has a good amount of raise folds in that cutoff range. Certainly can't blame him for taking the spot. Just ran into it on this occasion. And SAF, well, wow. Star of our feature table so far. Sixes holds against fives. Queens holds against sixes. Wins a couple of small pots, and now the nines against ace eight. He's in a great spot now with probably around about 1.5 million, maybe more. 50 big blinds at this stage of the tournament, a very comfortable situation. As you watch bust outs galore on not just your own table, but you're hearing every few moments, seat open, echo around the room. Every time bringing you one person closer to a big payday. And actually, speaking of paydays, let's have a look at what is up top in this one. $57,840 for the winner. Almost 40k for second, 30k for third, a little over 20k for fourth, 15k for fifth, 11 for sixth, 9 for seventh, 7k for eighth, and 6k for ninth. Right now, these guys all guaranteed around about $2,000. It's 4 buy-ins. We have about 32 players left, I want to say, roughly. 31 players left, perhaps. So the attrition has been fairly fast. Oh, as we take a look at Manassian under the gun here with the Djangos, the Pocket Kings, the Cowboys. 1.2 million, 40 bigs. Just wants to open this one up, hoping to find action behind. SAF out of the way here. 1.7 million. I'd undersold the progress he made there so far. 1.7 million. What a great stack to have right now. And looks like he's just going to raise and take it here, Manassian. Going to show the Djangos. Oh no, I apologize. Pearl Schwarzhoff was actually in the big blind with a good chunk of his stack committed. I think he could still have passed his 10-6. I took for granted that he might. Actually decided to just gamble and stick it in now, and okay, all is not lost. Open ender for Schwarzhoff. Jack no help. Needs an 8 or a 3. 5 no help. We say goodbye to Schwarzhoff. And actually Manassian, who I said just picked up a raise and take it, actually takes out one of our short stacks. So, really is a case of the rich getting richer now. SAF and that man on your screen, Manassian. Those two players seemingly winning every significant hand on this feature table so far. Building towers now. Fourth bust out on this feature. And we've only been watching these guys for 40 minutes or so. One presumes we will get some table balancing and at least send one more over, as these guys seem intent on playing six-handed. As soon as those seats filled, immediately. Someone has put on the chopping block. Speaking of chopping block here, Martov, ace-10 suited. Gonna have to send this one here in the hijack for just 10 bigs. Not gonna get called by much worse here. Might get called by the ace-9 or ace-8 maybe in the big blind. But just too much hand not to send it. And he will wait to see his fate. Well, very quickly around to Manassian with the 6-5 suited. I don't think he's going to gamble here. Pretty hand, but not a hand that rates to be good in an all-in situation for 10 bigs. Martov picks up 75k. Adding the 25% to his stack without showdown.
Hello.
How's the day?
So I think one player we haven't seen anything of yet at this feature is Yuho Ikazaki. All the other players have been involved in one way or another. He is one of the shorter stacks as well, so he's going to have to make his move at some point too. Markov, him, Maric. As we take a quick look, yes, there's confirmation. Ikazaki, 9.5 big blinds, very much in search of a spot now, particularly given that he's in the big blind now. Probably has just commit a solid 20% of his stack to this hand. Martov now still looking for a spot. Blinds are up 20-40k now. So a little bit more pressure on these guys as we, by virtue of that level jump, get confirmation that we have indeed played 40 minutes here. Lost 4 players. Still have 2 very short stacks. Manassian's just gone with the 5-4 off and has been snapped by the 9-10 suited of Ikazaki, who's clearly just trying to get his engine started here. Decides these 9 bigs are going to go in the middle, and I don't love this shove by Manassian. I didn't love his shove earlier either. Seems like he's a bit too willing to go with any 2 blind v blind. Although there we go. 4 on the turn. Ikazaki goes from big favourite to big underdog, and the 6 of spades, no help. We will see the elimination of Yuho Ikazaki in 30th place for, again, about 2 grand, 4 buy-ins. He ended up picking off a pretty good spot there with the 10-9 suited. Not a hand you would relish calling, but he called pretty quickly. Actually was in great shape, but 4 on the turn, as you saw there. It's a nice day to be Manassian of Armenia. Started this feature table with under $1 million. Now, surely around the 2 million mark, as is Isaif. These guys climbing and climbing. 5 bust outs here in 45 minutes. If you were looking for poker action here on Sunday, perhaps you're playing a little online poker yourselves, have this on in the background. Perhaps you're a fan of the EAPT and never miss one of these streams.
Не, ну ТВ-стол выгодно отличается от всех остальных столов. Столько ожидания, мне это
We're
нравится.
going to take a little moment to rebalance here, obviously, down to 5. It's very relentless stuff here, it's got to be said.
Дальше поиграем. Блайнды, конечно, очень болезненные. В любом случае. Даже для твоего стека, но у тебя не так много блайндов в них. Да, да, да.
A reminder, while we have this impromptu break in play,
На финальный стол не будут добавлять блайнды
that's
для 9.
Нет, конечно.
the EAPT Georgia, obviously part of the EAPT tour, which will be going to Rozvadov in the middle of November, from November 19th to 25th to be exact.
Просто глубины не будет.
And then the road show will continue to Romania and Bucharest from the 14th to 22nd of December. Some great festival schedules already created for those. Check it out on the website. Head over to EAPT and see what is in store. Oh, as players have to rush back suddenly, cards are in the air and I think we've been folded. Yeah, we have. So Isayef takes that moment to step away from the table. Suddenly cards are back in the air and he doesn't get to play his hand. Last card came off the deck before he was within arm's reach of that seat. And that means a spot for Martov
100,000.
to stick it in here. Maric in the tank with ace-5, maybe recognizing that Martov was shoving in a spot +1 on a very short-handed table where it's not really +1.
Может, ты старше. Ну, это успел.
Actually playing low jack there.
Принеси.
Shows the hand to keep the credibility. Wants to get shoves through here with that stack, so wants to let the table know he had a real one.
Чтобы не было видно.
Isayef
Блайнды
Wow.
буквально, знаешь.
firmly in his seat now.
Но у меня хорошая рука.
Although we have another player missing from their seat.
Тоже у нас с тобой заиграны, поэтому нога бигала. Либо валет.
Will they get back in time?
40 there and 20 there and 40 your big one.
Line's going out off this stack. Okay, so that stack has actually come in into the small, so we'll actually sit out this one hand, hence the player feeling comfortable being away from the table. Not going to get dealt into this one. Well, with the wind at his back, Manassian, is he going to open the 7 deuce here?
Получается.
Just big blind only to be fought for.
Еще на 2 круга спокойно.
He's going to open it. Action on Isayef. Oh, well, one would suggest you play a hand like 5 slowly here against the one player at the table who can knock you out. These guys playing virtually identical stacks right now. I don't think you want to play the 5s fast. Probably serve you better to just flat call this and try and navigate. Maybe hit a set, maybe get a bit sticky on certain boards. I like that decision. Obviously, 5's rate to be the best hand right now, but out of position, tricky hand. Obviously, a bit of a disaster board for the 5s. They are ahead right now, but they won't know that. Manassian with the betting lead may just fire a little c-bet here. He's got backdoor spades, backdoor straight possibility to the bad end. But if he wants to take this one down, firing flop is his best chance. Just has to maybe find a 50 or 60k small c-bet. That will clear away a decent number of hands. Looks like he's found a slightly larger size of 110. And that makes life very tough for the pocket fives. So best hand into the muck, and Manassian getting a little fruity with the 7-2 suited, but followed through, which is very important. You are going to open a hand such as that. You have to be brave, at least recognizing when you can fire some C bets and maybe even some turn bets and maybe even some clip emptiers on certain boards. Interesting now, the dynamic between those two players, given that it's mostly short stacks around. How willing are they to tussle with one another, or will they just try to keep picking off the shorter stacks as they have done for the last 50 minutes or so? So we've had our fair share of impromptu short pauses. That is just a function of trying to balance these tables out. The eliminations at this feature table are coming thick and fast, but they're also coming thick and fast on outer tables as well. I believe we're down to just 28 players now. That's quite extraordinary, actually. When we picked up the action here, there were almost 50 players still in the tournament. We've lost 40% of the field in an hour. It's kind of unusually attritional, but obviously a fair amount of short stacks around. They've got to make their moves. So we see Hawks giving some thought to this 10-9 off on the button. I think we want to let this one go. Don't have a blocker. I like the fold. Isaiah, 1.6 million, 40 big blinds now that the blinds are up to 20k, 40k. Could just ship this one into Markov. In fact, from what we've seen of this man, that's exactly what he will do. Apologies, Markov. 10-4 clubs in the bin. The rich get richer. Quick gander at the chip counts there. Martov, Maric and Truscan all 15 big blinds or less. Gogolazzi 19 big blinds and Hawks 20 big blinds. They're in the still sort of, navigational zone. Lots of fold equity on their 3-bet shoves, but they can also open some hands, stay active, play some somewhat normal poker, shall we say. Gogolazzi feels like an open. Probably want to go 80k here and see what happens. So important to stay active with these types of Broadway holdings in early position. Even of the offsuit variety, you want to keep your head above water with steals. And that's exactly what he's doing here, making it 80k as predicted. Manassian with the 5s. Not a comfortable hand at the effective stack depth of his opponent, basically playing a 20 big blind pot. 5's not really a hand you want to flat in the middle of nowhere here in the hijack with players stacked behind. You effectively set up a really good squeezing opportunity for them. If you flat this, it doesn't feel like the right category of hand to 3-bet. If you 3-bet, you will be committed and not in great shape generally against the 4-bet range of Gogolazzi, although we do see it's a flip on this occasion. Hawks in the cutoff with King 10 here. Presumably lets this one go. Isaiah with a tempting one here to flat. King Jack suited. Don't know if he'll have a read on Gogolazzi, whether these guys know each other. But this would be a reasonable flat, to be honest. Very reasonable. Power of position. Again, just against this particular stack size, it's awkward to find a 3-bet that doesn't overcommit you. I guess you can go for a very small one. He's actually decided to let this one go, which is a little on the tight side, but I don't hate it. There is ICM, of course, to factor into all the equations here. And Maric with a very pesky ace-6. I think you got to bin this. These bad aces in the big blind can get you into an awful lot of trouble. You really want to see a flop for that price, but it's very hard to know where you stand. Do you want to hit your 6? Do you want to hit your ace? As it turns out, he has hit his 6, and that has put him way out in front here, overtaking the ace-10. He's now going to protect his hand by shoving turn, which I didn't expect on this 8-6-4-9 double flush draw texture, but obviously we see there up against the ace-10 does get the job done. Sort of a bet that will only get called by better, and putting in a lot of chips to protect your hand there. In any case, he has managed to pick up a pot, keeping his head above water, Maric. And Gugalazzi didn't do anything wrong there, checking back the pretty nasty texture, one that hits the big blind range quite hard, and obviously couldn't do anything much about the shove from his opponent. Well, Taruscan, 14 big blinds, could induce this one, could send this one. From early position, may decide to just shove. Prefer an open, personally. And it looks like an open is what he's gone for. So, very much in approval of this one. Going to look to induce here, maybe an ace-jack or an ace-queen. May pounce upon it. Will also end up in a pot against the big blind in a lot of worlds. Martov now. Pocket nines more than qualifies for 8 bigs here. Taruscan. Likely to go to the races with these nines now.
How much do you have?
Don't think Martov can pass this.
More than my set, but I want to know how
It
much.
would be probably a little too tight.
500, 600.
Can't be loving the idea of coming over the top of an open from early position from a player of that stack. But again, nine's just too much hand. In they go. Off to the races. Huge one for both players here. Taruscan will be left with just 190k if he loses. Martov all in right now. Martov looking to hold with these nines. So far, so good.
Sorry, I have to speak English.
Oh, but the ace on the turn. Taruscan into a huge lead. Martov all but out the door. Queen of Diamonds seals it. Taruscan 1 million now. Martov, well, he's going to have to go.
Okay, have a nice game.
Tremendous run from him. Remember, 700 odd players in this one, 741 to be exact. He has finished in around about 28th place by my calculations. And wow, so many bust outs on this feature table. Boy, did our producers pick it. Sometimes you lean towards the deeper stack tables. You think, well, more interesting hands may develop, deeper poker, it's always fun to watch. But boy, oh boy, do we love watching showdowns as well. And they picked one of the shorter stack tables and it has produced a plethora of all-in action. I said how we'd lost 40% of the field in the first 50 minutes or so of this frame. Well, the bust outs just keep coming. As we see Hawks going to limp in here. A little interesting deviation from the norm. Limping in with the ace-4 suited. Isaev certainly confused, I would suggest, by this. Not very orthodox to see the limp in this spot. Does he choose to isolate? Does he limp along? Looks like he is going to try to pounce on the limping range. I guess you can make it 105, 110 to go. Something in that region. Feels like a nice isolation bet. Decided to just min raise. So going to lay a very good price to the blinds here, but Turuscan not interested, and Hawks virtually committed here for just one more big. Getting a ridiculously good price here. 14 to 260. And backdoor straight and flush possibilities for Isaev. He actually has the best hand right now. Won't necessarily know that, but presumably part and parcel of this plan to isolate is to fire a c-bet. I would expect him to come with something around 80k again. And I don't see any way Hawks can defend. Isaev down betting to 60k. I like it. He does have those backdoors working as well, which is nice because he can find some turn barrels. Hawks not the strongest of play there, going for the limp call with ace-4 suited. Obviously facing such a small raise, he had to make the call, but would prefer to see him open a hand like that. Had he opened that hand, I don't know if the ace-8 even gets involved. Maybe he gets to be the one who steals the blinds. As played, he made life a little bit awkward for himself. So next ladder jump for these guys is at 26, where it will go from $2,020 up to $2,310. I think we're on the cusp of that ladder right now. And a much more comfortable sight for Hawks under the gun here with the ace-king. 18 bigs, can certainly open this one. Look to induce. He's chosen a large sizing here, if I'm not mistaken. No, has just gone with the 80k. Apologies, I thought there was an extra green in there. So I like this decision to induce with the ace-king. Lots of good things can happen. Such as Gogolazzi waking up with ace-jack and feeling like he's got lots of fold equity to come over the top here with his 14 bigs. So textbook, beautifully executed induce here from Hawks. Can't blame Gogolazzi. Ace-jack's a lot of hand here, certainly in the rejamming range. But Hawks going to snap this off. Going to have a 73-27 situation on his hands. Obviously, we saw precisely a matchup between the ace-king and ace-jack a little while ago. The ace-jack triumphant on that occasion. Oh, but the king is there, and that means queen and a queen only. Another king doesn't really change anything. And that is a hold for Hawks. And another elimination, would you believe it? Our 7th or 8th elimination on this featured table. Virtually none of our original players are here anymore. We have Isaev, and we have Manassian, and we have Marich as well, but every other player who came here at the beginning is gone.
Kim Chen-min Junior.
It's in the air once again. Hawks with his newfound wealth now. Going to put these chips to good use with another open to 80, presumably. Isaev. Taruscan. Pocket tens. So we've got 23 bigs here. Not unreasonable to just send this all in. Your hand doesn't love 3-bet inducing against an under the gun. So it feels like flatting or shoving is better than 3-betting. Not sure if it's a 3-bet call or a 3-bet fold if you do choose to 3-bet. That's the problem with this one. Presumably just about finds its way into the 3-bet call range. But again, Hawks, the player who had ace-king when he was happy to go to showdown and opened, who had ace-4 when he limped in. I'm not sure your tens are loving it. But anyway, as it is, king-jack obviously the bottom of Hawks' range here, and I would expect him to let this one go. Pretty sure Taruscan probably decided it was a 3-bet call. But rock bottom of that range, with ICM around as well, I probably would have just sent that one into the middle myself, but I think either is good. Depends on the villain, of course, and I may be reading a little too much into a very small sample size then, getting to see Hawks limp call the ace-4 and obviously very happy to go with the ace-king, but that does not necessarily provide all the information needed to make a exploitative play. Manassian on the button. He has shown a willingness to play his button with virtually any two, and certainly a willingness to drop the hammer when required as well. So aggressive stuff here from Manassian. And look at this, Kim, just going with the Jack 10-0 here in the small. It's going to work this time, but this is a little spicy. Not recognizing just how loose Manassian is. Perhaps aware of his game. These guys might be familiar with each other. If you'd seen the last hour of play, you'd certainly think that this was a reasonable deviation. Jack 10 suited, certainly in my 3-bet shoving range, and that's it. Jack 10 off, not so much, so keep an eye on this guy here, looking to make something happen. Quick update there. We are actually, confirmation out, down to 24 players. That's why you're seeing some more arrive.
Can you get a card? So you must put this skill. Three 5 seconds and that is
setting up this table now. Actually, correction, 26 left. So 2 tables of 9 and 1 table of 8 in the room. And I genuinely can't get over the speed that this one is going at. Like 40-minute clock, obviously, will push the action along nicely, but very rare to see that many bust outs in an hour's play at this stage of a tournament. I think we've spent almost as much time watching all-ins as we have watching the dealer pause everything while she waits for the tables to fill back up again. Astonishing stuff here in Georgia. And just a reminder for any latecomers here, this is the EAPT Georgia stop, live from the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi, as you can see on the right of your screen, on the right of the felt, in the center of your screen now. My name is David Lappin, and I will be taking you through till the bitter end of this one. We were expecting to burn the midnight oil, but if it continues at this rate, we might be done and dusted by 9 p.m. I really don't think that will happen. I think this one will settle down into a deeper stack game. I think we will watch these players battle it out for a very, very big payday. At the moment, they're all staring at the screen looking at 2.5k, 5 buy-ins. That's obviously very nice, but it's quite a steep payout structure here. 57k up top. That's the number they'll all be hoping for at the end of the day, and with that comes a little bit of pressure expressed in the ICM of the situation, maybe expressed in the subjective value of that money with others. Also, one consequence of this many bust outs this quickly is that we have managed to create quite a deep situation now, and as is evidenced by taking a look at some of the stacks that are now sitting at this table, some significantly bigger ones around. Manassian getting after it here with the King Jack in the cutoff. Somewhat reluctant fold there from Hawks with Queen 10. I'm not sure he gave real consideration to that one. Sort of a tricky hand. You don't really want to call with this. Doesn't make for a particularly great 3-bet either. And raise and take it for Manassian as ISAF surrenders the Jack 6. Those two players neck and neck as they have been for much of this feature table. 1.7 million now. Back in the day they had about 900k each. They've both been making hay. And having unlocked that pay jump to 2300. Next pay jump is at 23 players. That's 2670. So, as expressed as a proportion of a buy-in, roughly 60% of a buy-in at the moment for these ladders. It is definitely the period where I feel as a player you want to just get after it a little. ICM is going to ratchet up pretty significantly as we go from 2 tables down to 1, peaking obviously when we reach final table bubble. But right now with 24, 25 players left, I think it is a time to, not disregard ICM. It's always a lingering, looming factor, but you want to maybe just use it to shave off a hand or two in some ICM situations, not really allow it to lean too heavily into your chipsier sort of play. As we see Maric take this spot under the gun with ace-9 suited for 12.5 bigs, perhaps conscious of the fact that he would go a little wider given the fact that he is under the gun and that big blind ante about to get him. Now Grazzi giving consideration to this ace-9 off doesn't really feel like a real spot. I think ace-jack is a pretty tough spot there. So ace-9 just not close at all. Action falls round to Manassian with the queen-10 suited. A pretty one he would love to have played, but certainly not interested for $500,000. And we fall round to the blinds. Does anyone wake up to give him action? Isaf does not. Queen-2 in the bin. And Kuchava. First look at Kuchava here. One of our short stacks. 250k. Shortest at the table, in fact. Big blind just going through him, and he's about to pay a small blind. He's only got 6 bigs now. So keep an eye on Kuchava. He's going to have to make his move in the next orbit or two. Don't want to blind out of a tournament. Gotta look for a spot. Sometimes even a good equity spot will do. Coming over the top of an open. Grazie, pocket 7s. Under the gun though. Can't be loving this one for 18 bigs. Shoving is ugly. Opening it doesn't really feel great because you don't have a blocker. Pretty reasonable to let this one go. Looks like he is going to consider opening it. Very close. I think you want to be in here with 8s and 9s, certainly. 7s is cuspy. 4s, 5s certainly go in the bin. So 6s, 7s, even 8s, the tricky ones. He's going to open it up here. I guess there's a couple of shorter stacks he doesn't mind calling off against, but really he can't take the heat against most hands that would 3-bet him here. So it's a tricky hand to navigate. Obviously, if he gets into a pot against one of the blinds or he gets flatted, he does have a hand that has already got a pair, but yeah, it's a tricky one. Magrazzi gets the folds all the way around to late position anyway. You prefer the 8-7 suited to the 7s as an open, but nonetheless this may just work anyway. Kuchava, hating the look of the 5 deuce here, and Maric has a borderline defendable one, certainly one you would consider defending against a late position open, but I think against an early position open, quite rightly deciding to pitch the king 10, save that big blind for perhaps a better spot. It's tough. King 10 certainly a hand you want to call with against maybe low jack, high jack cutoff, certainly button. But against those early position guys that probably are very big card heavy, not in this case was he, but generally will be, it's very hard to navigate a hand like King 10 when you could easily be dominated. Mohamed Damanov with the pocket 8s now. Very similar spot, although he is playing a much deeper stack. Certainly has more merit off a deeper stack when there are some other deep ones around. Mohamed Damanov gonna pump this one up to 80k. Which gets us round to the blinds. Maric in the small, not interested in 10-3. Magrazzi, unlikely to be interested with the ace-6 offsuit here. Is he considering a call? Certainly considering it. Very dangerous though. Very hard to know where you stand. Are you seeking an ace or a 6? Hard to win a big pot, very easy to lose a big pot. Really don't mind a fold here. But looks to be giving not a huge amount of thought to fold here, sizing up It's all over the place. Not quite sure where we're going here. Deep tank here for Magrazzi. Before deciding to release. I think that's a good decision. So Magrazzi certainly one to take his time. We've seen a few tanks there, the ace-9 a few moments ago, the ace-6 there. Possibly somebody who likes to give a little bit of extra consideration, but so far landing on the right decision both times. Mohamed Aminov. Not going to get back on the horse here with 9-4. Yeah, some deeper stacks now, much different sort of game, and one feels as though that bonanza of bust outs that we witnessed for the first hour, I think things are going to calm down quite a bit from there. These guys playing 30-35 big blind average again. Rich finds his spot. So one of the short stacks with an all-in situation. Magrazzi's no interest in this 5-3, but perhaps he'll find a customer in the big blind. No, quick fold from Taruscan and his 7-5. So Maric happy to show it, keep a bit of credibility. Add 100k to his 500k stack, gets himself up to 15 bigs. He's done a solid job, actually, it's got to be said, of short stack ninjing this hour and a half of feature table play. Maric sort of passed a couple of spots that I thought were prudent. Seems to understand his ranges, gets his shoves through. Certainly don't mind the show with the hand like ace-jack there, just to maintain a bit of credibility in a situation where you do want to get generally folds when you find yourself in short stack situations and having to shove a lot. The more credibility you get, generally speaking, the better. Looks like we've lost Yumiko Samajima on an outer table in 25th. So 24 players remain. Another gander at the chip counts. Well, they are still painting the picture. Georgi Chkonia, 5 million. And then quite a few stacks around the 1.7 to 2 million mark. There's a big lead for Giorgio, though. So here's a spot where I probably passed the 5s myself, but something I have noticed already in just this small sample size of this feature table is these cuspy ones, these small pocket pairs that often disappear out of the opening range when, one, we get into a deeper situation in the tournament where ICM ramps up, and secondly, when the stack sizes are only about 20 to 30 bigs around us, these early position opens with the small pairs just generally vanish out of the grid. They just aren't in the range anymore. But Manassian does decide to open the 5s, and he's going to find a customer in Kuchava. He's decided to go with his ace-jack suited, as well he should, with just 4 bigs. Now remember, blinds just went up that last hand to 25k, 50k. So this is just a 5 big blind shove. Magrazza, oh, he's doing another bit of a tank here. Does seem to be somebody who is maybe stalling a little bit for these ladder jumps. King 10 not really anything to consider seriously facing this much action, but does take a moment again. And obviously we know when it gets around to Manassian, when he's not going to fold 5s for this price, hoping for a flip, gets a flip, and who's going to win the flip? Short stacks have not been fortunate so far. A lot of bust outs today. Are we about to see another one? Well, a lot of pathways there. We've backdoor spades. We've pairing the board again. Ace or a jack. That'll be the ugly way. Pairing the 7. Now just a 5. No good. Kuchava gets the double up. Just a nosebleed for our table captain. But a huge pickup for Kuchava, who was on life support there. 5 bigs. Gets more than a double up with the dead money as well. Probably up to 11 or 12 now. A few more weapons at his disposal now with 12 bigs. Lots more fold equity. Maybe even some fold equity on a reshove. And of course, one more double up and he's right back in it. Action on Kim. Under the gun this time. Quick fold. Hawks. Probably pinched the king first. Was sort of interested and then found the 2. This IF with a very tempting King Jack O here. Could definitely pump this one up to 100. The borderline. It's cuspy. Let's it go. Don't mind that. Certainly reasonable to open King Jack off as a rock bottom. It's not printing. Grazie again. We're seeing a pattern here. This man loves a little tank. Micro tanks, we could call them. Just the old 10 seconds over a no decision spot. Mohamed Aminov. He's 2.5x here in the small. A Manassian with an ace suited of his own, ace 3 of clubs. These guys can really wreck each other here. May come with the call, Manassian. Play this one slow. Could also treat it like a 3-bet fold. Sort of operates nicely there. One thing he doesn't want to do is fold. Does decide to just call. He's going to take this one slower in position against one of the players who can do him some damage. Battle of the ace X here, and well, the dominated player has flipped the script here. Manassian now in a very good spot with ace 3 here. Got backdoor clubs to go with. Mohamed Daminov. Every reason to bet this one small here. Probably doesn't think that the 3 or the deuce interact with the calling range of his opponent. Hardly ever. So, the question now for Manassian is, do you raise here and try and protect your 3s, or do you just make the call? Always going to be in a little bit of a guessing game, dark tunnel, if you just make the call. But, you know, you can pick off some more bluffs that way too by raising it up. You do offer a little bit of protection to your hand. And no quick release here by Mohamed Aminov, who will be asking himself a very important question here, which is that if you had a pocket pair, surely you would have raised pre. So this feels very like a flush draw. Maybe a hand like 5-6. Well, won't be loving that card, Mohamed Aminov, because some of the draws have got there. It's harder to be sticky now on this turn. If you're Manassian, I think you want to bet this one again. But you want to sort of bet small, again protecting your hand. And then, of course, if you improve to a flush or a straight, you can... Oh, wow. Oh, well, I didn't see this one coming. My preferred line here would have been to bet a 3rd again and use the fact that you were in position, that your opponent could have a bigger pocket pair, they're sitting out there with 9s being sticky, well, they're probably going to check you again on the river, and you can check back unimproved, but you can bet if improved. That's what I would have liked to see him do.
1 million.
Instead, he's decided to just send it all in. Now, Mohamed Amanov has not instantly released, and the reason for that is essentially Manassian has played it a bit like a draw. He's played it a bit like he's got a hand like 7-9 of hearts, maybe 6-7 of hearts. Something that had a draw and now maybe has even more so of a draw. Another potential raising candidate on that flop would be backdoor clubs of some description, particularly if they interacted with the lower end of the board as well. So obviously they would have improved to an Uber draw of sorts. But in the end, the overbet jam will get the job done. And I can tell you now, there has been a noticeable slowdown in the bust outs on outer tables too. I mentioned there a moment ago, Yumiko Samajima bust in 25th place for 2310. Well, I can tell you the hand now. She shoved her 8-4 suited, was called by ace-4 offsuit, and was unsuccessful in the run out. So one presumes that was like a late position situation. It might have even been blind on blind. Her chips going to Kakaber Sabari on an outer table. Another bust out on an outer table here. Georgie Sinsatsi busting in 26th place. Just a couple of minutes before Samajima. He got his 600k into the middle with pocket 7s, only to run into the pocket 10s of Zulgaliev. Zulgaliev out there now with almost 2 million and very much in the hunt as we back to the action here on our featured table. Taruscan has opened up off his 20 big blind stack with the ace-jack suited, as you should. Mohamed Amanov, well, he's got the pocket queens here, presumably wants to take this one north. 3-betting to 380k. Now remember, cut off against button here, late position stuff, but very large, very large 3-bet indeed from Mohamed Amanov, which doesn't suggest that there's any fold equity. I suppose a more normal amount you would expect here would be 300k, and then Taruscan would have been given a little bit more room to maybe go with his ace-jack suited. With that larger sizing, claims kind of taken away from him. So Mohamed Amanov picks up the pot and is now up to 1.5 million, essentially back where he was before that ace-8, ace-3 debacle moments ago. Chava now with another shove spot, +1 king queen suited, rather pretty, 12 bigs. Just open it though. Certainly reasonable to go this way as well. It's going to look super strong. Raised to 150k off this 600k stack. A quarter of a stack is in here. First time we've seen anyone really deviate from a 2x pre. He's gone for the 3x. Magrazzi in the tank again. Passes. He's sitting with 15 bigs, looking for a spot himself. Folded round to the button. Where we see the King Queen will get the job done. Hawks in the big blind now. No real path to continuing in this one. Queen 8-0 and Kuchava chips up. 720k now. Getting closer to 15 big blinds. And still every chance of spinning that stack up, making a run for this final table. Of course, when you make it down to these 3 table situations, every reason to believe you could make it all the way now. You sat in a room with a couple of hundred people on your day 1A, B, C or D, aware that there was equal numbers in all of those days. Kind of imagine in your mind the 760 odd players in the tournament filling a huge venue, and now you look around and there's only 2 other tables. And the players at those 2 tables and the one in which you are seated, standing between you and a very nice payday of over 100 buy-ins. Magrazzi, another micro tank with the 10-6. Oh, and a genuine shove spot here for Kim, 12.5 bigs. I would be surprised to see that played any other way but shove. And indeed in it goes, Hawks. No interest here with the 10-9. Will Isayev wake up in the big? No, he will not. So Kim is going to pick up this 25k pot. Get himself up to 760k now, 15 bigs. And having witnessed a flourish of bust outs in the first hour, it has slowed right down now. Halfway into the second hour, we've seen very few eliminations in the last 20-25 minutes. Although something must have given on an outer table, because we are moving a player across. That implies to me we're down to 24. 9 here becoming 8. So 24 players left in this one. I'm getting word now that actually the next break does look like it might be the dinner break. So players will be going on a 45-minute dinner break at the end of this frame. All in here from Kim once again. Going to get looked up, one presumes, by Hawks. Cut off versus button. Great spot for Hawks. Take this situation. Going to be dominating an awful lot of Kim's range here. Going to be a lot of hands like Queen Jack, King Queen. Of course, weaker aces as well that take this spot for 15. Ace Queen is a lot of hand right now. Sure, it's a lot of your stack, but this is a great spot for Hawks, who I think we'll land on call here all day long. Yes, he does. Big spot incoming here for Kim and his King Queen of Hearts. Oh, and Marich wakes up in the big blind. This is a sick one. This is a genuinely sick one. Marich has only got 10 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, this is really tough. Queens, of course, gets in. Jacks, of course, get in. I think you find folds with 8s and 9s. 10s is the tough one. He goes for it. I don't blame him. This is proactive. He's short stacked. He's in the big blind. He's already committed his big blind ante. Kim could certainly be light. They could be sharing cards. They are sharing cards. Amazing spot for Marich and his 10s here. 45% equities, 3 ways to more than triple up. Kim in big trouble. He's hunting a king. And a 10 hiding underneath the 3. Virtually over this one. 8% for Kim. He's got some running cards. Hawks is all but dead. And that will do it. Marich will win the Bane pot. And Kim will be eliminated. Hawks taking down the side pot.
Нужный момент подъем на ББЗ.
Ну, слушай, 10
So
бабок, что
Hawks
нельзя.
getting a 250k rebate for the 500k he will lose to Marich. Huge spot for Marich. He took the bull by the horns. Pocket 10s into the middle they went. He didn't love how much action had come before him, but he's going to absolutely love the 1.65, 1.7 million in his stack now. A moment ago, he was one of the short stacks in this tournament. Now he's above average. Massive, massive spot for the man who has been very patient with that short stack throughout this frame, has been very circumspect, has looked to navigate, but he found his spot for a big high variance moment. He took the bull by the horns, he held, and now he's well in with the chance. What a huge moment for Marich. Who, as I said, did manage to get a $250,000 rebate on the hand and get lost in that hand. Kim eliminated. He's gonna try to take this ace blocker and get a raise and take it through from the cutoff here. Marich,
About
a lot of
75.
difference. 5 minutes make. Marich now Queen Jack suited. A few moments ago, he only had to worry about his own stack and therefore knew exactly what the effective situation was. Now he's glowering around at the stacks either side of him, recognizing that indeed he now has to play their stacks. Magrazzi has a squeeze spot here. 630k, Hawks open, Marich flat. This is absolutely takeable here as a squeeze. If you think Hawks is opening light, also reasonable to come with call here. I don't think we'll ever see a fold from the ace-9. It's not a hand. Not comfortable. It's not a hand that plays great 3 ways. You'll be in a guessing game and you will just have to go with an ace-high flop. Probably have to go with a 9, even if it's only second pair a lot of the time. So it's not an easy poker situation for Magrazzi here. A lot of dead money out there. 300k just lying out there. If you take the spot for an all-in, you pick up half your stack risk-free, potentially. He does go for call in the end and does get the 9 high board. Well, that's really Really nice to see. A rich quick check. Does Magrazzi bet himself here? I think he wants to get a c-bet out of Hawks in most worlds. Multi-way is always a little tricky. Certainly can't get away from this hand right now. He's going to do his own betting here, flopping top pair on 9-7-4. That will sort of outmaneuver both players. 150k into 350. Don't think Hawks is anywhere to go here. And Marich, not really either. He's got 2 overs. He's got the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight possibilities, but we're just too shallow. So Magrazzi gets the green board when he flats the ace-9, the 9 high, and he decides actually he'd rather not go check, and see another card. He'd rather bet it himself. Obviously, he would have liked to re-shove that one all in over Hawks, but no guarantee that bet would have come, so decided in the end to do his own betting. Got about 15 minutes left on this level. As I mentioned there, guys, that's level 25. We will have a dinner break. And of course, the action coming live from Georgia. And Georgia on a later time zone than most of Europe. So dinner coming a little bit earlier in the day for people watching here in the UK or Ireland or the west of Europe. Even Central Europe, where it's just after 5:30 right now. But it's dinner time in Georgia. Well, Marich taking a moment away from the table to just maybe recenter himself, maybe get a little bottle of water, a little bit of hydration, maybe a little fist bump with a friend on the rail. Certainly, there will be players on the rail now taking serious interest as we boil down to a 3-table contest. Marich, very much short stack ninja for this feature table, has found the big triple up and he's off there maybe exchanging news with some friends in the poker room, taking a moment away from the table. Always wise to do stuff like that, just to gather yourself after a moment of excitement. So we see a battle of the blinds here between Taruscan and Magrazzi. Magrazzi limping into Jack 5. Probably going to fire on this King 10-9 texture. He's got the Jack of Diamonds working in a couple of ways as well. I think you want to fire a bet there, instead opening the door for Taruscan to do the same. Magrazzi makes a 5 and he's got the Jack of Diamonds working. Not sure the best way to proceed here. Check seems reasonable. He may have the best hand and the best draw. Those kinds of category of hands usually make good check calls. Let's go check. Taruscan maybe feels like he has showdown with this queen. So maybe this just goes check. Magrazzi rolls over the 5. Very happy to see. And his opponent doesn't have a 9, which I guess is the most likely hand that a bad 9 might have checked back there and not pursued value. Taruscan obviously feeling like Queen High could beat some stuff, and it could. Well, we see in the background there, Marich clearly having a chat with somebody on the rail. Going to want to get back to his seat fairly quickly. And by quickly, I mean now. And here he comes. As we, again, over the shoulder of Manassian, can see poker room in full flight here on Sunday afternoon. Well, we've got some fans in the chat here. Noreen Manassian, I presume a relation. shouting, amazing game. Well, it has been rather amazing. It's been incredible to see so many bust outs in a 2-hour frame. Obviously, her man Manassian providing quite a few of them. Shout out to Sergi and Nick Arm and Amin Ross all in the chat. Thank you for joining us today, guys. Really appreciate it. You can smash the old like button, maybe give this channel a subscribe. We always appreciate that. Trying to grow this channel, provide you with coverage, obviously from Rozvadov and from Bucharest in the near future. And if you do hit the subscribe button, you will be notified when those streams take place and any other streams there may be between now and then. Always nice to get the little bell ding ding if you're a poker fan, letting you know when there's some live action worth watching. So yeah, please hit the like and subscribe for us there. Would really appreciate it.
Ты так можешь открыть? 17. Обязан открыть.
Confirmation there with 23 players left in this tournament. They are all guaranteed 26.70, so a small ladder has been secured. These guys all getting at least 5 buy-ins. I hope for their sakes they haven't fired more than 5 and are indeed in some profit. There was the re-entry option on this one. Isaev. It's been quiet since that early flourish. Couple of big ones, 6s against 5s, queens against 6s, but he has been fairly quiet since. Grazie once again with these unnecessary throw tanks between hands. Don't feel like the King 5 is ever going to come in for a raise here. Just taking 10 or 15 seconds off the clock each time with these. Ruskan. Tricky little one here with 16 bigs. Certainly not shovable. Awkward stack to open a hand like that. In the end, lets it go and makes way for Mohamed Aminov with the King 9 off to engage with big stack Manassian here. We have 3x to King 9. 9-3, a very ugly one for Manassian. Certainly expect to see this one in the muck. Can't win them all. Certainly can't win too many with 9-3 off. And I'm impressed by these guys, Manassian, Mohamed Aminov. Playing very, very good poker here, these guys. The standard has been good. You know, when it comes to a kind of critical eye that I may pass over proceedings from time to time, I think I've been restricted to just 1 or 2, that was a little close type of comments. It's been fairly good, it's got to be said. More than fairly good, very, very good indeed. Obviously, poker alive and well in this part of the world. Ooh, and Isaev, no sooner do I say he's had a quiet hour or so, and he's going to be back in the action here with the ace-jack suited, surely. Playing 32 bigs, seems like a mandatory open from under the gun. Just a few minutes left on the clock before these guys take a dinner break. Are we about to see another flutter of action before Voodoo's taken? Well, not if Grazzi has anything to do with it. He's going to take time off the clock every single hand, it seems. Not ideal from a TV perspective, but is his prerogative to take his time. Certainly not taking a gratuitous amount of time, just taking a little bit of time every single hand. around to Hawks, who is going to defend this Jack 10. Potential trouble now off his 12 bigs. Oh, and a lot of trouble. All the trouble as he flops top pair, but is outkicked by Isaiah. This is an unfortunate situation. Hawks making probably what would be an inadvisable pre-flop call here, and he's going to pay the ultimate punishment for it. C-bet incoming from Isaiah, and Hawks surely looks to protect his Jack 10 now. Likely just sticks it in. Calling seems dicey, allowing more cards to come. We'll give you a call. You probably have to call all turns as well. He's just going to make the call. Setting up a stack to pot ratio of about 3/4. Oh my goodness me! The miracle 10 ball on the turn. Would you believe it? Isaiah had a stranglehold on this one for what is a very decent 1 million pot incoming, but now barring an equally miraculous ace on the river, these chips destined for Hawk stack. He is going to be the millionaire. Isaiah is going to be whittled down to less than $1 million after this one. Oh my goodness me, what a turn of events. Hawks with the loose call pre and the horrid setup has found an escape path. Would you believe it? Oh my goodness me, sick reaction from Isaiah, who realizes how unlucky he just was. Can he get lucky on the river? He cannot. And a huge double up. Hawks now 1.265 million. SAF back to 1 million. That's a massive pot, and that's a very unfortunate set of circumstances for SAF, who got brutalized there. So we're going to count this down, figure out what is owed, but it's all very sick. It's all very, very sick indeed. I feel as though we will get one more hand in here, guys. I think we might even get two. I think we've got about 3 minutes on the clock. If we're all SAF commits these chips any slower, maybe we won't have another hand though. Oh, it's a gut punch. On the other side of that equation, Hawks absolutely loving life and loving how that one played out. So important after a hand like that. Isaiah going to have to recenter himself, just put it to the back of his mind, play the stack in front of him. He's got 20 bigs, 23 people left in a big tournament, still every chance of running well for the next 5 or 6 hours and taking this one down. He's got to think about accumulation now from the stack before him, and not think about the stack that was before him moments ago. Back around to Mohammed Aminoff, who's got the pocket fives from the cut-off. Going to open this one up. Less important to have that blocker in late position, of course. Hawks with a 3-bettable one here in the small. Could look to pressurize Mohammed Aminoff with a 300k 3-bet. But often the case, newly found chips, you don't want to reinvest them too quickly. Just past that spot. It was an open from a cut-off that could be a light, and the ace-5 is a nice candidate to 3-bet, but I understand the fold too. It was a spot, but it wasn't a spot you have to take. And Mohammed Aminoff will pick up the 125k, pad out his stack to now 1.62 million. And we will fit in another hand by the looks of things. Magrazzi's going to take his time here. Might even kill what's left on the clock. Sitting on 1 million. No, it doesn't need to. Knows that enough time has passed. So this is our last hand before dinner, guys. A reminder, 45-minute dinner break. So we will be back at 6:35-ish Central European time. So that's 5:35 in the UK and Ireland. And yeah, you can work it out from there wherever you happen to be watching from. Ruskan was going to open this one up to Jack 10 suited. Try and steal one right here at the death. Hawks. Sends the Queen 2 into the bin. Isaev, no interest in this 7 deuce. So, unless we see a hand from the big blind here, that will be dinner. Maric, quick fold. And off these guys go. A reminder of the progress made. Maric, of course, courtesy of that triple up. 1.65 million. He's the top stack as these guys walk away. We will have a different feature table, by the way, I think, after the break. But just to give you a sense of where these guys are, Manassian and Muhammadamanov, both around the 33 big blind mark as well, 1.6 million. And then our short stack, Isaev and Taruskin. Obviously, Isaev made great progress early in that frame, but lost that big crucial one towards the end. Taruskin has been ninjing his way around. Magrazzi's been taking his time. He's sitting on 1 million. 21 bigs, and Hawks, of course, in the middle there, just got that double up. He's got 1.24 million. We will no doubt see some of these guys again later on, but as I said, it will be dinner now, 45 minutes, new feature table when we come back. Please do join us then. And as we can see here, SAF taking the spot here with the ace deuce. Magrazzi. No real decision here. I've got to say I am happy to see the same cast of characters. Very enjoyable watching them before the break. Glad they are returning. Action on Mohamed Amnov. He's going to pass the Jack 10 off here. And worth noting, actually, that just prior to the break, Georgi Chikonia, who I mentioned in the ascendancy up at 5 million at one point, has actually gone into reverse. He's back at 3.2 million. Still our chip leader here in the tournament, but nowhere near the dominant position he once enjoyed. Ruben Kovazepian has 2.1 million. Quite a few players around about that 1.7 to 2.1 million area, including Kacheturian and obviously Mohamed Amnov, who's here at this table. Raise and take it there for marriage.
I think can open or I think it's good or open.
Apologies for a small graphical error there. We are actually at 3060 now. Did say 2550 for a moment there on our screen. Oh wow, something big on the outer tables. I don't know what happened there, but you could tell it startled the players at this feature table. Presumably over shoulder Manassian there, you could see the goings on. Action on Marich now. Remember, 1.68 million after that triple up pre-break. Pretty sick one with the 10s against the King Queen and the Ace Queen. Huge moment for him and his chances in this tournament. For those of you returning late after the break, a very warm welcome back to what is the final day and soon to be the final table of the EAPT Georgia, live from the Eclipse Poker Room here in Batumi. My name is David Lappin and I will be taking you through all the action, no matter how late it goes tonight. I did predict a very late one, but as we said, these guys providing a lot of action themselves and finding a way to bust each other. We went from 50 down to 25 in the blink of an eye. 741 entries to this one, including 4 live starting flights and an online flight. 550 buy-in. Producing a 370k prize pool and first prize 57k. Nothing to be sniffed at. As we see here, fine defend from Mohamed Amanov, stopping way the best against Marit to open the 10-jack. Comes to breaks though on the queen high board. Interesting from Marit not taking a stab with all those back doors. He obviously had the 10-jack queen working, he had the backdoor hearts working, and sort of ceded the betting lead over to Mohamed Amanov. Perhaps Marit would have gone for a delay c-bet in this situation, but now has been sort of outmaneuvered by his own flop check. Gets shown the king-queen, so Mohamed Amanov keen to convey honesty. And put in useful if there's some larceny later on. And oh my goodness, again on the outer table. There is some wild stuff going on there. That's twice in quick succession. We've heard some real roars and shouts from the outer tables. Presumably either double ups or bust outs, but significant pots, surely.
Я ж хорошо могу около попасть. Зачем мне реализация? Стилами лучше реализовываться.
Orcs under the gun now, sitting on 21 bigs. Sayaf, 16 bigs. This is a candidate for a light open in some circumstances, but we've seen Isayef err on the side of caution with stronger holdings than that. So I'm not surprised to see him demur a spot such as that one. Might be blind now. Owen McGratsy, after quite a bit of slow folding and pensiveness at other times, has found a real one here. And it's hard to know whether he will go 14.5 big blinds all in here from the hijack, or will he induce. Certainly reasonable to go either way. Looks to be carving out a raise. That's 125k, I think. pushing round to the big line now. Manassian passing the 9-4 and Hawks with the 4-3 suited. That's not really one you want to defend. Suited connected hands, very attractive propositions, obviously, as defend, getting a great price, but decent bit of ICM here. This raise coming off quite a short stack. Very hard to make a hand that you're happy to go with on flop. It's very awkward. I don't think Hawks should get involved here. He does pass. Magrazzi picks up the blinds and antes. Jack over now for Magrazzi. Might do the same thing again. Very reasonable to just come with the stab. Two good blockers. Try and rinse and repeat from the last hand. And that's exactly what he's going to try to do here. Opening to 120 this time. And Mokhamadanov. Oh, interesting spot now for Mokhamadanov. Flat seems tricky here to navigate. I think you want to 3-bet or fold. Looks like he has gone for 3-bet. 350 the size. And I would be surprised if Magrazzi followed through here. Basically opening bottom of range as a steal, facing some pushback now. I expect this to go into the muck. Posturing now from Magrazzi, maybe trying to ascertain whether Mokhamadanov is legit in this spot. Problem for Magrazzi is he can't expect too much fold equity in a situation like this. Would be shoving roughly 1.2 million, 850k more for his opponent. Would be getting a great price. Just let it go as expected.
One king.
KG passage of play here, as it often will be. 20 or so players left Everybody playing a kind of a small ball, tippy-tappy style. Not quite so many short stacks around like there were in the last frame, lending to somewhat more circumspect play. Ruskin unlikely to use his ace-x on +1. Oh, but Mohammed Abanoff with the ladies here. Super legit hand. Looking for action here. 2 million stack. 33 big. One of the bigger stacks around. Oh, and Manassian could consider a light 3-bet here with the ace-9. Certainly below the flatting range. Sometimes goes into the raising range for that reason. Oh my goodness me, we have the big slick, the ace-king in Hawk's hand. We are destined for a collision, a classic race. Hawks, well, it's just whether he finds a non-all-in 3-bet or does he just stick it in. 270 in the middle, always a nice pickup, but ace-king a hand good enough to re-induce here. In position, we could see him go for a small sizing, maybe something like 350. Obviously inducing his opponent, who will take the bait because he's got the goods as well.
It's 300.
Well, it is definitely a 3-bet. We just have to see what the size is. 300, so very nice from Hawks. Deft 3-bet, trying to lay the trap, figuring that he would have some light 3-bets here, some ace-x blocker hands, and he would do this with light and fold to the 4-bets, so may as well put ace-king in with the good stuff. Balance out against that range, and Isayaf, well, this would be a moment of madness. Oh, and it is! Oh my goodness me, ill-timed move. Isayaf, not much fold equity against the 300k that's already invested by Hawks, who would probably have to make a cry call even with some of the worst hands in his range. This is a big misstep from Isayaf, giving no respect to either original raiser or 3-better here. And we see he is in serious trouble. Now, I can't see a world where Mohammed Abanoff folds the queens, and then Hawks will be getting an extraordinarily good price with the ace-king. Could potentially find a fold, but I just don't see it. This could be a huge collision and a double knockout if the queens were to hold. And we are all in, and all in. What a setup here. Isayaf, big misstep. He's in serious trouble. Just 9%. With the cards that have been folded, poor old Hawks actually only has 20%, according to our graphics, with the ace-king here, and the queen's obviously in an amazing spot for a double knockout. Yeah, we see there 3 of the aces or kings are gone. But a 5 is open now. The door is ajar, but now it has been firmly closed, and Mohammed Abanoff is our chip leader in this tournament. My goodness me, what a huge pot. Isayaf with a big misstep. You cannot blame Hawks. He had a hand he had to go with. Some peace and love for our camera. Lots of respect for that man and the ace-king. It was just his time to die. Isayaf and the king-jack, that was unnecessary. He will rue that moment. He will rue that moment for days to come with respect. An amazing spot to have got himself in here. But just a little bit of indiscipline must be said. I hate to be hard on the guy, but really that King Jack had no business getting into the middle. Do you know what? King Jack, if he was deeper, if everybody was deeper, does actually have merit as one of those light potential cold four bets. A king queen, a king jack, they kind of make sense if you want to go for it and you feel like the dynamic is there. The reason that really wasn't that spot was the three better was committed to him with even the light portion of his range, which would be ahead of king jack. I really don't like that play. One man who loves what just happened is Mohamed Aminoff. Over 4 million now, our tournament chip leader, and destined, surely destined now for a place on our final table later on. In fact, in an amazing spot to add to his riches, using the ICM, pressurizing, nudging, leaning, leveraging on all of these guys over the course of the next 2 to 3 hours as they all make their way to the final table. Double knockout. And with that, we'll probably have to see some table balancing.
Ну, я думал, у тебя короли брать.
То же самое.
Ну,
Дама 15,5 не могу пасть. Что там?
я единственное не понял, почему он...
4 выключка составил. Вот это.
Это чисто интернет-схема. Вот. Просто то, что... Yes, of course. You're welcome. Ой-ой-ой. Good luck, bro.
Manassian in the cutoff here, bumping things up. And Magrazzi probably with a defendable queen jack here. Not unreasonable to stick this in either. Some fold equity certainly against the late position opening range of Manassian. Calling and shoving seems okay. Lands on call. And well, dreamy flop for Manassian. Top pair, top kicker, and the nut flush draw all over this texture. Likely fires a very small c-bet here, really wants a bit of action. A lot of hands can continue with them here that are in terrible, terrible shape. So probably going to come with something around a third. And that is exactly what he's done. Magrazzi awkward here because he's got some backdoors and overs. Obviously has that queen of clubs working, but very hard to continue now. He doesn't look finished with the hand though. Is he going to go for a raise? Oh my goodness, he is going to go for a raise.
Raise 200.
Has decided to use this as a semi-bluff. I don't hate the idea of it. With those backdoors and overs, it is the right candidate if you are going to make a play like this. Now, I can't see Manassian flatting this one. I think you just figure your opponent must have enough of this if he's check-raised you to go with his hand most of the time. And you're very happy to go with yours. And actually, if anything, turn cards can bring action killers, and you don't want them to fall. So I think we're just getting here in Manassian's shoes, and then Magrazzi's been left where he can't really continue. Now, as I said, I don't hate the idea. This move would have worked in a lot of circumstances. If his opponent's sitting there with ace king or ace queen, this move works. Also, even when called sometimes, if he was to get called. we would pick up equity on a decent number of turn cards and would probably go with his hand in that situation. So, while I think it's hand over now, I certainly don't hate the play. I think he was trying to be creative, recognize that his opponent wouldn't open boards that would hit this particular texture so hard. It just turns out he does have one of the ones that do. And I think Greg thought to himself, this is a very good opportunity for a relatively cheap steal. But he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar now, and he has to just lay this one down. He's going to take time. We've seen him take time over these decisions before. There's just nowhere to go now. I don't believe that this is a serious tank. This would be kamikaze stuff with just the 2 overs and all the back doors. Yes, he's getting a good price, but this is not. Yeah, and I don't really feel like that was particularly serious consideration there. I think that was a face-saving exercise. And of course, added bonus, he took some time off the clock. Action now on our massive chip leader, Mohamed Aminoff. King 5. Into the muck. And confirmation there, Edgar's house, by virtue of being the bigger stack, Bus in 21st, Vladislav Isaev in 22nd. They both cash for 26.70. Since then, we've had another bust out on an outer table. Abin Fulgalyev has been eliminated in 30th, but he got the pay jump, $3,070. He fell at the hands of Becca Magrazzi, local Georgian, who is now up to 2.4 million on an outer table. So 19 players remain. The field halved in the last frame. I would be shocked if we lost half the remaining field in the next frame. That is an extraordinary amount of attrition, but it is possible that's what happens. Oh. Marriage. Price Mile. Taruscan, sorry. Ace Jack, more than enough here for 12 bigs, blind v blind. This one's going to get sent into the middle. Hoping for action here. Lots of worse hands will call. Oh, and that's one of the hands that will call for sure. Clearly hasn't looked down at it yet because this is a snap. Mohamed Amanov gonna send this into the middle as quick as he possibly can on viewing it. Pocket nines, we're off to the races. Truscan gonna have to bink an ace or a jack, or he will be eliminated in 19th place. Mohamed Amanov, well, can he continue the wrecking ball? A king and a queen, but no ace or jack yet. Does open up some more outs. 10, ace, jack, and it is a 10. And with that 10, Truscan doubles to 1.6 million and takes a chunk out of Mohamed Amanov, who would have loved to have picked up that pot and really moved into an extraordinarily dominant position. Instead, still looking very handsome over 3 million, but not quite the near 5 million he would have had. And Truscan, a dangerous player, it must be said. Seems like an excellent player. Very happy to get this double up now up to 1.6. And with that, a few more weapons, 25 bigs, a bit more wiggle room. Mark Zarmalecki, our new player at the table. Truscan, little card rush here, gets to open up the ace queen next hand. No customers though this time. Manassian unlikely to defend here with the queen deuce, although is reaching for chips. Would be a loose call, obviously against a button range, but it does pass in the end. He's sitting very nicely at 2 million chips here. Doesn't need to force the action. Truscan chips up a little bit more, up to close to 1.8 now. Six-handed, of course, for the time being. 19 remain. When we lose one player, we will come together for 2 tables of 9. I don't know if at that point there will be a reshuffle or not. Would be not unusual to see that. One of the policies we are seeing in poker these days, actually, on a number of different tours, is random breaking of tables rather than redraws. Certainly seems reasonable. Truscan wondering the merits of this ace deuce now, having opened the last 2 hands. He's going to continue applying the pressure. I'll give respect to the way he has approached this endgame. Manassian, King 9-0. Certainly a King 9 of the suited variety would be keen to defend here. I wonder if he's considering 3-betting the offsuit version. Falling as it does just below his calling range. Sometimes useful to deploy as a light 3. And that is what he has chosen. And a quick fold from Taruscan. Nice execution there from Manassian. Deciding he wasn't going to let Taruscan suddenly run over the table. Someone has to be sheriff. Razzi with just 450k now decides he's going to send it with the King 8 under the gun, obviously conscious of the fact that 120 was going to be committed next hand no matter what, looking to get one through before that happens. Ace 3 for Farmer's Argolate. And Marriage lets it go, so he does get a little cheeky steal through right before he has to commit 120k in the big blind and big blind ante. We take a little look at the leaderboard there. Wow, Mohammed Aminoff, 54 bigs now. That is a lot of chips. Blinds, I think, about to go up very shortly now to 40-80. So we'll play a few more hands of 30-60, but yeah, everyone about to be relatively diminished by that blind jump. Nothing to tempt Taruscan this time. On the other hand, Mohammed Aminoff with another wired pocket pair. 9s were unkind. Maybe the 8s will be a little kinder. This is certainly worth an open here in the hijack.
Nice.
Got to get through. Manassian does have an ace blocker and a reasonable light 3-bet candidate, although I would prefer maybe a different ace. Yeah, just let it go. Now this is a real spot for Faramar Zargarmalaki. Ace 3 suited. If you had a little bit more chips, I would like this one. 9 bigs, it makes it very awkward. Not enough fold equity, I think. If you had 12 or 13 bigs, very likely to have taken that spot. And the very ugly 4 deuce for Magrazzi, who, with the blinds going through, is back to 480k now. Needs to find a spot in the next orbit or two again. Although that King 8 was demonstrative of a willingness to commit the chips. Shows the 4 deuce into the muck.
Восьмерки бы показал.
Единственное, не понял, в ту раздачу он с королем. Нахера 3 бета, что потом ходит.
Ну, так надо было лысого или 3 пас играть.
Да, ну, тем более после 4 бет, 5 бет.
5 бет, хотел минимум даму видеть.
Я тоже там.
Раз туз король блокирует, минимум даму.
You see there in the background, with the change of dealer comes the change of blinds, 40-80k now.
То он плохо едет. Здесь же тоже чем-то 4-5. Или он понадеялся, что тут дамы у тебя дамы, а флоп на тузе.
Ну, это сказка.
19 players remain in this EAPT Georgia from Batumi. Manassian, small pocket pair, may decide to lean into some of these shorter stacks. Talked a little bit earlier about how these smaller pairs do sort of fall away from the grid quite often, but he's in later position, or at least middle position in the hijack. Bumping this one up seems reasonable with that stack. Maric quickly bins the 7 deuce. Magrazzi never quick to do anything. 6-4 off suit here. Mandatory 15 seconds before pitching this one. And Truscan with the fairly ugly 8 deuce of hearts means Manassian's going to get this one through. Well, I say that. It does give a moment extra consideration to the merits of a suited hand, but 8 deuce is bad as you can really find within that category, and yeah, wise decision to fold. Maybe some action on the outer table, after which for the next bust out we will be turning 3 into 2 and going from short-handed to full ring again. There is a bit of looking off into the distance by a couple of players. Clearly a swarm has grown around one of those outer tables. Perhaps there is an all-in and call. Well, there's an all-in here. Will there be a call, though? For Mark Scarmelati in the hijack. Don't think this is tempting for Maric here. Obviously, he's only shoving 6.5 bigs, but Maric, ace-4 suited, not really loving ISO shoving 15 or 16 bigs here, I don't think. Maybe. Oh, he is going to take the spot. And just flats. Wow. Well, he does have the best hand on this occasion. He does have 3 more people to worry about. Magrazzi's not one of them. 10-9 will be going in the bin. This is for a lot of Maric's chips. Almost half of his remaining stack committed here with this ace-4. And it gets very messy indeed if players wake up behind. They begin an extraordinary price. Ooh, Truscan with the best hand of the 3 now, but probably too much action in front of him to consider this one seriously. I think Maric's flat seems super strong. I think you want an ace-queen here to really be in the tank. Ace-10 suited doesn't feel like enough kit. That said, Cheruskin is the man in the arena, perhaps aware of the dynamics, perhaps aware of how light Farmart's Garamaleki might have gone and how wide Maric may have flatted. Doesn't feel close to me though. 2 quick folds, and we're going to showdown here. Maric in a sort of 60-40 spot here with the suited ace against the king queen. Good start for Maric. Farmar's Garamaleki looking for a king or a queen, or now a 3 or an 8 would chop. 7 will not do, and we say goodbye to Farmar's Garamaleki. Maric was brave there, it must be said. Possibly a don't try this at home maneuver, but he was brave. Recognised that his opponent would go fairly light there, and that maybe that equity was for him to gobble up.
Only call because he's stronger. You see?
So we are going to do a redraw now. And we are going to take a little break while we do this redraw, I am reliably informed. 20 minutes break, guys. Please don't go anywhere. Stacks are getting big here. Or at least they are for Mohamed Amanov. We are 18 left here at the EAPT Georgia. Don't go anywhere. Put on the kettle. Please come back. We're going to play the last 2 tables here in Formati. See you soon. final day. Final two tables now, as we see a handful of unfamiliar faces now, as we fuse together the remaining players across the last three tables. For this 18 players left endgame finale to what has been an absolutely brilliant festival here at the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi. I want to start with a bit of an announcement, if you don't mind. The EAPT Georgia has just passed quite the milestone, actually. $1 million in total series prize pool. We've just crossed that number now. Bear in mind, it was 350k guaranteed, so basically tripling the guaranteed prize pool of the whole series. Absolutely delighted to see this festival be such a big success. We get a look at Calatiani, players that I have been mentioning once or twice over the course of the last 3 or so hours. Players who have been making progress on outer tables, now very much center stage for this engrossing contest, it must be said. 18 left to play to a final table of 9, which I would estimate take this frame and maybe a little bit into the next one. But one thing is for sure, we will be watching the final table before midnight here, Central European time. And what an engrossing final table it promises to be. Hovsepian, blind v blind's going to lip in here with the 9-7 of diamonds. Katetrian, very happy to just knuckle back the Jack-4 here. Seems like a spot where Hovsepian can maybe take a little stab with 9 high, hope his opponent hasn't connected. Get some folds from some queen highs and some jack highs, and just also deny equity maybe to some weaker holdings that haven't connected. Does actually check and goes check, check. Looks like turn may have been dealt here. We have a second check here. Yeah, queen of spades on the turn. So Kachatrian with the jack of spades in hand might have enough of this as well with jack high to win at showdown decent amount of the time. Now Sepian has pretty much waved the white flag here. Kachatrian trying to work out if he needs to bluff at this one. Actually has the best hand. He's going to take a stab, betting into the 240k pot to the tune of 150k, and we see that's Hovsepian really nothing to fight back with there. Amukanov, ace-9 here under the gun. He's paying 2.1 million, so 26 bigs. Likes to let this one go. Barenikov with the pocket 10s, much more likely to get involved here, 15 bigs. Question is, does he shove or induce? Both options available. Probably shoving this one pretty reasonable here, +2. What it looks like here, he has carved out an almost all-in amount of chips. I'm not sure if he plans on holding back that big blind or two. And before eventually settling on induce, he's going to just raise this one up. $165k to go. Nagimitov, excuse me. Let the 6 deuce go. Hovsepian Ace-4. Tough to get involved here when your opponent has opened off such a small stack. No real room for a non-all-in 3-bet. So, as creative as one can sometimes be, pitching the Ace-4 seems prudent. And Kachaturian and Kalatiani neither waking up, so job done here for Barannikov. Likely to just get this through. Chip up to 1.46 million now, so getting close to that 20 big blind mark. And as the final two tables progress, obviously this feature table and the outer table, ICM ratchets up incrementally to the point where it pretty much peaks at the final table bubble before descending in its relevance and importance throughout the final table, although still very important at many junctures. The effect of that ICM on these players will be to the advantage of the big stacks, who can lean into their shorter stacks opponents, who can realize less, need more equity to continue if playing for all of their chips, while the big stacks can open their ranges ever so slightly, lean on these guys, force some folds that wouldn't ordinarily be folds in a chip environment. Nakamatov, king 9 off. He's playing 11 bigs right now, really hungry for a decent all-in spot. King 9 not qualifying. Mohammedanov, ace 9 off. He's going to try to get busy with this, playing 40 bigs. Obviously won that very large pot with queens against the ace king and king jack a little while ago, and then lost the all-in encounter getting rivered by the ace jack. His pocket nines ace jack confrontation not going his way, and this one unlikely to go his way either. Kachaturian with the aces. Question is, does he ever flat here set the trap? There is some squeezable potential behind. He could trap his opponent into flopping 25%, 20% with something. He can always get a C-bet as well. 3-betting's reasonable, but I certainly don't hate flatting. I think if you're going to 3-bet this one, you want to go to around about 400k. And I think flatting is a very cute play. Does look like something in the region of 400 being counted out. Well, a few extra ones went on top there, so that might be larger. $415k, okay. Can get behind that number. Mohammedanov, ace 9, basically opening one of his worst opens, so I think he can let this one go out of position. And Kachaturian, obviously very happy to pull in a pot, but could have been so much more. Is often the way we think as poker players. Horrible to get your aces cracked, but also horrible not to get a decent bit of value out of them. I guess worse still if you just raise and took it. So managing to pick up 4.5 bigs there, still a nice outcome. For anyone joining the stream late, my name is David Lappin, and I will be taking you through the final stages of this EAPT Georgia, live from the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi. This festival has gone tremendously well for the organisers, and this tournament has gone tremendously well too. 741 entries, ponying up $550 apiece. that included days 1A, B, C, and D, and 26 players who came through the online day one, culminating in still a fairly large field at the beginning of the day. And there is a sense that we will go late today, so a 2-day structure, but one which will be tested by the sheer field size. The big numbers are going to mean a later night most likely than some may have been anticipating, but we are playing for big money, so those who make it that far certainly won't be short on energy. The adrenaline will be flowing. Nagimatov has found a spot with a small pocket pair here, +2. 11 bigs, in it goes. I don't think this is a real decision for Kacheturian. Queen Jack O, pretty ugly here. Not sure we would even be considering a King Queen O in this situation very seriously. And it looks like we are going to get this one through, unless the big blind wakes up. And Mukhanov. I'm not going to take any notice of this one with 8-3 off. But maybe these guys, a little bit like what we saw from Ragazzi on the last table, keen to ponder, take a moment or two, take some seconds off the clock. Obviously, bust outs at the outer tables will sometimes mean better paydays for you. If you can secure some ladders, it's never a bad thing. And just taking a look at the payouts right now. The next spot, and just one spot alone, will get 3,070. 17th and 16th will get 3,500. So it kind of goes up every 2 spots after that. So yeah, if you can take a few seconds off the clock, particularly if you are in that shorter stack zone, it does behoove you quite nicely if it means ultimately that all those little 10 seconds you took added 4 or 5 minutes over the course of the next hour onto how long it took your table to play, more so than it would have otherwise. And maybe in those 5 minutes, the bust out that gets you the ladder takes place. So that is the logic of that one. And, you know, everyone out there to play poker and make money, you can't blame people for taking their time. Obviously, we don't like to see egregious stalling, but taking a few seconds each time, certainly a reasonable way to proceed, given the stakes, given the seriousness of the matter. Ismagilov, Queen 8 of diamonds. He's probably going to send this one in here for just 7 bigs. Can't really see another way of playing this one. Queen 8 suited should be good more often than not. And of course your opponent can wake up and probably call with a few worse hands as well. He's holding back a big blind, but looks like a very quick fold from Baranakov, who had looked at his hand already. I'm getting word on the outer table that Magrazzi, of course, who was on our feature table there just a few moments ago before we became 18, has managed to get a double up with his ace-10 against the king-jack. On Kacheturian at this table. Yeah, double up for Magrazzi to a little over $1 million now. So he's on the comeback trail. Is ace 10 held against the king jack of Takabur Sabauri. And here we see Imukhanov open the ace 9 and Manassian going to defend with the queen deuce suited, queen deuce clubs. Well, there's a deuce right away, and there are 2 deuces, my goodness me. Manassian in dreamland right now, pairing his very weak dangly side card to go with that queen, and opponent won't really expect this one. That being said, Imukhanov may be so disconnected with this one he won't lose too much more than his c-bet. Betting very small here, presumably 125 yes into 475. Manassian he probably wants to come with call, just not take away our opponent's ability to bluff at this one. Hard for Imukhanov, who will expect that he's against a 10 much more likely than a 2 now. Some ace highs may also be sticky here. Even some hands that sort of interact well with that 10, maybe like a queen jack of hearts might be in there. But he's ahead of those with his ace high. And now, oh, interesting spot. So backdoor spades get there, the 10 pairs as well. So Manassian playing the smaller of the available boats, but I think really needs to go for value here himself. Obviously target ace highs, which may get sticky. May feel like they're chopping a lot, so you don't want to go too big, I don't think. Feels like something around 40% or half pot could be quite nice here. You get called by ace highs, you might get called by pocket 8s, pocket 9s, that kind of stuff. Manassian has fired out a bet and he has chosen 175, so making it incredibly tempting to call with ace high here. In fact, I think ace high just almost has to call for the amount of times that they will chop in this spot. Oh, gets away and saves a bet. Tip of the cap to Imukhanov, who figured his opponent wouldn't be light enough there. Wouldn't be bluffing hardly ever and wouldn't be blocking with ace high themselves too often. Very interesting. I thought a call would surely be arriving at that price, but credit to Imukhanov, who gets away, saves a bet. Okay, on the outer table, Becca Magrazzi, I just mentioned him getting the double up. He's got a second double up now and he is on the march. He opens in the hijack to 175k. Sorry, his opponent does, Abgarian, and Magrazzi defends from the hijack. Oh, we have a bit of a mix-up on the Poker News reporting here. Both players being given the hijack, but let's assume he's in position. Flop. Abgarian continues on the queen 5-8, and Magrazzi raises. And actually, in the end, Abgarian tanked for so long that his hand was declared dead. He must have got clocked and just allowed it. So he didn't quite get the double up, but he did win another chunky pot. Taking Magrazzi with a flop 3 bet, or flop raise, I should say. Meanwhile, back on the feature, Imukhanov back on the horse. Ace queen off this time. Opening from the hijack here, and same villain, Manassian, with 2.73 million in the stack. Giving it some thought whether to go for a light 3-bet, presumably. Does let it go. Action round to Nagamatov, who will likely just toss away this ugly Jack 3. He's just got 11 bigs now. Going to need a spot in the next orbit. And Mokhanov getting a few chips back here, back to 1.8 million. And on the outer table, once again, Kerim Turaskan. We saw a lot of him. Obviously, the player who won with the ace-jack against the 9s not too long ago against Mohamed Arin. He has managed a cheeky double with ace-queen against ace-king, spiking the queen on the flop when all the chips went in and getting the pure double against Mamikonian. So Kerim Turaskan up to 2.9 million now, winning a big flip and now spiking that queen to win with ace-queen against ace-king. So he is very much on the march. Hovsepian here now on the feature table under the gun, king-queen. Very nice open candidate here. Looks like he's gone 175. Awkward pocket pair now for Kachetrian. I think you want to let this one go. A lot of players to act behind you. Pocket 7s don't really perform well as a 3-bet. Can't really flat. I like the fold. Nicely done, sir. Here's Magalov, no good. Action all the way around now, it seems, to the button. And round to the blinds, in fact. That was quick. Nagamatov folds and Mohamed Amanov. Queen 7 suited. A little bit tempting here, this one. Suitedness and a queen. He is dominated. But he is pretty deep and can apply some post-flop ICM pressure on his opponent in these situations. One club in the window with no clubs underneath. Ace 10-2, very much the opener's board. And Hovsepian with a gutter and backdoor diamonds and good blockers to any decent ace-x hands. Very much incentivized to bet a hand like this one. You can go nice and small here. 120 is kind of nice. No reason to go big on this texture. 150 is the choice, and that gets the job done just the same. You're watching the action tonight and you want to be part of the action. Very understandable. If that is how you feel, point you in the direction of the next couple of stops here on the EAPT. 19th through 25th of November, there will be an EAPT Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. And from the 14th to the 22nd of December, right before the holidays, there is an EAPT in beautiful Bucharest, the Romanian capital, famed for its winter markets, fantastic food, great nightlife, beautiful part of the world to visit either in summer or winter. Big fan, I've done both over the years. Probably played poker in Bucharest 6 or 7 times. Always enjoyed my trips, and no doubt the EAPT will bring a very fun atmosphere to Romania. So I could point you in that direction. I think you'll have a good time on the felt. Ismagilov. 9 bigs here. Is this a spot? He decides it is. Got to make something happen now. King Jack O qualifying. Big blind and big blind ante not far off catching up with them, so he really does feel like he wants to be proactive here. Puts in 500k of his 750, obviously committing himself, but maybe in some worlds finding ways to pull chips back. Manassian, I don't think can get involved here with a suited ace of this caliber. Ace 7, not really enough hand. I think you want to have certainly an ace 10. Get involved here. Nagamatov, even less inclined with the shorter stack. 11 bigs and a raggedy old king 6 here. But we've seen with Nagamatov, he does like to take time off the clock before acting. Similar to a few of the other players. Osepian, easy fold with the 5-2. So Ismagilov picking up a very valuable 200k there. So crucial, all of these pots so crucial to everybody right now. But when you're short, even just picking up the blinds is massive. Still 18 players here, no bust outs on either feature nor outer table since these guys came together 20 minutes ago. Not unexpected that it is a cagey passage of play. One thing I will say though is that if we do not lose players over the course of 40-minute levels and the blinds go up, this tournament does start to shallow out, and that really does put pressure on short stacks in a profound way. Next big blind will be 100k, and it is in the not too distant future. Manassian needs to be asked twice whether he wants to get involved. He's been very active all the way back to the start of this live stream coverage. He has been there leading the way. Obviously started with 900k beginning of the day, now up to 2.5 million and looking to make a run at this final table. One of the more aggressive players, and certainly that will be rewarded at this stage of the tournament. Nagamatov, I don't think can do anything with the ace 2 here, just too ugly with 11 bigs. Has to pass. Osepian in the small. Don't take much notice of the Robbie. And Kachatrian being 9. Well, this is defendable. These guys playing 26 bigs effective. Maybe 27 bigs effective, something in that region. Would not be surprised to see Kachatrian flick in the chip here. No. Thinks better of it, would rather simplify life. Very cuspy, very borderline. Certainly don't mind a defend, but it's certainly not a call that prints money. In a somewhat high ICM environment, some of these defends do fall away. Defends you would see at different stages of the tournament. Oh, tempting one now for Nagamatov, getting to go first in with an ace, 11 bigs. Oh, it's really ugly, but you might need to just about take this. Very close. Very close indeed. Nagamatov, I think, recognizing that he will have to take this spot, looking to the clock, wondering if there is a bust out elsewhere. Takes the spot in the end, as we expected him to. He will get this through a fair amount. Remember, pay jump from 18 to 17, so I'm not sure if somebody has bust on an outer table, and that's why he felt okay about sticking this in. Otherwise, I feel like he might have at least held a chip back. That's all a moot point now, though, as he gets it through, up to $1 million. Small skirmish on the outer table. Turuscan opened the Queen Jack, got shoved on by the very short stack Mamakonyan, who had jacks. Turuscan priced in, made the call, and the jacks held, sending a small but not insignificant pot to Mamakonyan, who now has 1.4 million. Turuscan down to 2.7 million. Back on the feature here. We've got 12 bigs and Ismagilov. Ace 10 of spades. Ooh, could certainly open this one, I think. Raising this makes sense. Looks like he's going to hold some chips back, but does commit quite a chunk here with the Ace 10 suited. Tough. Don't think giving this one real consideration. Under the gun as commit here. You've got pocket fives. Sure, you'll be flipping a decent amount, but you don't really want to call it off with the hand like fives, and that's effectively what he'd be doing. And Ismagilov looks like he will pick up the lines and antes. Arnakoff, ace 5. Not tempted. Sepian, much more tempting proposition here. Ace Jack O in the hijack. Blinds have gone up here 50k, 100k, so 17.5 bigs. Assume he's going to come with open. Kachatrian, 6-4 suited, not qualifying. And oh, much more interesting, Calatiani. Likely to send this one in, Ace Jack O of his own. Not sure if he has any fold equity with 10 big, so a potential showdown between the same two hands imminent. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself quite yet.
How much?
Maybe, just maybe, somebody wakes up in the blinds, and they do. My goodness me. I'm Okhanov. Pocket nines here, really close now. Oh, that's a close spot. Sepian opening hijack will have a lot of raised folds to a lot of action. How wide do you ascribe Calatiani's range? How do nines stack up against it? Presumably he doesn't go with very small pairs, but he might go with sevens or eights. He obviously would go with bigger pairs too, so that's a slight problem. Lots of overcard combos. Maybe not so many of the one big card, one small card suited hands, given the lack of fold equity. So probably ascribe a slightly more legit range on Calatiani. Makes this close. I feel like 10s have to get in. 9's very, very close indeed. Does pass it in the end. He would have been in incredible shape here with these two hands blocking one another. Presumably, had he gone with it, Osepian would not get involved, but I think Osepian getting too compelling a price now. Needs to pay less than 800k into a pot of what will be 2.3, so needs around about 36-37%. You can add a few percent for risk premium here. If you think you have an edge against the competition, you want to preserve that edge as well, you can add another couple of percent. Maybe in your mind you need to be 40 to be absolutely happy. 38, 39 may be good enough. That feels about right. Now you have to think, how does Ace Jack play against different ranges, and what is the range Calatiani will have in this spot? Are there enough pairs that I'm flipping against? Is there some King Queens perhaps in there? You start putting in hands like King Queen and King Jack, it becomes a snap call. So you start asking yourself that question very crucially, and just let it go in the end. Huge result for Calatiani, picking up 4.5 big blinds without showdown off his just 10 big blind stack. That is huge right now, and well, the risk of being accused of being results oriented, given that it was the same hand, an even better outcome for that man. Center of your picture. Manassian. Ace Jack now of his own under the gun. Seems like a very reasonable open off his stack, 30 bigs. Obviously lots of players stacked behind, but you know, gets a bit of credibility coming from early.
Next 210.
Does raise it up. 210 by the looks of it. Folds all the way around to the blinds now. Ishmagilov and Barannikov make the folds. Nice little raise and take it for that man, centre of your picture, who immediately posts his blinds. Was just paid for the orbit with that ace-jack steal from under the gun. I suspect we might have had a bust out on the outer table. A few gazes in that direction. Going to take a look at the poker news updates, which I would recommend very highly. If you guys want to supplement or augment your viewing pleasure, keep an eye on Kai Coughlin's excellent updates over there on Poker News. And indeed, it does look like Arkady Sharoyan has booked in 18. Sharoyan had pocket jacks against the king 10 on a 10-10-3 run out. Bit of a cold deck there. And who took him out by the roots, but wouldn't you have it? Becca Magrazzi, who has been in fine form, spinning up since he went off the feature table. Meanwhile, back on the feature table, Aymekhanov has shoved the king jack here, and surely Ismagilov is going to commit here with the ace queen. So here we go, cut off against button. Pretty standard stuff, must be said. If the king jack can spike this 40-60, they'll eliminate Ismagilov. If the ace queen can hold, Ismagilov up to almost 2 million and Aymekhanov down to just 600k. So far, so good for the ace queen. And the turn, no help. So king or a jack, and that is not it. 8 of diamonds. Ismagilov gets the full double up, 2.1 million now. Big swing there, big moment. Hamadanov. Sepian. Katrian. Three folds. Matching around to Palatiani. Attempting open, perhaps. Certainly not a shovable one. Maybe he could consider a light open. I think I probably let this one go personally, but he might just take a little stab. No, I like it. And action quickly falls round to Baranakov. Wow, with the pocket queens. 1 million even, 10 big blinds. Almost looks too strong to just open this one. But you don't really want to waste these queens either. Question is, does opening to 200k just sort of telegraph the strength of your hand too much? I'd like to think I could construct a 10 big blind button opening range here, so that I could get a little bit of extra value from my queens. But pretty reasonable to just stick it in as well and not put that into people's minds. Don't want to spook them and then they fold something they shouldn't. And a somewhat disappointing result, obviously. Pocket queens, been hoping for so much more, maybe the full double up from those when he looked down. But still nice to add 25% without showdown. Sepian. Trian. This is tempting. King Queen, certainly an open. Queen Jack. King Jack, maybe not quite qualifying. Still wouldn't mind it. Stay active. Yeah, looks like he's going to find it. 250 and change, maybe 260, so a larger open.
It's 265.
Yeah, 265. Seems like an unnecessarily larger open, but perhaps just trying to earn a few more folds with that sizing. Obviously at the risk of losing more chips if shoved on, but that is the risk he's taking right now. Ishmagilov. I don't think giving a huge amount of real consideration to this ace-10 here would seem a little bit fruity to go after that one. Similarly, Manassian on the button with fives, just too awkward. Sure, you'd have position, but fives, very hard to know where you're going to be at. You can't just justify it as a set mine. You have to try and take the pot away with some creativity, and it's just very difficult at these depths. Much prefer to see a fold here on balance. Nicely done. Megamatov. Just 8 bigs now in the small. He's going to have to find a spot in the next couple of orbits again. I don't think this is one of them. You see he has the best hand, but just he's never going to know that. Facing an early position open. And a larger sizing at that. Doesn't feel like there will be any fold equity. He does let it go, and round to Mohamed Amanov. 9 deuce in the bin, so nice takedown there for Kachaturian, who uses the Queen Jack nicely. Goes for that larger open. I don't necessarily love that decision, that aspect of it, but I do like the open. I do like the idea that he decided to stay a little bit active here on what is becoming a very tight table. Players looking to outlast one another. Nobody stepping out of line. No big mistakes either, I should point out, but just a careful period of play is probably the best description. Chatrian, ace. Don't think he's going to chance his arm second time here. This is slightly tempting, but probably not very tempting for Ismagilov. I think a king 10 suited, certainly an open. I think a king queen, certainly an open. Maybe a king jack, but king 10 off, just a bit too ugly, I think. Nagamatov. Well, I mentioned he's looking for a spot. I don't think this would be it. Obviously, he gets me first in, which would be nice, but Jack 4, certainly nowhere near enough kit. And Muhammad Amanov. I don't see him giving up on this one. In fact, I think it's a reasonable raise. A Jack 3 suited. Sometimes these suited, kind of ugly ones, big card, small card, actually function quite nicely as being part of a raising range. He's gone for the limp. Don't hate that either. And Hovsepian happy to check back his option with a suited queen. Off we go. Well, nothing for anybody here. Would love to see Mohammed Amanov just fire a single big blind here and function in a few ways. Could get some queen highs to fold. Could clear out equity nicely against other hands. Once checked to now, Hovsepian has the option, but maybe wondering why the option wasn't utilised by Mohammed Amanov. So maybe he goes for the delay c-bet now. I still like it for the same reason. I think you just have to go 100. Looks like he is going to go 175. And it's tricky now because Hovsepian will be thinking, well, a lot of the ace-X would have raised pre. He could have a king, of course, but if he doesn't, how many 4x would have come in here? Could my queen high be good? Problem is it's a larger bet and you are just playing a bit of a guessing game. He does let it go, and nice execution again. I'm very impressed by Mohammed Amanov. I think he's been really, really good today. He gets it done with the delay c-bet. Manassian. Looks like he's gonna take this spot here with the queen 5 suited. Hovsepian. Pretty easy decision here. 13 bigs, getting to come in over the top of probably the loosest player at the table, who's opened the hijack. By the way, don't hate this hijack open with queen 5 suited. It's definitely the right kind of hand to get after it, but he has just run into Hovsepian's ace jack suited on this occasion. Okay. That's Ryan having a little think with the napkins, and back on Manassian, who's going to let this one go after maybe just a moment's pause. Try to gain credibility for more legit open that's going to make a tight fold now rather than a very loose open. Sepian, nice execution once again. Seems like a steely customer. Up to 1.7 million now. As the chips just keep moving back and forth. 17 remain here in Batumi, Georgia. Well, Amokhanov, 700k and blind about to get him next hand. Going to leave him with just 6 bigs in the big blind and 5 once it goes through. Desperate stuff now. So we see 15 minutes on the clock before blinds increase to 60, 120k. Bear in mind, playing for an hour now since the redraw, and we've only lost 1 of the 18 players. So these 2 blind level jumps, when they happen finally in 15 minutes time, really do change the complexion. Sepian, interesting hand there. Could consider a jam there for 17. Small pairs sometimes function as jams there in that situation. Opponents just won't wake up with enough, often enough. Oh, interesting one. Catch it, Trian. Sends the king 6 suited, and the ace 5 probably got to go with his hand here. 12.5 bigs. 1 big committed already. Getting a very good price here. Probably needs like 45%. Has 55 against this particular holding, but we'll have almost 60 against plenty. Oh, this one is more than close. I think you got to go with an ace here in most worlds. Maybe the really horrible ace deuce, ace 3s could find the muck, but ace 5. There's just a little bit of room for your opponent's sidecar to be under that 5. He has let it go. Big fold. Calatiani clearly happy to shove a hand like ace 5. Doesn't want to call it off with that hand, even in a blind v blind scenario. Not a fan of that, I gotta say. I think we gotta just about find the call in that spot. It's very close. It is very, very close. And you never love it with ace 5 because you can be far behind. But I think, you know, the opponent will just... They could have the ace 2, 3 or 4 themselves. They could have the king 2, 3 or 4 suited, certainly. King 5. They're the spots where you're in really, really good shape. I also feel like you can cap them because maybe a lot of the absolute best of their range would have trapped. Ishmagilov folds under the gun here. He's playing 2 million now. Baranakov 1.26. So yeah, as these blinds have gone up, and remember they're about to go up once again, we are becoming quite a short stack affair suddenly. I do have a feeling this tournament will, with the 40-minute clock, end up in a very, very shallow zone. Of course, a few bust outs could change all that, but we are very light on bust outs. We were explosive, to be honest, from 50 down to 18. It was rapid fire. I think it took 2 hours and 20 minutes. But now we've played an hour and we've only busted 1 player. Perhaps the looming significance of the ever-increasing pay jumps, part of that. Perhaps everybody working out how they would spend 50 grand. Mohamed Aminov. He's going to open up the ace-2 suited. Love this hand choice. Love this selection. Oh, but he has walked into it this time, and Amokhanov, who I mentioned, is going to be left with just 6 bigs in his big blind. Desperate for a spot, has found a dreamy one. He's got the hooks, and he's got a man who cannot get away for any price here. It's not going to love it, but literally has to commit. Got his 30% up against the jacks here of Amokhanov. Can the jacks do a hold? Can Amokhanov get the double and stay alive? Or will Mohamed Amanov take the scalp? Well, jack in the window. 98% now for Amokhanov. These chips virtually certain. No, I say virtually certain to be sent his way. One of the only backdoors presents itself. Ace doesn't help. He needed the 4. Different pointy one. And 1.3 million now going Amokhanov's way. And boy, oh boy, were they needed. Just 6 bigs. He let himself wither down to that double up, offering a few more weapons now. Some good fold equity, some reshove fold equity. Mohamed Amanov, well, he was flying high with over 4 million after that big freeway hold with the queens, but now, through no fault of his own, it must be said, going in the wrong direction since then, just coming off the wrong side of flips and situations such as that one where getting the right price clearly can't get away. I really did like the open with the ace-2, just unfortunate. Now left on this level. Still no more bust outs. Still 17 remain in contention for this EAPT Georgia title. Baranikov. Line's about to get him now. Next hand. Wants to send the Jack 10 into the muck. Might have some action on an outer table. A little bit of a ripple there. A little bit of noise off screen. Try and get some info on what happened over there. Getting word now, we are going to take a very short 10-minute break at the end of 50-100. We, of course, took that 20-minute break to redraw. I thought that meant maybe another 2-hour frame would commence, but we're going to take the scheduled break, just a short one, 10 minutes, in 10 minutes' time. And would you believe it, a huge confrontation between Kerem Turascan and Becca Magrazzi, 2 players we featured earlier on, both on our last feature table, both of whom I've mentioned as very involved on the outer table since we went to 2 tables. So we see Amokhanov pick up another round of blinds and antes. I've got to tell you about this hand, guys. Becca Magrazzi min raised under the gun, and the action folded all the way around to Kerem Turascan in the small blind. Turascan shoved for around 2.7 million, having not seen the open of Magrazzi, so believing himself to be playing small versus big blind. The big blind folded, and then Magrazzi snapped call. Magrazzi had pocket queens. Turascan was shoving the king 6 of spades. I didn't see you open, said Turascan. To be fair to the Turkish player, he is sitting in the 8th seat with a slightly obstructive view of Magrazzi, who's seated in the 1 seat. Either way, the damage was done and the chips were in the middle. King 6 of spades, playing Magrazzi's pocket queens. It wasn't the worst spot for Turascan could have found himself in, obviously having the 1 overcard and some suitedness, and he smashed the king 5-3 flop, much to the dismay of the Georgian rail. Magrazzi failed to improve on a 3 and jack turn and river. And wow, oh wow, a mistake has just led to Kerem Turascan taking the chip lead in this tournament. 5.6 million now. Becca Magrazzi down to just 700k after that absolute body blow. Oh my God, the sickness of that one. Well, when it rains, it pours. And when the sun is shining, It sometimes stays shining on you. Amakhanov pocket jacks here for the second time in just a few hands. He managed to win that one blind. Been blind with the Queen 10 suited since. So he's up to 1.5 million now and gets to induce this pocket jacks. Gets to stick in the little 200k type bet, maybe making it 210, I think, if my eyes do not deceive me. Hoping to induce some action. Not going to find any action though, I don't think. Baranakov, is he tempted to defend of this 10 big blind stack? 8-7 offsuit. Tempting perhaps to dig your heels in, try and flop some equity. We see that it could get him into an awful lot of trouble in this situation. Yeah, look, he's going to make the call. 570 in the middle, and if Baranakov makes a pair, he could be in a lot of trouble. Oh my goodness me. Can't get away now. It's going to go check, bet, shove, call. There's the check. There's the bet. There's the shove, and there is the call. Running 5-6, a 7 or an 8 are the obvious ways here. We've also got running diamond possibilities. So not completely out of the woods, despite the fact that 2 7s and 1 8 are missing. There is a diamond. Hold on to your hat. Suddenly 8 outs here. No, not to be. And we say goodbye to Baranakov, who has been eliminated.
Good luck.
Amokhanov, what an amazing spin here from 600k just a moment ago. He's now sitting on 2.84 million. Baranakov is our 17th place finisher. He will walk away. Obviously disappointed and dejected. Not much he could have done on that board. Once he made the call clearly he was going to try and flop some equity. Gets top pair.
Sit open.
Not to be. 3,505 euros. Sorry, dollars for him. 16th will receive the same payout, and then there is a ladder, a small ladder to 39.70 at 15. A little look at the leaderboard here. Karen Turascan, as I mentioned, now top of the charts, 5.6 million. Timur Mukhamadamanov at this table, 3.2 million, or thereabouts. He is in a good spot as well. Georgi Konya, who I mentioned actually earlier in the broadcast, he was our chip leader for a while. He's sitting in third still, very handsomely placed. But we have lost Ilya Baranakov. Sepian. Just going to take this opportunity to steal with the suited ace. Ace-7 suited. I like it. Tiani. Pretty one, but pretty ones don't cut the mustard at this stage. Jack-9 suited from the hijack, facing an open. Just not a real spot, to be honest. Khanov takes one off. Ismagilov folds, and Interesting now for the big blind, Manassian. I think he's got to defend this queen 10 of diamonds. A pretty pure calling hand, it's got to be said. Equity's running pretty close between these two. Ace-7 suited, queen 10 suited. Spade in the window, 7 underneath. Much finer news for Hovsepian, who somehow finds top pair, top kicker with the ace-7 here on 7-6-4 rainbow.
100.
No backdoors, bar the running 8-9 for Manassian. Not enough, I don't think, to continue here, even facing a small bet. I feel like a little wry smile actually as he folded his cards there. We're going to get one more hand in before the break. 10-minute break, remember, guys, so don't go anywhere. We really don't want to lose you here as we get down to the business end of this EAPT Georgia tournament. 16 players remain. One minute, 20 seconds left on the clock. Is there time for one more hand of note before we go? Mohamed Aminoff. I'm not going to get involved with the Jack-9, so it won't involve him if it does. And I'm hearing word on the outer table, Becca Magrazzi has been eliminated in 16th position. Let me try to get word on what happened to him. Becca Magrazzi gets it in with the King Jack against the Ace-4. Crucially, the Ace of Diamonds in hand on a Queen, Deuce, Deuce, 2 diamonds, King of Diamonds, 4 of Diamonds run out. Somewhat cruel run out as it turned out. But that is going to send Magrazzi to the rail. You've got to feel a bit of sympathy for him, given he just got incredibly unlucky in that Queen's King 6 hand Turascan, winning an enormous pot through pure accident, not seeing the open of Magrazzi, and ended up getting in way too many chips with King 6 suited up against the Queens. It does spike a King to send Magrazzi to the short stack, and then from there out the door. These guys are going to take a 10-minute break. Please don't go anywhere. 10 minutes is all we are going to be gone for. We will be back before you've made that cup of tea. Please do join us here at the EAPT. We'll see you shortly. to the EAPT Georgia. And I've got Georgia on my mind. I don't know about you guys. It is getting very, very close. Very, very interesting here as we enter the latter stages. Same feature table. We're not getting rid of these guys. Big blind, 120k now. This 550 buy-in, 741 entry. EAPT Georgia, live from the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi. I'm David Lappin. I've been with you the last 4 or 5 hours. I will be with you for the next 4 or 5 as we play down to a winner. Kachetrian, they openable one, 19 big blinds. We've seen him looking to be proactive with these types of hands. He's going to try and steal one from early position here. Kalatiani, happy to let go the 8 deuce, and well, look at that man right now. I'm looking off. Ace Jack, wondering if indeed this is a light open. Imokhanov has been in the ascendancy. He had 600k about 25 minutes ago. Got a little spin going. He's flatting here with the ace jack off. Not sure I love that option, if I'm honest. It's a little tricky to proceed here with just call. What it will do is it will set off the alarm bells for a Kachetrian. We'll be wondering, what is the flatting range in this situation? My under the gun open being flatted by the hijacks. We had 4 players left to act. Bit non-standard here from Imokhanov, who I would prefer to see either fold or 3-bet, but wow, what a flop for Kachetrian. If he's even being trapped by the aces, he's good right now. And yeah, pretty dreamy situation. King, Jack 7, 2 hearts. Imokhanov obviously connecting as well with second pair, top kicker, so I expect a good deal more chips to go in here. Kachetrian should probably find something in the region of 30-35%. $300, $400. Looks like he's going just over half pot. Trying to probably ascertain what the flatting range is. Is it something like king queen suited? Is it more likely to be something like 9s or 10s? Very narrow range of hands really representable by this flat. And enough, it's very dicey now. Sort of really is almost a definition of bad poker to flat a hand like this and not be willing to commit some more chips with second pair top kicker, but he's made an awkward bet for himself now, it must be said. Very awkward indeed. Playing a bit of a guessing game, facing this c-bet from early position. Could be in horrendous shape against ace-king or aces, and does find the fold. So begs the question, why are you in there flatting a hand like ace-jack if you're just going to give up to one bet on that texture? You know, that could be an ace-queen. It could have been an ace-10 firing a c-bet. Don't really love that play, I must say, by Imokhanov. I think you got to 3-bet that hand pre or fold it pre. And I think if you do decide to flat, which I don't recommend, I don't think you can give up to one bet, although we do see that he saved money by doing so. It's a, yeah, it's not great poker, that, if I'm honest. Kalatiani, 10 bigs, desperately in need of a spot. Wondering if Jack 9 suited might be enough here under the gun. Certainly would consider Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited. That kind of stuff would get in. Does Jack 9 qualify? Looks like it does. Gonna try and sneak one through here. Unblocking a lot of the calls, but it is a suited connected hand which will play quite well against the calls in a decent number of worlds, but he's got a lot of players to get through. He's managed to get through to the big blind here. Oh, and an ace-8 of diamonds tempter here for Kachiatrian, who may be trying to work out now how light would Kalatiani go with 10 bigs, knowing he was about to get somewhat gobbled by the big blind and big blind ante. I think ace-10 suited would be very close right now. I don't think ace-8 suited cuts the mustard. I think you can probably just about let this one go. But, oh, it's close. You need about 42%. We see he has 60, so actually in great shape, but there are scenarios where he's in rather terrible shape. I feel like on the balance of likelihoods, you should probably land on fold. There is a decent amount of ICM implication in this one too. However, he is giving it a long, long tank. I think ace-10 suited is my line. Ace-8 suited, considerably worse actually than ace-10 suited, just for its lack of connectability too. But in this instant, it would be a good call. And he is giving it full consideration, even trying to get a read now through the dealer, peer through the dealer at his opponent. You can sometimes sniff out a bit of desperation here as a player knows that the big blind is coming and feels like they might have to make a move. Does eventually let it go. I think that's the right decision on balance, even though we see that it would have been a very good call.
Good fuck.
I don't think we can even give Calastrian Jack-9 suited all the time. I'm not sure it would always be a hand that goes in there, so I don't think you can even range him that low. Try and find more hands that we're in good nick against. Amakhanov. He's got the computer hand. He's not interested though. 15 big blinds +1. It's like an open. I think an open to 240 pretty reasonable here. Unlikely to get bet back against without the goods when you come from early here off this stack. And that is what he has decided. Very nice. Nice execution. Manassian, quick fold. Negmatov will be a quick fold as well. Well, not necessarily a quick one with Negmatov. Sepian. Raggedy 8 high. Now blinds getting slightly better prices. Kachiatrian 6-4 suited, no good. Kalatiani, no good. So nice little raise and take it for Ismagilov, keeping his head above water now. 18 bigs or so. A huge thank you once again for those of you joining us on YouTube. If you wouldn't mind, if it wouldn't be too much to ask, if you could throw us a little like and subscribe, we would be very grateful indeed. It helps the channel no end, and it also notifies you when there is more action from the EAPT, which obviously you enjoy because you're here today. Next stop Rozvadov, stop after that Bucharest. So when those streams happen, you get a little ding ding to your email letting you know the stream has begun. Going to do a little bit of hunting to see if there's anything going down on the outer tables. Well, before I do that, let's take a look here as we see Kakatrian open the ace-9 off here, and Kalatiani, well, actually it's no longer on him, so I think he's maybe folded the 10-9 suited. No, he's not. He stuck it in. So taking this spot, very aggressive line here, 10 bigs. Very awkward now for Kakatrian, ace-9. I think we got to call this one off. Getting a fabulous price here. 1 million to win 2.8. Doing a bit of maths in his head. Likely going to realize that he needs 37% maybe. There's going to be some suited broadways in here. Small pair, certainly. Yeah, you're in trouble against a handful of hands, but won't even be thinking a 10-9 suited taking this spot, to be honest. Kalatiani, don't know whether he got himself a little espresso at the break, but he's come full of vim and vigor now, and if he gets this one through, it will be a real steal. But should Kakatrian land on cry call here for this million chips, which he probably should, to be honest, then it will have been a misstep, because 10-9 suited is a rather spicy one. Oh, and he's folded and shown again. Kalatiani absolutely robbing his man right now. And I don't like to rub salt in the wounds, but he showed him the ace last time round, and now he showed him again. Now, in his mind, he's showing, that he opened a legit hand, or he was considering a legit hand, and I get that. But actually what you're doing is telegraphing your tightness and willingness to make big folds, and that seems to be what this man, centre of your picture, has picked up on in the last few minutes. He's decided he has a target. Now, I'm getting word of a big hand in progress on the outer table. Magrazzi, Abgarian and Turuscan. Turuscan, if you can recall, the man who won a huge one there with the King-6 suited by mistake a few moments ago. He is riding the wave at the moment after eliminating 2 players in the same hand. Akari Magrazzi shoved the King-4 suited, waking up behind. Turuscan calls with the 9s, and then Armenak Abgarian woke up with the ace-king behind them. 3 ways all in, and a very clean run out for Turuscan's 9s as it went 2-7-2 for queen, knocking out 2 players in that hand. Abgarian, the bigger stack, gets 39-70 in 14th place, and Akari Magrazzi eliminated 15th, also getting 39-70. So all the remaining players have locked up a pay jump. And with that, Kerem Turuscan, 7 million chips right now. Oh my goodness, 7 million chips. As we return to the featured table, where Imukhinov, playing 21 bigs, is going to try to induce something here from the small blind with the ace-queen. Looks like he's put in 400k, and ooh, tempting one. Ismagilov maybe finds a call here sometimes. The fact that it is quite a large open, it's like 3.3x, given the relative shallowness of the stacks. Maybe this will put off Ismagilov just enough. I feel like if it was a 3x, Ismagilov would have to make the call with Jack 10 here. Now maybe with it being a little bit bigger, Does he feel like he has to jam or fold? Can he still make the call? I feel like he can make the fold to this size. Jack 10 suited, certainly more tempting. Queen Jack, certainly more tempting. Jack 10, I think it's a fold. Ismagilov thinks so too. So 13 players remain, 7 of them at this table, 6 on the other. And I'm hearing word of a very, very big pot between Zoran Maric, who of course was on our last feature, and Papirur Mamakonyan. It looks like it pretty much all went in on with the ace-6 against the ace-10. Some chips were held back on the ace-king-7 board, the rest went in. And Mamakonyan, would you believe it, spikes a 6 on the river. Zoran Maric, who I think played extremely well on our feature table earlier. Very, very unlucky in that particular spot. And Mamakonyan up to 2.7 million, and I think Maric totally crippled in that hand. I think he's down to like one big blind actually. So expect Maric to find a spot almost immediately. Probably can't wait more than a hand or two. And if that happens over on the other table, which I expect it to any moment, we will be dragging somebody off this table to join them over there to balance things up at 6 and 6. Meanwhile, Anikhanov on the button makes it 260k to go with the ace-10 here, and I feel like Ismagilov might have to take this spot. 15 bigs, he's got an ace. This open will be light a decent amount of the time. This feels like an induce from Anikhanov. This could easily end up in the middle here. I don't think there's a non-all-in 3-bet that you could use your ace blocker here as Ismagilov and then find a fold. So I think it's a shove or fold situation. That bust out, I can confirm now. Kerem Turaskan, the man with all the chips right now, has eliminated Maric in 13th place. Jack 2 of Maric, no good against the ace-10 of Turaskan. So we are down to 12. And Ismagilov has sent it in here. That gets the quick fold from Manassian, and Anikhanov, I think, just has to make the call here. He sort of induced the ace-10. He could have shoved it himself, given the stacks behind, but he decides to open. I think you got to treat it like a raise call now. Ace-10, way good enough. Plenty of ace-X, plenty of king-jacks, king-10s, all that stuff will be 3-bet shoving from the small against your button opening range. This feels not even that close, to be honest. And here we go. Great decision. Anikhanov with the ace-10. He's up against the ace-8. It's great news. Well, actually, sorry, Ismagilov is going to take some time now because he is on a ladder jump. So he held chips back for that reason. 12 left. We know the fold's not coming. Can't fold for that amount, so going to have to take a quick peek. He's hoping that 12 to tick to 11. That would be a pay jump. He's going to take as long as is reasonable. Someone's going to clock him, and then we're probably going to have a countdown. No, he's actually just going to commit them. He probably saw that the hand at the other table had ended. knew he couldn't last any longer, has got to commit these chips, hoping that it was maybe a pocket sevens or pocket sixes, but gets the bad news. He's in trouble here. 9, 7 deuce, 2 clubs. No backdoor potential now. An 8 and an 8 only, and I can tell you now 2 of those 8s have been folded. Disastrous for the man Ismagilov, who is eliminated in 12th place. We are down to 11. It's gone quickly. All of a sudden, short-handed poker. It's gone bish bash bosh, and we are down to 11. So playing 6 on the other table, 5 over here. I assume we moved somebody prior to that last hand for balancing purposes, unless this hand was already in motion. Aha, it was. So for that reason, we no longer need to move somebody across, because now we're 6 and 5. So in the same hand, we went from 7 and 6 to 6 and 5. Player can stay in his seat over on the outer table. That's a little convenient. Kachatrian. It says +1 here, but that's the hijack, remember, 6-handed. So these early position spots, not really that early anymore. And one presumes he's going to open this to something around 2x. He's usually put a little bit of jam on top, as is his way. Maybe just a clean 250. Quick folds around to the big blind. Nagamatov. Oh, he's only got 320k. Desperate stuff here. He's got to find a spot. Is 120 invested. Got to do a bit of maths in his head now. Is he better off taking this spot, trying to win a million chip pot? If his queen 4 was to somehow come out on top? Or does he let these blinds go through, leave himself with 320 in the small, 260 if he was to let the small go through, and then try and find a spot in the next door? But looks like he's decided on the ladder. I do like that decision on balance. You will find very profitable situations if you wait. You know, desperate as it seems to leave yourself with 2.5 bigs. Actually, an awful lot of very positive, very plus EV situations can be found when doing so. And of course, very importantly, maintaining your tournament life while bust outs could happen on outer tables and pay jumps could be earned. These guys all got the ladder jump up to 51.30. If they make the final table of 9, they get 58.90. So actually no jump between 11 and 10, but then a $760 jump between 10 and 9. Galatiani, 15 bigs, hijack, A7, no good. I'm a Khanov in the ascendancy. Remember, 600k in that man's stack just 35-40 minutes ago. What a spin up to 5 million. He's right now, I think, 2nd or 3rd in chips in this tournament. Waited patiently, didn't mind blinding down, found his spot with jacks, beat the ace deuce. Got jacks again, got a shove through a queen 10, then won the big one just a few moments ago. Ace 10 against ace 8. Osepian, 9-5 of hearts in the bin. Nice little cheeky raise there from Imekhanov, who's going to use this ICM pressure on everybody here. All these players with 20 bigs or less, really, really hard for them. He can just keep opening with impunity now, putting all the pressure on them. ICM really getting close to its peak right now, really forcing more folds from them than they would want, and he's in the opposite position. He can just open a bit looser and take advantage of that new gap that exists. Dreamy situation for the man who was the short stack not long ago, one level ago. It's never fun when the rabbit has the gun. And well, this rabbit has the biggest gun in his arsenal right now. Calatiani, pocket aces. Going to just open this one. Not going to waste these, of course. Pretty sick spot to just open under the gun. Hope that somebody wakes up with something. Oh, interesting. He's gone 300. Would definitely have preferred a min raise here. You don't want to earn those extra folds. You want to keep all the hands in. They're rather dejected. Button is still looking for a spot there with 2.5 bigs. Anyway, Ovsepian in the small. Facing this low jack 2.5x. This would be dicey. I don't think you want to take this spot. Threes. Not a lot of fold equity. Finding the call. I really don't get this. I really don't get this from Kosepian. Maybe planning a stop go if he doesn't see an ace high board, which of course is super dangerous now when you consider not likely to be an ace high board with 2 aces already in Calatiani's hand. Oh, this could be super trouble for Kosepian. Oh, that's exactly the kind of board that could get him in trouble here. He may elect to stop go. He may elect to check shove. He is going to lead at us. Oh, playing with fire here, Kosepian. Getting 210 into 800 here, having made this very, very dicey call. Love to see just a flat from Calatiani. And that is what we get. This man understands that he is either miles ahead or miles behind now on this board, and almost certainly miles ahead. Like 99% of the time miles ahead. So let your opponent hang himself here. Kosepian in a utter dark tunnel here. Absolutely no idea where he is. Could be up against an overpair and being trapped. Could be up against 2 big cards and he wants to force those ones out. Calatiani's been checked too. Does he throw in a tickle bet or does he keep the trap going and check? I think when your opponent's been willing to bet at this on the flop, you might want to throw out a tickle bet here. I think something like 200k, making it look like you're trying to buy a cheap showdown, is really nice. You keep in all these pocket pairs that are hanging on. You might even get check shoved on occasionally. Opponent has a hand like, I don't know, the king, queen of spades. Although those hands probably just stick it in on the turn. 500k seems like too much. I would have liked to see something like 250, 300, but Kosepian just clueless as to where he is and maybe feeling a little bit like this is a funky number. Why 500k in this spot rather than 3 or 350 or 250? Just let it go, gets away in the end. I really don't like how he played those threes. Wrought with danger. Calatiani would have loved a few more chips, but still picks up a nice pot. Like we're doing a little chipping up here, trying to clear away some of these greens from the table. No, sorry, I apologize. We must be moving our player. We are, in fact. Calatiani's off to the other table, which means we've lost someone in 11th. 5 and 5 now on the final table bubble. Let me try and get news of who that eliminated player is. It's Georgi Chikonya. Oh my goodness me, our huge chip leader from just a few hours ago at 1.5 million in chips. Georgi Chikonya was sitting so far clear of everybody else. Well, it went all south in installments for Chikonya, who is bust now in 10th place for 5,130. Kachaber Sabari. Well, let's keep an eye on this feature table for now, but it looks like there's another hand in progress on the outer table as well. We might be out having all our bust outs on the outer table. Ayokhanov in the big blind here, facing this open from Hovsepian, who again inexplicably just opened the sixes rather than shoving them for 8 bigs. It's immaterial now because I kind of had nothing, but don't really understand that 8 big sixes. Just get them in. And it is Turiscan who is the wrecking ball right now. Over on that other table, I am reliably informed he is up to 10 million in chips. 10 million right now. Sometimes you get incredibly lucky in poker, and he clearly did just an hour or less ago with that spot where he didn't see the open, shoved his king six, didn't realise it was an under the gun open, which had queens. He does the huge suck out, but boy oh boy is he capitalising on that now. You got to put the mistake behind you. You got to take your new spot. You know, clearly luck is with you. The wind is at your back. You need to go capitalise on that bit of luck. And my, oh my, I think he's knocked out the last 5 people in the tournament. Nagamatov. Well, this is uncomfortable now, having to shove this 10-3 suited from under the gun. Aymakhanov, one presumes, is either going to isolate here or call. Can't really see him folding king 7 here to 2 bigs. Can Abed Nagamatov get a spin going here from just 2 big blinds? Well, looks like it is going to be an isolation bet. Looks like 4 something to try and squeeze out the equity that the player in the big blind will have. Let's get confirmation of that before I confirm. Indeed. He has actually just dropped the hammer and essentially said to Manassian, do you have a hand that can pull off the entire amount? Okay, no, correction, guys. Yes, my first instinct was right. We had a graphical error there. Apologies. Wasn't a shove by Aymakhanov. He did just sort of make it 400k or something in that region, I believe. I'm going to get confirmation of the exact amount now. So yeah, 400k. So just a click to try and clear out equity. But actually, Manassian thinking I got the right price here for 280 with my queen 9. Going to come along. 10-3 in real need of help. Well, in very good shape all of a sudden, from big dog to big favourite. 78% now. Nagamatov. No reason for either of these guys to bet each other out of the pot, I don't feel. There's a small side pot, so maybe actually Aymakhanov may throw out a very small bet here. Actually, that would make sense. Could fire something incredibly small here. Still be in good shape with the king 7 against the range of Nagamatov and clear out maybe a pocket pair. steal the equity away. 9 on the turn, so Manassian picking up what he thinks could be the best hand now. He will certainly pick up the small side pot if nothing changes. Now on the turn, no real reason for Amirkhanov as this board gets a little scarier to do anything, and I don't think Manassian really wants to bet this one either. Maybe a little blocker, but checking's also pretty reasonable. Check is what he does. Remember, he really wants to see the back of this other player, so keeping in two hands that maybe can beat him and get them all to final table is maybe more palatable than clearing up equity for himself in a tiny, tiny side pot. And this will probably go check now. Manassian hoping that the queen nine is good. Delighted is Nagamatov to get the triple up here. Huge spot there to pick up a million or so chips. Nagamatov getting the main pot. Small side pot going the way of Manassian. So he gets a virtual rebate on chips committed. And the loser in that one, of course, Amirkhanov. Well, we were almost at feature table. Sorry, final table, I should say. I think we might be getting news that we are on final table anyway. Yeah, confirmation, guys. Georgi Tchonia eliminated, as I mentioned there, and so was Kakhabur Sabauri eliminated for 51-30. Kerem Turuskan, the wrecking ball once again. Ace-8 of Sabauri, no good against the King-Jack suited of Turuskan. Would you believe it, guys? He's got 11.9 million chips now. Second place is Amirkhanov, who we see left of screen, 4.62 million. David Kalitiani, 2.5 million. It's insane how far ahead this man is. He has half the chips in play. Come back soon. Welcome back to the EAPT here in Georgia. We are at the Eclipse Poker Club and we are looking at the most devastating performance in recent memories. Turascan, the beneficiary of a very fortuitous moment about an hour ago with King 6 suited against Pocket Queens. Didn't know the Pocket Queens had raised under the gun, shoved what he thought was a blind v blind spot. Turned out he had committed himself against the Queens. Managed to spike a King with his King 6 and he has not looked back, eliminating almost every player in the tournament since that point. Kerem Turascan is our prohibitive chip leader in this tournament, almost 12 million in chips. Second place, Ayakhanov, 4.6 million. David Kalatiani, I should say, 2.5 million. Haror Mamakonyan, 2.2 million. Gevorg Kachatrian, 2.2 million. Timur Muhammadamanov, 2 million. Haik Manassian, 1.8 million. Ruben Hovespian, 1.3 million. And our short stack, who just tripled up moments before we got to this final table, Abba Nagamatov, is 10-3 suited, winning an unlikely three-way all-in collision, giving him now 900k to play with at this final table. Amokhanov was the chip leader on our featured table, but boy oh boy, is he still well adrift. Only 1/3 of the stack of Turascan. Just for context here, Turascan with 3 times second place, but he's got 5 times third place chips right now. This has been a dominating performance. Amokhanov has opened up here with the King 10 suited under the gun, going for a little set the scene, lay down a marker early, open, try and sneak one in here from early position. Loads of these guys behind under severe ICM pressure. Remember, 7 of 9 right now with 1.9 million, 3 of 9 with 2.5 million. It is incredibly bunched in the middle of this pack. All of these guys desperate to find their way into the top 5 for now. Really an ICM catastrophe for them if they were to bust in 9th or 8th. So they are sitting on their hands, metaphorically and maybe physically. Hoping that the short stack of Nagamatov, of Sepian can commit their chips first. We see here now all the way around to Turascan, who is our chip leader. Amokhanov has a good seat, it's got to be said, against the chip leader, but he's actually got the weaker hand here. Turascan deceptively strong here, just going to flat here in the big blind. Now, that's a board that favours the flatter, it must be said, although Turascan, actually with the better hand, has sort of weirdly less of it than you would expect. Amokhanov, King 10 suited, he's got the gutter, he's got the 2 overs, he's got the backdoor flush draw working for him, but does he dare fire out even a C-bet? In this situation, no is the answer. Harmless 3 of clubs on the turn. Does Turascan think about representing this board, even though he has a hand with showdown? It's an interesting one because he can target an ace king or an ace queen for a fold now, which would be a great result with the ace jack.
860.
This bet also services as an equity cleaner upper if he does happen to have the best of it right now. Although very unlikely when you consider how tight Amokhanov's range should be coming from under the gun. It is unusual that he's actually behind right now. Very nice from Turascan, going for the slightly larger sizing there, leaning the pressure into Amokhanov, and it sort of begs the question, should he really be opening a hand like King 10 suited into specifically Turascan's big blind? I'm not sure he should. It's fraught with danger for a few reasons. One, he's just got a lot of players to get through. 2, there's lots of reshove stacks behind you. Yes, they are in a bit of ICM peril right now, but if they wake up with a real hand, they will go with it. And then thirdly, you're actually raising into the one guy who can put you under the cosh post flop. You have to reflect on the wisdom of that open, as in reality, it didn't serve him well. Remember, he does have position against Turascan for virtually every hand in orbit. 8 out of 9 hands, he will be the one in position, and he wants to use that position effectively. Manakonyan, again, this is so awkward for these guys with 2.3 million chips. It's like, yeah, you got to open the ace-queen suited, but oh, it's actually kind of horrible to commit any chips at this point in the tournament. Going out in 9th is such a disaster. And you're raising into the blinds of the two guys who, you know, are two leaders. Fascinating dynamics afoot here. Oh, and the same hand for Mohammad Ramadov. Actually, wouldn't be surprised to see him just muck this. He's got to give Manakonyan a very strong opening range here to be opening under the gun into these two particular small and big blind combos. I actually think this is very, very dicey. I would much prefer to see a fold with ace-queen. I know that seems incredibly tight to fold ace-queen to 1-bet, but this is murky. You're thinking to yourself, what's the worst hand he might open here? Is it like ace-jack suited, maybe? Wow, fearlessly, Mohammad Amanov going to 3-bet this one. And surely Malkonia now finds the fold if it gets back round to him. Absolutely awful situation facing a 3-bet from somebody who similarly should be sitting on their hands right now. Must be a strong range. Now we do get round to those very interesting small and big blinds. Well, neither with the hands, both getting out of the way. Mamakonyan has to assign a huge amount of strength to this 3-bet. And honestly, while I would not have presumed an ace-queen would even be in here, for that reason, I don't think I'm beating anything right now. There's a player sitting out there with sub 1 million and another with 1.3. I think this has to hit the bin. Mohammad Amanov has basically put in a third of his remaining stack now. So gross. Yeah. And I guess credit to Mohammad Amanov, who figured there would be some raised folds. I guess when you think about the inducing range needing to probably be aces, kings and queens, and probably not much more besides, needing to be ace-king, your ace-queen is a really nice blocking hand. So you think, well, maybe that puts more of my opponent's range into the raise fold portion of what they are opening. Interesting dynamics. Quick shout out to a colleague of mine, Darrow Carney, by the way. In case you're unfamiliar, he has written 7 best-selling books on a variety of topics, including poker satellite strategy, PKOs, mystery bounties, but very specifically Endgame Poker Strategy by Darrow Carney and Barry Carter. An excellent book to pick up if you want to really delve into the implications of late-game ICM and its impact on how you should play, and certainly how you shouldn't play these sort of situations where the ICM is absolutely peaking right now. I have read that book cover to cover many times. I have spoken with Dara and Barry about many spots, trying to get better at this portion of the game where so much money is at stake. Turascan opens it up here on the button. He's going to open every single button regardless of holding. Ace-8's way up in his range, and Mamakonyan Ace-6. It's so grim. Oh wow. this is tough because Turskan's opened a kind of a middling ace here. Maybe not expecting to be played back at by a weak ace. Maybe not expecting to be played back by a weak hand ever. And for that reason, this ace-8 doesn't feel great. Does make the call though. Well, why not? Why not right now? The wind is at his back. Turaskan is the absolute wrecking ball in this tournament. He's knocked out virtually everybody, but there's a 6. A 6 in the window. Mamakonyan has life. Oh, but there's the open-ended straight draw. Surely not. Another 6. And Mamakonyan very, very fortunate now. Doubles to 3.9 million. He's into virtually joint second now. Turaskan takes a hit. That one holds. Oh my goodness me. We were just seeing the runaway chip leader get further and further away. Turaskan with the right smile. I guess he's due to lose one eventually. Has been holding and getting there in all sorts of spots for the last 2 hours. That was spicy from Konyan. Both the open with the ace-queen earlier, being rife with danger and understanding that it was that he goes for the raise fold. I'm surprised in a way that he took that ace-6 spot. I guess feeling like the gap between the opens and the folds was just so big with that particular opponent who could be opening any 2, but as it turned out, the ace-8 did snap him off. He got lucky to get there. And we are still 9-handed. Oh, if that one holds for Turaskan, I just cannot see a way back for anybody else here. He would have had half the chips in play. Now he's got about a third of the chips in play. Our short stack, Nagamatov, ace-6 under the gun. He's about to pay 240 of his 880 in blinds and antes the next hand. It's going to leave him with just 5.5 big. So he's going to take this raggedy ace spot, ace-6. He will steal some fold equity by virtue of the fact that the big stacks are looming behind some players in early position with decent hands. Hands that beat his will not be able to make the call. That is the advantage of taking a spot such as this one. But action has fallen around to Turaskan, who's got just a measly 10.3 million now after that skirmish. Amokhanov, don't think you're going to like the ace-2 suited in this spot. 4 million chips. You want to preserve those chips. Basically sitting in joint second right now. Of course, you'd like to see Nagamatov be eliminated and ease ever so slightly the ICM burden you may face when playing hands that involve either of the other 2 big stacks, but I think it's not really a spot you want. And here's the spot you do want. Mohamed Amanov happy with the pocket 8s here, well ahead of the range of Nagamatov. And here we go. Are we about to lose our first player at this final table? Nagamatov came in the short stack. Can he spike an ace to survive? Not so far. King 7 deuce, rainbow. No backdoors. An ace and an ace only. 9 of clubs, no help. We go to the river. Jack of clubs, and we say goodbye to Nagamatov. Mohamed Arnoff, he's up to 3.5 million. So 3 players pulling away from that middling bunch now. 8 left. Big chip leader. 3 bunched together in second, third and fourth. And then a bit of a gap down to the remaining chasing pack, all sitting between 1.3 and I think about 2.2 million. All looking to outlast one another. As I take a look there, Nagamatov, he picks up, I think it's 5,700. You just confirm. 58.90 to be exact for his 9th place finish. 10.5 buy-ins, not too shabby for a weekend's work. Nice reporting again by Kai Coughlin for Poker News. If you are watching this stream and fancy augmenting that experience with some updates as well, head on over to Poker News where Kai Coughlin is going through a chunk of the hands. His headline for that big one there a moment ago. Manassian puts a dent in Turascan's mountain. Blind blind. Mohamed Anof. He's going to shove into Hovsepian, the second shortest at the table. He really does need to have a somewhat legit hand to make the call here. Doesn't find one, and easy game here for Mohamed Anof. Well, catch your breath. The action has been thick and fast. This final day at EAPT, I apologize. Georgia has been relentless. So many fast bust outs. We've got down to the final table way earlier than expected. 8 players now remain. 30 million in play. Mohamed Anof. He's just going to send it here against Hovsepian, who cannot muster a defence with the Queen 7, nor will Manassian be able to with the 9-4. Lovely spot for Mohamed Anof, who gets to just shove liberally into these 13 big blind stacks, where these guys are sitting 7 of and 8 and 6 of 8. With the player 8 of 8 already folded, it's a grim situation for them. They really have to try to outlast that guy in 8. Change of dealer. I don't know if that signals a increase in the blinds. I will inform you of that momentarily. It has done most of the time today. Looks like we still have 61-20 out. Confirmed was still in the 61-20 level. Manassian, very pretty Queen Jack suited. Big stacks have already folded. Gets to open this one up very comfortably here in the hijack. Big open too, 2.7x. Interesting decision, interesting sizing. Not deterring Hovsepian, who has the best hand with the pipping Queen Jack suited King Jack. Actually really surprised to see him take this spot, but he's right. As it happens, 8 big blinds, no fold equity. Obviously Manassian's going to flick in this call, 700k to win 2.4. But he needs to be about 28%, and well, he actually has 28%. So if he saw that he was dominated, he would still find a call, presumably. Just getting confirmation on the count. I think he's going to realise it's a must-call situation. These are crucial pots, though. Wins this one, gets up to best part of 5 million, loses down at 3 million. There's quite a big difference there between having 35 bigs and 40 bigs. Nonetheless, I'm surprised we haven't seen the call by now. Queen Jack suited, a pretty pure one here. Gets to be very good in a lot of spots. We see he's actually up against one of the worst hands he could see, but you're in pretty good shape here. You could be up against a pocket pair where you're virtually flipping. You could be up against an ace king offsuit where you're actually like 41, 42%. He's a lot of hand here. Oh my goodness me, that's a huge fold. Sick pickup for Hovsepian, who's basically managed to shove 8 bigs and get the fold over a 3x open almost. Whoa, that's kind of crazy. Well, he will be absolutely delighted. He'll be thinking to himself, I wonder if I got like ace 3 to fold. That would be nice if I did.
Там 4 блайнда было, это много. Это не самое хорошее.
So we see there outer tables, there is
Много доминаций такого было.
a side event taking place here, which of course helped these guys get over that magic 1 million, that 7-figure number for guaranteed, or I shouldn't say guaranteed, but achieved prize pool combined over the series. Incredible achievement. 350k, pardon me, it's getting late. 350k guaranteed over the series, over 1 million gathered. Well, Hovsepian, 10 bigs now. What a life. Getting that one through. Manassian, well, we saw him be very, very active. He was one of our chip leaders early on, 20 left or so. We were all eyes on him, figuring his 900k all the way up to around 3 million ascendancy meant he was destined for the final table. Well, he is here, but he's one of the shorties. He's been pretty loose. Seemed to mull over that 9-6 suited for quite a while. Calatiani now awkward situation really when you examine it closely. 14 bigs, king 3 suited. Does this just go in? It might just go in, but you really don't love it when there's shorter stacks around. Yeah, still does it. Still pulls that trigger. And fortunately for him, well, actually the effective stack was more like 11, given Kashatrian only has 180, 1.8. And obviously 6-4 going in the muck here. Not sure the reason for this stare down and tank. Maybe a bit of a, okay, I'm going to fold this one, but don't do it again kind of moment. Very strange not to just muck your hand quickly if you're Kashatrian. Cards in the air once again.
Не, он не такой хороший. Не знаю. Да?
Manassian attempting to go for this one, 10 bigs. Yeah, he does take the spot. Through.
Güzel.
Please. Not first to start.
Action now on Manassian. Amanov. Sipian. 3 folds. And action round to the button here. Ooh, and Kakatrian with big slick here, ace king. Probably not looking to induce in this situation. I think probably just going to drop the hammer, 11 bigs, all you can eat, into these 2 bigger stacks. Don't really see the value of inducing here and putting yourself at risk unnecessarily on occasion. In it goes. Taruscan. Ooh. Easy fold for Taruscan with the 8-6, but 8-4 off for Amakhanov. Makes the tidy fold. Not interested, nor should he be. So Taruscan, fairly subdued since losing that chunky one. He was very unlucky not to push his way towards 15 million and half the chips in play, instead sitting on 10. Very much in the box seat, of course, but there's quite a difference between 10 and 15 million, and one feels like with 15 he might have got really abusive. With 10, having just lost a chunky one, might be feeling, well, I wouldn't mind if this field thins down a little bit before I get too wild. Sepian, Jack 7, no interest. Everybody's still just sort of tippy-tapping around one another. Lots of sub 15 big blinds out there. Manassian, one of those. Galatiani, sub 20, as is Kakatrian. But he's got 9s now and probably just going to rinse and repeat. Last hand on the button. Ace King, all you can eat, now 9s. If he gets these 2 pickups, that's a nice 5 big blinds into his stack from this orbit. Always relieved to get the 2 quick folds. And he's picking up some nice chips here. Pushing his way towards that chasing pack. As it stands, Taruscan, 10 million. 3 of these guys in a row, actually, to Taruscan's left. All sitting around 4 million, and now Kakatrian trying to get amongst those guys and away from these shorter guys to his right. It's a very interesting dynamic where you've got big stack middle of the table, the next 3 biggest stacks all in a row, the 3 shortest stacks after them, and then the guy kind of caught in the middle. Lots of dynamics. Sepian is going to fold this one, and that will leave him just 10 bigs, committing 2 of them in the next hand. Manassian happy to chip this in for 12 bigs, pocket 10s. Oh, and here we go. Galatiani is likely going to take this spot. Ace Queen off suit, just going to isolate, one presumes. 2.6 million, covers Manassian by about 700k, 650, 700k. I can't imagine him passing this. It's such a big win for him. If he can knock out Manassian, push himself into 2nd place, and eliminate another player with the hand that stands to be ahead of Manassian's range, I think you just got to take this spot. It's very awkward. It's not comfortable. You know you could lose this one and be the new shorty, but balance of outcomes here. We see it's a flip. But if it's not a flip, if it's ace 10 or ace 9 or ace jack or king queen, and you're ahead and you hold, you have a real shot at top 3ing this tournament. Right now, these ladder jumps are not huge. He does make the fold. Ace Jack, I understand. Ace Queen is super close. I think if you run that, it's very, very tough. It's not printing. Ace Queen is nowhere near printing. It's incredibly close. My hunch is maybe, just maybe, it's the worst call, or shove, isolation shove. But who knows, maybe he got it right. Those ones are really tough when the risk premium is high, and the risk premium was somewhat high there. Is his range when someone shoves before him? Is it jacks and ace king? Yes, it must be. Well, as played, he did manage to avoid a flip, and that's never a bad thing in this particular situation. Manassian now gets the gift of Big Slick here. Again, I don't really see any inducing given the ICM pressure from stacks that are sub 20 here. Basically paying 14 bigs. Just want to send this one in as well. Don't want to induce the pocket 9s or pocket 8s that might find the hero folds to your shove. We prefer to clean up equity and just shove here. And he's going to go for the open though. Living dangerously with 14 bigs here. Going to go for the induce. Might work out really nicely for him. Pocket 6's quick fold. Mamakunian on the button. Not interested in King Jack. It looks strong, of course, to just open this off this stack. Oh, very interesting. Hovsepian, 1.3 million. And we saw him take some very, very optimistic spots not that long ago. He's playing 8 bigs now. Does he call? Does he shove? Looks like he is going to find the call. Well, he's missed completely, has Hovsepian. Is he going to go for the stop-go? Is that a thing? I don't think so. Just check it over to Manassian, who's got the ace-king of diamonds. He's got backdoors working for him. And those 2 overs, of course. 3 diamonds, ace-king-queen. May just fire a very small bet here. Maybe can bet like 200. No, it looks like he's checked back, and we see another 5 on the turn. Does Hovsepian sniff out that he may be up against ace-king or ace-jack? Needs to bet at this. Does he think he could be up against pocket 8s? Could steal this one away? Let's check once more. Jack on the river. Manassian with the check mark. Hovsepian, does he think he has showdown? I don't think he does. No, he gives up, and Manassian no reason to bet here. Hoping he is good and finds out the good news that indeed he is. Hovsepian now loses another big, down to 1.1 million. He is our shorty. Manassian, important pickup there. Tiani. Kakatrian. Oh, the kind of hand you love to play when deep, but 10-9 suited really shrivels up in this context. Ruskan, well, mandatory open for the chip leader here, looking for a spot to just get involved now. Easy open here to 320, just put some pressure on his opponents.
325.
Remember, one important... Oh, I will come back to that point in a moment. I was going to say one important point in all this is Turiscan, by making that call with the ace-8 earlier in that spot, will sort of put the fear of God in people that he will make these sort of snap call decisions. But Mohamed Ahmedov on the button with the aces here, no reason to fear, decides to put in the 3-bet. He's got an absolute monster. Oh my goodness, and look at this right behind. Hovsepian has queens. This is so dirty for Hovsepian. Oh my goodness me. Turuskan will be able to get away very easily now. And obviously Mohamed Ahmedov just has to toss in one chip to make this call. Aces against queens. Hovsepian coolered here. Our short stack about to be eliminated if a lady does not find her way into the mix. Oh, 8-8-2. No backdoor potential now. A queen and a queen only. 5 on the club's no good. 6 diamonds on the river. We say goodbye to Hovsepian. Mohamed Ahmedov picks up a nice 2.5 or so million pot there. Pulls himself clear of the players in third and fourth. He's in second now. Oh, we are down to 7. What an absolutely barnstorming tournament this has been. 40-minute clock, plenty of play. Okay, not an hour clock, but still a generous clock. These players have just been finding their way through raw aggression, some coolers of course, to some seriously entertaining showdown poker. We've seen a lot of all-ins, we've seen a lot of big pots. Ruskan yet to grab this final table by the scruff of the neck, like some may have predicted. Obviously in an enormously advantageous position, having spun up that 12 million stack on his way here. 12 million of 30 million in play. What a position to be in with so many sub-20 big blind stacks around, but it's actually not gone his way. He's chipped down. He's actually lost 2.5 million over the course of this. No need for panic, of course. He's still in an amazing spot, but certainly not the way he planned on this final table going. Seeing 3 of these players effectively double up out of the chasing pack and now all somewhat threatening his dominance. Mohamed Ahmedov going to open the 3s here to 350. And it looks like it very much looks like Manassian not done with this one. Yet to reveal his hand here. Mamakonyan has... Oh, sorry, Mamakonyan has opened the Queen 6. I missed that completely. Apologies, guys. Very, very loose open by Mamakonyan. Wait, I'm getting confused now. The pocket 3s. Okay, the pocket 3s aren't in there. The pocket 3s are folded.
Hold the floor, please.
Manassian had the Jack-8 suited. I presume he folded. We are catching up here with the graphics. Apologies, guys. Yeah. Okay, this makes more sense. It was Mohamed Ahmedov did open, as I thought, visually, with the pocket 3s. And has met some stickiness from Kalatiani with the Jack-7 suited in the big blind, who flops best on this Jack-9 deuce texture. Presumably, Mohamed Ahmedov will fire a C-bet here. Doesn't have to go big here. Maybe 300k is nice. Does fire that, and Kalatiani, well, nowhere to go here with top pair. The question is, does he raise his hand and look to get it in, or does he just call, raise all in is the answer, and easy decision now from Mohamed Amadov to muck these threes.
Было 350, мало была не так, большой.
Galatiani with a maybe somewhat optimistic defend of that stack Jack 7 suited, but got the flop he was looking for. Execution flawless after that point.
Свалить взял здесь 2.
Increases his stack to 3.4 million now.
Big blind mix.
Oh, that's yours.
Truscan under the gun with the Django's pocket kings. The man who is most likely to be opening light from every seat has actually found a real one here. The question is, can anyone else find a real one behind him? So far, no. Quick folds round to the blinds. Galatiani not going to be interested in 6-4 suited here. So very likely Truscan just gets this one through. It's disappointing, obviously, with the Cowboys. Kakastrian would be a very loose defend here. Just let it go, and Truscan gets himself back to 10 million. One handy metric or heuristic or little way of looking at things I often do in a situation like this is when you have a very big chip leader, as we do here with the 10 million, maybe remove his stack from play and then think, okay, well, there's 20 million between 6 of us, so we're really averaging around 3.3 million between the rest of us. That's a 20 big blind game. He's well adrift, he's well far past it. So yes, of course we want to ultimately chase him, but we don't really think about that just yet. We're more thinking along the lines of what is the average of the remaining 6 of us and how do we fare against one another. And with 3.3 million average, if you're sitting there with 2 million, you're behind, obviously. Sitting there with 4, you're in a reasonably good spot. You probably don't want to force the action too much. If you're at 3.28 million, you're basically bang on. And Kakastrian, blind v blind, ace-4 suited, sends it against Truscan. Relieved, of course, not to get the snap call. And he chips up a little bit. So the actual average in the tournament now, right now, is 4.3 million. But it's 3.3 million when you remove that big stack. And that is a useful thing to do when trying to sort of ascertain where exactly you stand and how to maybe create some signposts when it comes to the ICM. And the Kunyan, 20 bigs. So we're going to see a battle of the blinds here. Truscan, Askanov, 10-4, very raggedy. Wonder if he decides to raise the really crappy stuff at the bottom of his range. Not unreasonable to just try and use a hand like this to just win pre-flop. Go for a 2.8x, 3x. Just going to get a lot of folds if you do that. Don't have to give a walk. Does give a walk as played, and yeah, there you see Queen 5 probably not going to defend against that. Most holdings aren't. Even when you get called, you can sometimes find boards where you can fire c-bets. Quite like the idea of taking some of the really crappy stuff when I'm in a spot where I don't really want to give any walks because I'm up against players who are under the ICM cosh, so to speak. Just a thought there for anyone listening at home. Maybe consider the possibility when you are in this advantageous chip position to really leaning on it by taking some of the less playable, crappy stuff, turning them into pre-flop raises, blind v blind. Galatiani, 20 bigs, bit awkward here with ace jack off. Won't want to jam it in, only gets called by better. Probably just goes for an open, but then that's dangerous opening into this death row, this murderer's row of players. Can easily get exploited, but I think has recognized that that is the better route. To have gone for a 325. Kahatrian, well, he has one of those pretty ones. Not so pretty when you're shallow. And Taruscan, did he just send this? No, lets it go. Thought he maybe had a spot to just send it there. Mamakonyan, well, he's got a spot to send it. At the very least, he's going to make the call. Given the ICM, there's a sort of a downward drift, as Darryl Kearney would say, in his endgame book, where actions sort of default to the weaker, more passive action. So, you know, raises become calls, calls become folds, bet sizes go down. This might be one of those spots where a raise becomes a call. Nope. Gonna just put all the pressure back on his opponent, send it in. And we have seen this from Mamakonyan. He doesn't seem to be, whether it's ICM aware, or if a better way of putting it is that he understands ICM pressure can be put back on the other person. Now, didn't love his A6 shove, although I understood it given that he recognised the gap between Taruscan's opening and calling range. But he does seem to be someone who sort of plays for the win. He's still playing in kind of a chipsy sort of game, and that's something to note as well. If you're up against somebody like that who is almost like willing to set fire to their own and your equity, you have to be a little bit careful around them. Mamakonyan playing for the win, not playing scared in any way, shape or form. Well, Taruscan certainly can open a hand with a king blocker. So not taking this one by the scruff of the neck like you might expect. Maybe very conscious of Mamakonyan's propensity to sort of send it back in your eye. Deciding to pass a few of these very openable hands, King 7, with this big chip lead, with this huge ICM advantage, easily able to open a hand like that in the cutoff. Doesn't, allows it to become a blind v blind spot for Mamakonyan, who is shorter than his opponent here, Mohammedan. Got a 425k it here, so 2.6, 2.7x. Gets the job done against the Queen 7. Shows the ace. 3.9 million now to the good. And I keep an eye on this guy. Definitely someone who is going to live dangerously, may bust in 7th or 6th, but is going for it in a much more meaningful way than some of his table mates. And that may be the difference when it gets short-handed. He may well be the one who spins away out of this chasing pack and gives Taruscan a run for his money. Galatiani, could try a little under the gun steal here with the ace-10 suited. Seems pretty reasonable of 18 bigs. Should get a lot of credibility. Noticeable as well when Turascan's not getting after it like we might have expected him to do so with this big stack. It does sort of make you feel a little bit more at ease as these shorter to middling stacks that you can get these opens through. It's not like he's going to suddenly go 5x to your 2x and just put you in the bin a lot. He's being much more circumspect. He's letting many hands go by him. Well, another man who's not willing to let hands go by him, Manassian's decided King 4 suited qualifies as a fine defend here, and he does flop best, but it's a qualified best. In fact, it's not even a statistical best. We see here Calatiani with the 2 overs, loads of backdoors, but the immediate flush draw way ahead of most hands, and even when his opponent has flopped bottom pair, he's actually ahead of that as well. Calatiani probably just has enough hand to go with it, so he can fire a c-bet knowing he's not worried about getting check raised. And Manassian, bottom pair, you can sometimes consider raising bottom pair for protection, but I think he's just got a fine call here. It's very murky. Very awkward. Just lets it go. So that begs the question, if you're gonna defend the King 4 suited and then you don't feel okay about calling when you make bottom pair, then I don't think you should be calling the King 4 suited, frankly. I don't think you have enough in your minimum defense frequency going forward. I don't think that's a consistent play. I think if you're gonna decide to just fold a 3, that's absolutely fine. I think if you're deciding to call it, then you have to call it with bluffing a decent frequency in mind, and also being appropriately sticky when you do make something, and he did make something. Sometimes you see this from a chip leader here who gets bitten early on when maybe they were coming into this final table saying, I'm just going to blast everyone out of this like I've been doing for the last couple of hours, and actually you get put back on your heels by an immediate beat, and you think to yourself, oh, well, I really don't want to knock him top 3, so I guess if I play a bit more carefully from here on out, I guess top 3 is still very likely. I don't want to lose the next big one, be back to the chasing packs kind of stack. It does feel like he's being a little bit more careful. If I may take this opportunity while there's a brief halt and play, I want to welcome you guys, any latecomers here, because I imagine some people are showing up late to this stream now that we're final table. Welcome to the final table of the EAPT Georgia, live from the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi. My name is David Lappin. I have been in the booth, so to speak, for the last 6 or 7 hours, and I will be here until the bitter end when we crown a champion of this EAPT Georgia, part of the EAPT Tour, which will be sending players to Rosvedov and Romania, Bucharest specifically, before the end of the year. 741 entries in this one, 550 buy-in. We also had a few online entries as well, generating a bigger than expected prize pool, it must be said. and putting a very handsome sum of 57k up top, which one of these 7 players are going to claim when we're all said and done. It's been an entertaining evening of poker up to this point. We went from 50 players to 25 over the course of just 2 hours right away. Went from 25 to 18 very, very quickly indeed. I think we did that in about 40 minutes. And there was a sort of feeling out period, a more static period between 18 and 16, which probably took more than an hour. And then after we came back from a scheduled break, we went from 16 to the final 9 very, very quickly indeed. Largely down to Turuscan's dominance over on the outer table. He wasn't on the feature table, but he was taking players out by the root for sport over on that outer table, constantly busting people. I think he may have bust 5 or 6 of the last 8 or 9 bust outs prior to the feature final table. And now we see here a very interesting spot. Kachitrian shoved on him blind v blind last time round, 1 orbit ago to be precise, and he shoved again, and now Turuscan has the king high, a king 7, which is quite tempting. King 10, no question you're getting in here. King 9, you're probably getting in here as well. King 8 gets a little dicey. King 7, dicier still. These are cuspy ones. And I think there is a sense maybe from Turuscan that Kachitrian's not really here to mess around. He's not really respectful of the big stack. He's not looking to tippy-tappy, nerdle his way into the top 5. He's very happy to take a spot, bust here and now, in pursuit of a big one. Regardless, Turuscan makes the fold. We'll be very happy to see the ace, which got shown to him there. Obviously, Kachitrian's planning to rob him blind over the next few orbits, so pays to show him the ace there. Be somewhat relieving. Obviously, ace was good. Turuscan was behind. But that was a close one. I think I might have called the king 9, folded the king 8, king 7. Still pretty close. Well, maybe the king 7 is closer still. King 8 still feels cuspy. Yeah, it's a close one.
That's fine.
And one thing I would say about Turuscan is, by virtue of the fact that he hasn't actually been as active, I would say there's been half the table, in fact, have been more active than him, and he's the big stack who you would expect to be most active in this spot. He will get a bit more credit when he does finally decide to start investing chips in pots. So I wonder if he'll maybe recognise that fact and at some point, maybe with 6 left, 5 left, exploit the image that he isn't one of those chip leaders who's sort of going after it more than you would expect. He's actually been more careful and therefore gets a bit more believability when he shifts gear and starts trying to steal some chips. Because bear in mind, he had 12 million at the beginning of this final table. He's got 9 million now, so he's actually lost more chips than most people have.
Nice. 600.
Looks like he's going to raise into... Amkhanov. Queen Deuce of clubs. So it's a 3x now. Blinds did go up there, 100k, 200k. Don't think you can do anything with the Queen Deuce suited. Lets it go, 9-7. Nice pickup from Turuscan.
Queen Deuce.
So we've been seven-handed for quite some time now. With this blind increase to 200k, I do feel like it will throw the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons, and probably this level roots out on average a couple of players. We get five-handed for big blind 250k. A6 suited enough for Manassian. He shoved the A6 off, I believe, for 10 or 11 bigs not too long ago, so happy to do the same sort of procedure here, and it will work again. Nice pickup. He's going to pay some blinds and antes right away, but buys himself another orbit at the table. Under the gun now, Manassian. He can pass the ace-2 fairly comfortably now, Calatiani. Nothing of interest there. And that's the trio of shorter stacks. Now we make it to Truscan, 9.6 million, 9 deuce, not qualifying. Amokhanov, Jack-8, probably not qualifying either. And he's been dragged back to that 15 big blind mark as well now. Obviously a good start to this final table, but he has basically gone backwards ever since. Is he going to go for a cheeky open here? Try and get his engine started? Looks like he is. 450. An attempt to steal the 500k worth of blinds and antes. But Mama Konyan, we know, is not one to be trifled with, and he will pounce on every situation. This is all in, all day long for this man. 17 big blinds. Cannot see a world where this doesn't go in, given what we've seen from this guy before. Wow, that's super interesting. Just going for the flat, I really did not expect that. Mama Konyan has been pouncing, and I mean pouncing upon all of these potential spots to reshove. This time just goes for the flat. Whiffs this board, as does Amokhanov, but he does have the gutter and 2 overs rather than just the 2 bigger overs. I wonder if he feels, well, my opponent's small blind range is going to be quite narrow here. What does he really flat with? Probably some Broadway stuff, maybe some Queen Jacks and King 10s and things that he didn't really want to reshove. Will be the possibility of some traps as well. Maybe some aces and kings will flat. I think Amokhanov has probably got to try and win this with one bet here, 350k, something in that region. It's such a great result given that you're behind every hand that your opponent has. If he's got, you know, a pocket pair, it's very weird that he wouldn't just rejam it. So he's probably squished into that sort of not super happy Broadway stuff. And I think this bet just works a lot against that stuff. Don't like how Mama Konyan has played this. I don't really feel like the ace-10 off plays well as a flat pre. I think you just got to stick it in, actually. And that is what he's been sort of doing over and over again at this final table. He's really shown no fear and just taken these spots, and it would have worked this time as well. I'm really surprised that he's found his way to lose the maximum amount in this particular situation. Mama Konyan, very good player from what I can see, very willing to embrace variance and attack and, you know, recognizing dynamics and the gaps, and then just didn't really execute in that one. Change of dealer. These 7 players continue to battle it out here in a much shallower game. Bear in mind here, 200k big blind. Even our chip leaders only got 40 something bigs right now. If the attrition had gone as we were getting almost used to it going, we should have lost another player or two by now. It's getting rather shallow and rather squeaky for quite a few players. I mentioned the haves and have-nots earlier, the sort of middle of the table chip leader, 3 to his left, all in the chasing pack, and the 3 to his right, all shorter, but actually it's leveled up a bit between all of these guys. They've all got sort of 15 to 20 bigs now. Again, I would love to see Kuraskan drop the hammer and start playing a little more aggressively. He's kind of got everyone where he wants them in terms of stack. His single bet can really leverage their whole stack every single time. Hand like King 7, perfect example. He could just open and try to, you know, apply pressure on everyone behind him. That raise will get a lot of respect, will have to engender a lot more folds than it would ordinarily. But he just lets it pass, and Mamakonyan now on the button, Queen Jack. Well, does he just send it in for 15 bigs here? That's the question. I certainly can't imagine him not playing this hand. So does he open it or does he shove it? Wow, that's it. Okay, so very unusual dynamics here. Mamakonyan fearless earlier and now suddenly playing with fear. Kamanamanov ships in the ace-8 blind v blind, and Manassian not going to ever call here. Asking for a count? Come on. 8-6, dude. Don't know what's going on here. So 4.5 million now for Kamanamanov. Oh, it's all so compressed and tight. I'm not sure what's happened to Mamakonyan, playing very differently to the way he started this final table. Kamanamanov just sending it here with the ace-6 suited. I love this into these two particular stacks, 13, 14 bigs, really well played. Obviously the perfect hand category there, the suited ace. If you do happen to run into it, you've got a solid 32%. Gets to show the ace of spades, pretty one. And he's up to 5 million now, so definitely playing in a way that shows recognition of the ICM pressure on the players behind him, understanding when to just go for that quote-unquote clunkier shove. It's usually quite an effective play. Whereas the players trying to be a little bit cutesy and a bit more timid and a bit more selective, really getting their stacks eroded right now. I appreciate that it's very bunched between 2nd and 7th. And there is significant payout difference here. 7th, remember, getting 9k right now. But if you can get to even the top 3, you get 29.5. So that is significant. For a scan, wow, he's probably got the lowest VPIP on this final table. Don't have the stats in front of me, but I would suggest that he has the lowest VPIP and he's the biggest stack, and it shouldn't really work that way. Obviously, he hasn't been inundated with hands, I accept that, but he hasn't really looked to get after it with some of the kind of hands I think he could have. One wonders if he might rue that when all is said and done. Still in a great spot here to top 3 this and maybe even win, but not really taking this tournament by the scruff of the neck at a crucial time when his opponents are under the most amount of pressure. Jack 5 suited, Calatiani sending it in, getting snapped by the ace jack of Cacatrian, and this is a disaster for Calatiani, who's decided his Jack 5 suited was good enough blind v blind. Cacatrian, can he do a big hold here? Well, there's a Jack, but there's a 5 as well. Oh my goodness me, so 9 or an ace, or the Jack 5 will put some disgusting pain on Cacatrian. Oh my goodness, that is filthy. That is absolutely filthy. Cacatrian very, very perturbed and dismayed, walking away from the table as if to say, what were you doing, mate, with the Jack 5 suited? How do you get so lucky? Well, that is a gross when it's got to be said. We do need to do a countdown here. By our count, he was covered, and indeed it is an elimination, but stacks were fairly close there. Cacatrian just so despondent with that flop, Jack and the 5. Oh, so gross. Cacatrian busts in 7th place for 9k. Calatriani, very, very lucky right there. Very lucky indeed. And then there were 6. Important to point out here that David Calatiani, I believe, now into 2nd place with that double up. Virtual double up, they had very similar stacks. Ruskan getting a walk. Or shall we say a stroll, given that he had chips committed only. No small blind in that hand. Ace 10 for Mamakonyan. 15 bigs. May just come with an open here, 400k, 420, something like that. Surprised if he passed this one. 6-handed. Really got to look to put chips in the middle here. May work out that he is in 5th of 6, or maybe around joint 4th. Yeah, he is actually in 4th, and wow, Manassian has got the pocket queen, so he's got the antidote here. Going to just send this one in for 13.5 bigs. And Mamakonyan relieved that he only opened the ace 10 here, didn't run into it. We'll have to concede these 2 bigs, of course, but could have been an awful lot worse. I think showing the queens there, Manassian. I'm going to say overall very impressed by Manassian. I think he has been very, very good here. He had 900k at the beginning of the day on the feature table, spun up to 3 million, pushed back down to just 1.4 million, I think, at bottom, but has kept his head afloat with some very well-timed steals, some 3-bets, some, yeah, impressive poker, must be said.
Can I get one more card? Thank you. It's hard to play with one card.
Kamenov,
Difficult to play with one card.
which is the King 3, King 5 now for Manassian. Similarly, no interest here, presumably.
Only if it is ace.
Yeah, then.
Calatiani with a pretty one, but not sure if he wants to open a hand such as this up. No blockers, pseudo connector.
Raise.
Feels like a reasonable candidate to fold. He's going to open it though. Going to go 450. And it looks like that got the job done pretty quick. This is all, dare I say again, a product of the passivity of Kerem Turascan, who came to this final table with 12 million, immediately took a bad beat not to go to 15 million, from which point he may have pushed on, pushed back to 10 million and has sort of hovered around the 9 million mark for quite some time now. Never really taking a spot that was recognizing the pressure that his opponents are under when he opens a pot. And I wonder if these guys have just been able to take advantage of that fact and play fairly normally, fairly unworried about him as a factor in this. You see there Turascan, still 9.5 million, and presumably will open this ace-3, but just has sort of demurred from the king 7s and the king 8s and these types of hands in spots where I would have liked to see him open, frankly. Now, as played, it's probably just going to work now, and he gets this one through, and he's back to 10 million. And like I said earlier, that decision to maybe play that little bit tighter, despite having that big stack, certainly recognised. Like I'm going to presume that he is, at the very least, the second lowest V picker at this final table, which is sort of like back to front. He really should be the highest or second highest. So other players do get a sense of that. They do recognise that. And if he is able to exploit that fact now by turning up the heat with 6 left, and they all presume he's still in that sort of boxy mode, and give him credit for hands. And he has shown ace-x hands whenever. Like, he's been keen to show cards that he's not at it. And I wonder if he can just use that image now, exactly now, in this, like, 6 players left part of the game, when maybe we'll get to 5 and 4. In this part, can he pull away? Because that's what he needs to do right now. He needs to pull away from the chasing pack. Really create a race for second if he can. Calatiani, obviously a nice hand here, ace-queen suited this time. Oh, well, Turascan in the tank here with an ace. I wonder if he will step out and try and go for a 3-bet against precisely the guy who's in the worst ICM situation when he's in a hand against him. No, lets it go. Like, consider that spot, for example. Calatiani, second in chips, 5.8 million, in a great spot in this tournament, opens a really legitimate, high up in his range hand, like ace-queen suited, and then gets 3-bet by the one guy who has him covered, who is in position. Now he's in a miserable situation. Does he shove it in and close his eyes and hope that it's not a legit hand? Does he call and have to navigate and probably get the pot taken away from him on a lot of boards? It's just, even with the really strong stuff, Calatiani's so vulnerable in that situation. I wonder if Turascan's going to recognise that. Obviously deciding the ace-4 wasn't the candidate there, but I think he has to start maybe putting himself in their shoes and wondering what the impact of him getting involved in their pots means to them, and how much can he steal equity away from these guys. Well, Calatiani up over 6 million now. So very much in the ascendancy. Very fortuitous, it must be said. That Jack 5 Ace Jack showdown was the height of filthiness. But again, it's so important to just carry on. You get your bit of luck once in a while. If you get it here on a final table, all the better. You've got to just keep ploughing on now. Try and use those chips. Now Cunyon basically folded his way from like 4.5 million down to 2 million. He needs a spot now too. Manassian, well, this one's going all in, we know that. $16 bigs. Oh, Galatiani's woken up with Big Slick. It's a sick one. Manassian absolutely devastated with the King Queen. Somehow dominated. Such a big hand, blind v blind. And he's actually run into it. Can Galatiani hold here? No, it could go the other way. King Queen flops top 2. Manassian in the box seat. It's got to be an ace. Wow. Wow. Manassian has just done to Galatiani what Galatiani did to Kakatrian just 20 minutes ago. An absolutely dirty one. Much more justifiable, I want to point out there. King, Queen, blind v blind, always getting in there. You know, that's a cooler for the King, Queen. It ends up being a nice suck out for the King, Queen. Jack 5 against the Ace Jack. A little bit dirtier, has got to be said. But riding his luck now, Manassian has really impressed, it's got to be said, on this feature table for the last 6-7 hours. He's pretty much ever present on our feature table. He's played tremendously well. He's just got his rub of the green now, putting him into second place. Galatiani now pummeled back. That was a spot where he could have been the chip lead, or at least tied for the chip lead. Instead, he's back with the short stacks. Hugely significant pot in the context of this final table. After all that drama, we must settle ourselves down now and play the stack in front of us. Galatiani, I'm sure, gutted, but still in with a very good chance here. Got to get busy trying to ladder at least into the top 4 from his point of view. Mama Konyan, I think, has to take this spot with Queen Jack. Lets it go. And very interesting to see the player who was probably most ICM be damned at the start of this final table is now the player exhibiting the most caution. Manassian with ace deuce. Going to open it up into the big stacks, big blind. King 8. I'd like to see a call here for Turscan. Here's one very interesting aspect of this game. Post-flop ICM is very much a thing. And you can leverage post-flop ICM on this opponent particularly, who has 31, 32 bigs. He's opened on the button, King 8. You can 3-bet this one, no problem. But you can also flat and navigate post-flop. Interesting to see what he chooses. He's going to 3-bet this one. I like sizing of around about 1.2. Instead, I'm going to just make the call, which is also a perfectly fine line. 10-5 deuce. So Manassian pairing is deuce. Not a hugely significant thing to do, but he may decide he wants to clean up equity with a small c-bet here. Maybe go 400k. Something of that nature on this 10 high board feels okay. Checks it instead and lets Taruscan get there with the king 8. Taruscan probably feeling very good about his hand right now. Does check it over. Maybe feels like he's only giving his opponent a 6-outer or maybe even a 3-outer at best. But in doing so, does manage to keep the pot small. Also going to induce some bluffs. Ace-2. Going to try and just get the showdown here. Well, I think Taruscan's got to go for his own value now. Seems pretty blatantly obvious. Your opponent's got ace-high or maybe a small pocket pair. And I think you want to go big. I think you want to make it look bluffy. And you might well get heroed. I think you want to go $1 million. 850k to $1 million feels really nice here. You're virtually certain you have the best hand. You would have heard about it before now if you didn't. And you can go for a size that has a lot of bluffs in it. You go big, you can put a lot of bluffs into that sizing. And you might well get heroed by a pair of 6s. Ace-2. Might even get heroed by ace-king or ace-queen. $750 from Taruscan. So still a hefty bet. 750 into 110 is about 2/3. This is tough for Manassian. This could be air a decent amount of the time. He could have simplified matters so much with just a regular old c-bet on the flop, but he's allowed himself to get put into the situation where he's the guesser. And he's made the call, gets shown the winner. Big pot there for Taruscan, getting back to 11.2 million. Nice recognition, nice bet size in the end. I like the 750, that's pretty nice. Not a huge fan of how Manassian approached that last hand. Feel like would have made life an awful lot easier for himself by just c-betting the 10-5 deuce. As it happened, it probably would have got him a small pot. Said he lost a bigger one. But just in general, it would have been a better way to go about things. A nice moment there for Kerem Taruscan, who has been going slightly backwards or at least plateauing for much of this final table, where all eyes were on him, believing that he was the man to beat, believing that he was the man to watch, that he would step out and crush souls here. That's an important one to get his engine started, I feel. And I like how he played the hand from his perspective. Amachonia now the short stack, folding his 10 bigs. Manassian, no interest here, surely in this 9-6. Not sure why we're pausing here. Kalatiani, 14 bigs. Very awkward hand. Does let it go. Obviously the much shorter stack behind is, well, not behind, but having folded already in the hand. He's going to be in the big blind next hand and have those blinds go through and really shorten him down to 7 or so bigs. I think for that reason I do like the 10 jack fold. Just going to limp in here with the 10-9. Akhmedhanov. Presumably knuckle back to 10-3. I don't mind just a small raise from Taruscan. You can go very small with kind of like everything nearly, when this guy, Akhmedhanov, has 2 guys shorter than him and can't really do a lot. You could just go like 450, but no, as it happens, Amkhanov is going to take the 10-3 and use it as a raise, feeling like it has no playability post flop, which he's kind of right, it doesn't. And instead, maybe he can just win this with a 625 bet. Ruskan 10-9 off. Kind of opened the door to be met with this play. Credit to Amkhanov for finding this. Quite like that, even though he's one of the shorter stacks, he's decided to find some moves with the 10-3. It is a hand that just plays grotesquely post-flop. You never know where you're at, so maybe your best bet is to put it in with your bluffs. Very nicely done. For Ruskan, again, I would just say, as a general piece of advice, very reasonable to just pop a bit of pressure on everybody in these situations. You can just 2.5x it into these guys who are in the ICM bin right now, and they really have to play quite honestly back at you. You prevent a situation like the one that just happened there. You prevent a situation where you just let them realize some equity and see a flop. Get a lot of better hands to fold. I know it's a hand that sort of has playability yourself, 9-10 off, not too bad, but actually at these stack depths, don't mind just a little small raise. Not enough. Gonna fold the 9-3. Manassian's gonna fold the 10-4. Kalatiani, has a shovable one here. Ace-5 suited for 14. Could use it as an open as well, maybe. Problem for him is if he opens, he is very susceptible to the rejam from these two larger stacks behind. Opening into the shorter stack then, who if he rejammed, create a very uncomfortable situation. So maybe the ace-5 suit is just so pure that you can lash it in here, and that's what he's decided to do. Ruskan gonna fold the jack-ace. Kind of fun. Oh wow, the shorty's found the hand. Ace-queen, Mamakonyan. He's shown a lot of patience, maybe arguably a little too much patience over the last orbit, but he has been rewarded for that patience with a proper premium hand. Now, are we about to see the best hand hold up for once? So far, so good. Kalatiani will be very short, 800k just if he loses this one. Needs to find a 5. Does not find a 5, and Mamakonyan doubling to 4.2 million. Kalatiani now 865. That's just 4 bigs. He was in second place literally 7 hands ago, and now he is the shorty in this one. Wow, it's all so cramped.
Блайнды хорошо сказали сразу. Сказали 15 ББ, там было 15.
Вот в доме стоял, ребенок.
Да. 13 часов уже играем. Вообще уже кал.
Если стоят по 20, то в доме стоят.
Но я об этом не догадался.
Big one there, of course, for Mamakonyan.
Я blind.
Manassian with big slick here, ace king suited. Probably just going to open this one up now that he's got 27, 28 bigs. Look to induce one of these shorties maybe, or even get 3-bet by one of the bigger stacks and be able to come over the top with fold equity. Quick folds round to the blinds. Khonyan, no interest in the 6-5. Does Mohammed Aminoff wake up with anything here off 20 bigs? Finds the call. Mystery hand for now. Queen 10, offsuit. Should be a fairly easy c-bet here for Manassian with the overs. Backdoor flush draw working for him. Just goes small. Well, we saw him demure from the c-bet with the ace-2 hand. I really would like to see c-bet here. I know the 9-7 texture does sort of hit the planning range a little bit, but looks to just get to showdown a bit too often, I feel. Board getting more and more textured. Very stealable now by Mohammed Aminoff. Does he have a go at this one? He's got a gooder. Probably a very nice candidate to take a stab here. Bet 450 maybe, something in that region, 500. Looks like 550, half pot. And now you're in no man's land. Manassian just actually against 650, so a bigger bet again. Just, yeah, nowhere to go. You can be drawing dead here. Your opponent's, you know, all over this 9-7, 6-4 texture. He's sort of opening the door for these bets right now. Maybe he finds the call here and gets the showdown, but it would be very dark tunnely, and I hope he doesn't. He does fold. Now, he had the best hand, so I say I hope he doesn't, but what I mean is, on balance, he really shouldn't. Mohammed Aminoff has very much impressed over the course of this final day. Very worthy of his place in the final six as well. Really impressed by his play. Not be surprised to see him in our final trio. But with these shortening stacks, with these increasing blinds, cards are actually going to determine a lot more here than necessarily the skill edge of these guys. Truscan, well, it's a lovely one. Gonna open things up here with ace queen suited. Oh wow. Oh wow. This is a collision course between two massive stacks here. Imokhanov, 18 bigs, just sends it in, and I don't think Truscan can get away from this once it gets back to him. Ace queen suited is so high up his range, so pure, that this must surely be not just a call, but a snap call. Massive, massive moment in this game. Getting the count. Ace queen suited is so much hand right now. But if Truscan was to lose this, he would be down to just 7 million. Imokhanov would be up to 7 million. It's so crucial. It's so huge in the context of this match. He's trying to work out how often is this ace-jack? How often is this a flip that it would just be nice to win sometimes? Does make the call. Too much hand. Gets the bad news. But we have seen the worst hand get there quite a few times today. 32% is far from dead.
So close.
There is a heart in the window, 10 of hearts, no hearts underneath. So backdoor potential for the ace queen. Opportunities now with 7 and 5. Huge double for Imokhanov Turascan down to 7.3 million. We have a new chip leader.
How much?
Massive moment there. New chip leader, and his name is Amikhanov. Yes, at Amikhanov. 7.6 million. Turascan down to 7.3 million. Manassian's got a stack.
30.
Mamakhonian just got a double up. Mohamed Aminov has a stack. And we've got a competition again, guys. That's changed everything. The Ace Queen somehow find a way to win, and we've a runaway chip leader again. Instead, everybody is bunched back in the pack together, and it is anyone's match, and we may be in for a long night. Now, one person who would have been very much funking for a queen in that spot is Kalatiani, who could have got a ladder jump sitting there with a very short stack if chip leader had managed to get there. Instead, he's in the big blind, committing virtually half his stack in this hand. Turascan has an openable one here under the gun, but he's going to pass it. I feel like he might be a bit snake bitten now. Mamikhonian, that's a go. Mohamed Aminov, not a person who's going to shy away from a light open here. King 8, more than enough. Manassian, he's going to have to bin this King 4, and the question is, does Kalatiani have enough? Well, he doesn't, but he's gone with the 4 deuce. 4, 3.5 bigs. Needing to spike a 4 or deuce here against the King 8. Oh, there is a deuce. Would you believe it? There is a deuce. Ace of hearts, no good. We need a king or an 8. And Kalatiani gets the unlikely double up with one of the worst hands in poker. 1.6 million now. Chug of the water. And now with just a glimmer of hope of getting back into this. What a roller coaster for Kalatiani. Hovering around that 3 million mark for this final table. Gets the undeserved, it must be said, double up with the Jack 5 against the Ace Jack. Then gets the undeserved beat with the Ace King losing to the King Queen. Gets really short, but now gets the double up with the 4 deuce against the King 8. An absolute roller coaster for that man, Kalatiani. Amikhanov opens this one up with the 10-8 suited now. Chip leader, new sheriff in town. Going to try and lean on these guys. Queen Jack off in the bin for Manassian. Kalatiani. Would be nice time to wake up with something. No, it doesn't. And now Turascan folds. Chip leaders pulling away here. Up to 8.2 now. Creates a little bit of distance between him and Turascan. With that cheeky open with the 10-8 suited. And I wonder if in Amikhanov do we actually have a front runner who will try to lean on these middling stacks. A lot of players between the 15 and 20 big blind range, and they're very leanable. If a big stack decides to take the initiative. I feel like Amokhanov might be the man. I feel like that 10-8 suited is a signal of intent. Something we need to watch here. Khonyan not realising the action was on him here. I was wondering if he was genuinely tanking over this Jack 4. Khamalamanov not going to open from the hijack with the Ace 4. Manassian not going to open the 7-8. So we're round to the button. Galatiani still needing to make something happen with 6 bigs. Instead, Turascan probably limps in the 10-9. And it was his procedure last time round with this exact holding. And I wonder if Amokhanov will use the 9-3 the same way he used the 10-3. One feels like he should and will. He's probably consistent on this kind of thing where he looks down at these kinds of holdings and thinks, actually, I need to use these as raises. Blinds have gone up to 125, 250k, so probably makes it something around 700 here. Very nice. Actually going to go 850 now. And that will clear out Turascan, recognising Amokhanov that these hands, these 10-3s and 9-3s really just play so horrendously. You're better off putting them as part of your bluffing range. Question is now, will Turascan defend 10-9 that these guys are a decent bit deeper? Looks like he's going to. No guarantees, of course, here that this will go well. Amokhanov with the betting lead and a 2 million pot. A lot of interested onlookers in this one with a stack to pot ratio of just 3 between the 2 big stacks. Well, wow. If you're going to open the 9-3 against the 10-9 who makes a sticky defend and you flop 9-5-3, you've got your man on the hook here. This is potentially devastating stuff for Turascan, who, unless he finds a way to improve here, and he does have 30% right now, is looking like a very serious collision, which could put him back down in the short stack zone, if not worse. Amokhanov, with a superbly well-disguised hand here, can go for value in the form of around about half pot. I think $1 million feels really nice here. 859, maybe even $1 million. On top pair, Turascan couldn't have asked for much more than this. 850. It's awkward because your hand wants protection, but you don't really ever get it in good here. So you don't want to overdo the protection element here. And I think just come with call. A lot of ICM here. Absolute ICM catastrophe if he busts in 6. Having been the huge chip leader, this would be a disaster. So I feel like call is the only really sensible play. Yes, it will mean a 3.7 million pot, 1.5 stack to pot raise. Very uncomfortable. But you just don't get called by worse. So it's very dangerous to do anything other than call here. Turascan looking for a 10 or a 5 right now. Also, any big card can get paired again. So that king can get paired once more. Don't think Amokhanov is going to slow down here ever. He's got an absolute lock on this. Yes, 21% for Turascan with the 9, but like you've got the 9-3. No one can see it coming. You're probably putting your opponent on a 1-pair hand. I think you just want to set this up for a river shove in most worlds. You want to go something like, I think you want to go geometric. So you probably go 1.8, 1.9. And that's uncomfortable already for Turascan. putting in roughly a third of his remaining stack. Was that a check? Surely not. No, just touching his cards. I thought that was a little check. No, good. We are coming with a bet. I love something around the 1.5 mark. 1.6, something like that feels really nice. Hasn't come into chips yet. Adding another 100 on. Well, I advocated for 1.6. Looks like the bet is 1.45, so pretty close. This is very nice from Amikhanov. Obviously, going for the light open, the light raise from the big blind with the raggedy 9-3, gets the dream flop, actually gets the dream situation up against Turascan's particular holding as well. It's all pretty sick. Turascan in a world of pain here. He's called flop. Does he have to call turn? Feels like a maybe call turn full river type situation with second pair versus an opponent who's very capable and is maybe not likely to put in that next bet light. Look at this, my goodness me. 6.5 million in the middle now. Just 3.8 back and an absolute blank. Deuce of hearts cannot possibly help any spot. Any concerns that Amikhanov would have had about maybe a 10 or a jack or a queen or an ace, maybe sometimes giving a better two pair to his opponent. That deuce is a beautiful card. And now you just got to get it all. Or maybe you let him leave a little behind. Maybe you get more calls if you don't go all in, if you make it like 3.1 here, like half pot. Maybe you get slightly more calls because your opponent has this hope of a spin up. There's only one disastrous scenario for you here, and that's your opponent has pocket fives or king nine, and he's just letting you hang yourself. But there are so many more good scenarios where your opponent has a queen nine. Maybe he's even in here with the king queen of hearts or a king queen of spades that he's decided to call flop with.
Если что, у меня есть. Да. Ничего хат наш. Клок, да?
This is the most significant hand in the context of this tournament. Amikhanov needs to bet. The question is, how much? Does he go for all of it? Does he go for something less than all in? Either way, we know Turascan's going to be down to 3.8 million at the very most at the end of this hand. Very much back with the short stacks now. And Amikhanov, who has shown a willingness to take this tournament by the scruff of the neck in a way that none others have, is being rewarded here with a nice little card rush laid on. And yes, he is recognizing that a smaller bet might get paid more often. He's not putting his opponent all in.
654.
Oh, and a snap call by Turascan. A snap call by the 9-10 of Turascan. Didn't think anything of it. Called that 1.65 million in precisely 1 second. A 10 million pot now making its way to Amikhanov, who now has 13 million, and Turascan is the second shortest stack at this table. Would you fathom it, ladies and gents out there? He came into this final table with an obnoxiously large lead, and now he is absolutely decimated, looking to outlast the other guy in sixth. He is so sick right now. In the pit of his stomach, he is wondering, how do you have 9-3 there? Well, actually, perfectly reasonably played to use a hand like that to go after the blinds in that way. I'm actually a big fan of how he played every single point in that hand. Turascan, I feel, is now reaping some unfortunate bad situation from previous lack of aggression when he was in the ascendancy. Oh, what a hand, ladies and gents. And I have to say I'm a big fan of this guy, Amakinov. Remember, he had just 600k when the ace-deuce suited of Mohamed Amanov opened into his jacks in the big blind with 6 bigs. He got the double up. He shoved a queen 10 suited next hand. He got another double up. And now he is the big boss man at this final table. Kalatiani has shoved the king 10. Turascan, can he just get his head right now? He's got the ace 8. The other short stack is just shoved. Does he need to take this maybe? Recognizing that the range could be wide, try to knock out the other short stack. This is close. Ace 10 definitely goes in. Ace 8 is going in. Ruskan loses this one. And this would be one of the sickest hero to zeros I have seen in poker in a long, long time. King 10, lots of equity here, 40%. Turascan can mount a comeback here if he can do a hold. Oh, there is the king. You almost felt it coming the way things are going right now. Is there to be another twist? Is there an ace in this deck to save Turascan from being the new short stack? No, there is not. He is now sitting with just 3 big blinds. Count them, ladies and gents. 3 bigs. Took 12.
I found this in the web for a second.
Apologies, guys. My Siri has decided that they need to find something even more dramatic. No, this is a crazy moment here. 12 million. 3 times the stack of second place, 5 times the stack of third place. And he has just managed to get absolutely decimated hand over hand and is now 6-handed with just 3 bigs. This is extraordinary. What an extraordinary turnaround. Turascan, the man who on the last 2 tables did not see the queens open in early position, shoved what he thought was blind v blind with the king 6 suited, was then obviously committed. The queens called it off. It was all the chips then. It was 2.7 million each. That was a big stack back then. He manages to get to 6 million binking that king, and he went on a wrecking ball mission over the course of the next hour and a half, knocking out everybody who stood in his way, getting himself to 12 million, and now he is sitting with just 600k. This is the most extraordinary roller coaster tournament I have seen in a long time. Manassian, as we all try and take a breath here, opens off his 18 bigs, just gets the raise through. It's just a different match now. Although I do feel like it's a match with a chip leader who is more likely to lean on these guys. Amokhanov has played tremendously well. Calatiani really needs to stay out of trouble here while the short stack is still there. Calatiani probably sitting in 4th or 5th place right now. Abokhanov, on the other hand, can be fairly abusive with the wide range. Ace-10 more than qualifying here in the cutoff. Very unlikely to get played back at once that short stack's out of the picture. It's almost like free chips for him. Oh, but it won't be free chips against Pocket Kings and Manassian here. A lot of hands will find the muck, but Kings will not. And Abokhanov, one wonders here, well, I think the fact that Manassian likely to favour shove, not wanting to induce, even with Kings here and the short stack present. And it's hard to find a non-all-in size. This probably just ends up all in. Maybe he finds a 1.3 million bet, but that almost looks stronger. We will have to see how Abokhanov reacts here, and I suppose first and foremost what he will be reacting to. It is going to be a non-all-in 3-bet from Manassian, who's going to live dangerously. Looks like he's going to bet around 1.3, which gets the snap fold by Abokhanov, who very quickly recognises that there was no way that was going to be light. He's in such a position now where these guys have to play so honest in response until the short stack, yes, I repeat, the short stack Turriscan either doubles or is eliminated. I still can't believe what I have seen here at the EAPT Georgia. One of the most dramatic turnarounds. Well, in we go here. Turriscan finds the ace-9 under the gun. 2.5 bigs, while he can still
5.35.
How much?
commit before the big blind ante takes one of them away. Seems like a dreamy spot. Manakonyan, ooh, it's wonky for him here. Likely ahead of the range, of course, with ace-3, but never far ahead, and does sort of put himself in an awkward spot, hanging a limb out the window, so to speak. I think I like a fold. Yeah, I do like that fold. Even if you are likely to be ahead of Turriscan, you're never ahead by much. This is different. This can be a call all day from Abokhanov, who we see is behind. So Turriscan actually finding a pretty nice spot now. Calatiani could join the party here for 410. Going to do a little bit of maths. Realise it's 410 into a pot of 240. And that's kind of nice, just needs 16%. And we see he's actually got 43%. He's actually favourite with the card removal here. We saw an ace is gone. So, very unlikely that Mohamed Amanov and Calatiani will generate a frivolous side pot here. More likely they will tag team Turriscan. 2 million, 2.3 million to be exact for Turriscan if he does manage to triple up. He has the best hand on paper right now. Still the best. And now a 52% favoured three ways. And now even more. 75%. Oh, but there is Abokhanov's 8-ball corner pocket. Turriscan devastated to see that he's just been rivered. Oh, and a wry smile, but oh, that was one of the ugliest 0 to 0 hours of poker I have watched in a long, long time. Very hard to stomach that. Turkestan would have been hoping for, at the very least, a top three finish here when he came in so dominant this final table. The idea of coming sixth would have seemed virtually impossible. I've been a little harsh on him. I think he misplayed a few hands. I think he didn't really take on this final table when he could have with some king blocker hands. Maybe try to just pull away from everybody, lean on them. Missed one or two 3-bet possibilities, I think, as well. Look, overall, it's not like he could have done a huge amount different, maybe. Those cruel hands toward the end really played kind of nasty for him. The ace-queen, ace-king was fairly crucial. Can't really blame him in that one either. So maybe I've been a little harsh, but one does think that in the vast majority of universes, Turkestan could have come out of here with a much bigger payday. As played, sixth place, just not the result he would have been looking for, and he bows out, picking up just 11,390. And bear in mind, there's 40k plus a package and 57k plus a package up top. On the flip side of that coin, we have to acknowledge here that Amokhanov and now in the ascendancy, Mohamed Amanov are in a great spot now to perhaps take on Haik Manassian. We're in for a ding-dong five-handed contest now. Konyan, the beautiful sight here of ace king. Mokhanov just limping in the 8-deuce, trying to see a cheap one. Maybe try to go for a limp stab, but very easy decision here for Konyan to put it in.
Я хотела 25 освободиться, все пришло обратно.
Not too much left on the clock here at big blind 250k. 5 players remain. Soon to be big blind 300k. That will keep the pressure on these 15 to 20 big blind stacks. Kalatiani still very short, of course. Just 10 bigs. Amokhanov is going to open this one. It's a pretty nice spot for him to keep accumulating while that short stack, 10 big blind stack is there. He can really pull away now, 12 million to the good. Could find himself in a great spot, 14 or 15 million before the next bust out. If he plays his cards right, so to speak. Want to give a shout out to some of our guys watching here. Doyle Murphy, go, 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 Armenia, he says. Hunter Zed is on the rail. Bella Bella. Seyda Vatyan. Shout out to these guys, Arsen Zakarian.
Получается, да? Easy game тогда.
Appreciate you guys tuning in to what has been an engrossing and one of the most dramatic final tables I've witnessed. Really, really unexpected twist. We've still got 5 left, so there's potentially more twists and turns. It's like an M. Night Shyamalan movie right now. So Manassian with an option to shove into the short stack here. Jack 3 could potentially go for a kind of a 2.3x fold if he wants to get a little aggro. Sort of use the top and bottom of his range as this sort of induce rather than a limp. We'll see how he proceeds. Does look to be counting out some raising chips there. 400k in hand, 475. Yeah, so very similar idea here. Oh no, he's keeping the greens on top. So this might be a 550k bet maybe. Well, we don't see the hand yet, but it was more than enough to get the job done. And I quite like the decision to go for the little steal against the short stack. You can definitely find raise folds there with something as bad as Jack 3.
Может, перерыв на туалет?
11 раздач осталось. Я тоже.
11 раздач будут. Не, ну здесь 23 минуты.
Не, это... Они знают, из-за...
Может, просто надо на туалет перерыв, просто пойти.
Я согласен. Тут просто
To chat
типа,
there
они
at the
2
table.
минуты убирают за каждую раздачу. Да. Ну, так я согласен. Если мы можем по консенсусу так сделать. Давайте.
One often wonders at this stage if there's any hint of deal talks. These players perhaps looking to flatten out the structure somewhat. Manassian is going to open it up with the king 9 off here into the big stack, big blind. So always fraught with danger. Galatiani happy to fold the 9-6 as we saw there. An 8-4 for Raimakhanov. Could go for a very abusive 3-bet here with some absolute napkins. Make it like 1.4 and really, really apply a lot of pressure on Manassian, who's got 25 bigs right now. Would be a kind of a sicko play. Decides against it in the end, and a pick up for Manassian with the king 9. Relieved not to be tested, I'm sure.
Буквально пару минут туалет стоит.
Через 10 минут у нас будет прослушивание закончится, и у нас будет перерыв.
10 минут и 10 раздач.
5 раздач.
Score has been called. Guys are having a chat, possibly about the next break or length of a break, I'm not sure.
Это хорошо, я воду не выпил. Окей.
Calatiani just not finding a hand that he needs now. Blinds will be going up to 300k very shortly, dragging him into the sort of 7 big blind zone. As he folds his button, making way for Amakhanov to presumably either shove this one or go for a non-all-in steal, use the king blocker. Looks like his opponent has full stack of hundreds, so that's 2 million. Full stack of 25s, that's 2.5 million, so probably 2.8 million. So can definitely shove this king 5. Looks like a non-all-in raise.
Let's hope something.
$6.25 gets the job done against the king 7. Mamakhonyan's actually in good shape there with the king 7 against the king 5, but doesn't feel like he can fight back with the shorter stack I should say, out there. There are a lot of worlds where Calatiani will have to find a hand in the next 2 or 3 hands, and you can get another ladder jump and get into the top 4 of this for a guaranteed payout of 21k. 5th gets 14,930, so that's what everyone's guaranteed right now. 21 for 4th, 29.5 for 3rd. That's what's on their immediate minds right now. Calatiani still doesn't find a spot here. 4-3, just really not getting the rub of the green here, but opening the door here. I was going to say for Mokhanov to be rather abusive on the button, but just past the Doyle Brunch and then deuce. I almost feel like his hand doesn't matter so much. Sort of playing the likelihood of your opponents waking up with some semblance of a hand could really attack those situations, even with a raggy hand like 10 deuce, I feel. Calatiani's just sitting there, sort of like a sitting duck at the moment with 7 bigs, 8 bigs. I think if you're the chip leader, you can probably open almost any unopened pot right now.
Блайнды останутся в каждом своим туалет. Не соглашайтесь, сделаем по-своему.
So Calatiani's going to get eaten up by these blinds. They're going to take a quarter of a stack the next hand. He passes that spot, making way for a battle of the blinds. So Kamenevanov gives a walk to Manassian, who shows an ace. And do we have time for another couple of hands? Must be getting kind of close to the next break. Mokhanov, Jack 9. So you want to go for a little steal here under the gun? Hijack. A little 500 to win 625. Nope. Mamakhonyan getting to shove into the shorty here. Probably likes this spot actually. 12 bigs. Actually going to go for a non-all-in open by the looks of things. Give himself a pathway to getting away from it. Looks super strong here to open here rather than shove as well. That's what's kind of nice about it. Should elicit a fairly honest response from those behind. We see there a weaker ace was folded. Manassian, interesting spot now with 7s. Does he just pounce on this? Probably should. Maybe recognises the dynamic. In it goes. Calatiani quick fold, and Mamakhonyan going to have to fold here. And it's a good result for Calatiani if Mamakhonyan's just given away 500k and is going to have to let this one go. And now he's in trouble. So sort of race to the bottom between Mamakhonyan and Calatiani right now. Both players in dire straits.
Caralho.
Ziki.
Ali, eu tô nasıl yarasım buranın. Ateş at poker chair.
Eu te shut up.
Gitsin.
Losing not Dave.
He?
Losing not Dave. Estás presente?
Uzun tot.
Nothing for Mamaconian to do here. It's going to be gobbled up substantially by blinds and antes next hand. And Manassian, I don't see him passing this ace-jack just because the shorty's there. Go for an open. Can call, obviously, Calatiani if he was to shove, but could be put in the bin by the big stack. Calatiani does decide enough is enough. And I'm looking off. It's awkward for him with the king 10 here. I don't think he wants to take this spot here after it goes raise, shove. King, queen, king, jack suited, certainly very tempting. King 10 off, I don't think so. And presumably after this think and eventual fold, Manassian makes the call and is in great shape to knock out our 5th place finisher, Calatiani, unless there is another twist in the tail and the ace-5 somehow gets there. Very interested onlooker. Is, of course, Mamaconian. Really funking for this ace-jack to hold up. So far, so good. Well, we can hit a 7 now.
Какой 7?
On the river, Batian has us in 5th place. He takes away 14,930. All the remaining players now guaranteed 21,000. Mamaconian very much the short stack now. Manassian in the ascendancy. Obviously, Amakhanov, the big chip leader. One wonders if 4 ways, maybe 3 ways a deal might be on the table. At the moment, a non-insignificant factor is around about 22% of Mamaconian's stack is being put into the middle here via big and big line and ante. Very handcuffed now is Mohamed Aminov. Manassian. Ooh, spicy open. 3-deuce suited. And Mamaconian's going to have to let this one go. Very spicy from Manassian. Wow. Little wry smile as he's going to try and chip up clearly, despite the fact that Mamachanov could put him in the bin. He's going to try and get after it here and create a race for 3rd between Mamaconian and Mohamed Aminov. Perhaps these 2 guys can pull away and create that race for 3rd place between the 2 shorter stacks. Of course, there will be a collision effect here. If they both fold their hands in the cutoff and button here, it will go in quite a bit, although Manassian's not going to pass this king-queen. No way, never. There's a man who smells blood right now. I feel like he is locked in. He is in the zone. He is coming after it. Queen Jack from Mamaconian. He's going to get snapped by Manassian, who they perceive to be very light here, but actually has had quite a few hands. King Queen way too much. He's going to get the news that it's 1.4 and that he's getting 2-1. doesn't even realize how good he's got it in here. Makes this call. He's going to be 3-1 favorite. Money needs to be 33%. Here we go. Huge one. Manassian in the box seat. He wins this one. I think he might be joint chip leader. Huge moment, of course, for Mohamed Amanov to just get into third place. This hand can hold. But no, a jack and a queen. Now, there's lots of outs still for Manassian, but that wasn't the flop he wanted to see. Well, that virtually ends it. Queen for a chop.
Full. Jordan.
1 million.
Huge one there for Manassian, getting the double up with the worst hand. That was a significant one feels. Now Amakhanov enjoying the fact that his closest rival has been nudged perhaps back down, while Mohamed Amanov obviously hating the fact that now Amakhanov has roughly the same stack as he, and Amakhanov with 45% of the chips in play can maybe use this effectively against these guys. Perhaps pull away. It was clear that Manassian wasn't going to make that easy for him, but now, by virtue of that little bad beat, life could be made difficult for these three players if Amakhanov so chooses.
Timer.
I'd like to see an open here with the Queen 10. I'd like to see this one open. This would be a proper signal of intent for me. Something that I think we should be seeing from Amakhanov. Excellent stuff. Those go-to chips. He's going to make it his stock 550. Amakhanov and Mohamed Amanov are out. Oh my goodness me. Well, I said I admired Amakhanov's decision to open this one, and I still stand by that. But wow, the timing is just not right. Manassian has looked down at the aces. I don't think it's shallow enough to flat. I think he really wants to get more chips into this pot. You don't have to go super big, but you do have to probably make it 1.6, something in that region. And Amakhanov, obviously can't really or shouldn't really continue here. But I think what's on his mind is that he knows Manassian's the sort of player who is willing to take chances and is willing to sort of play the counter-attack game here. And he's wondering, how often could I actually either be good here and get this one through if I was to make another move, or should I ever call and put him under some post-flop ICM pressure? Just decide on the right decision in the end, and he did have the goods there. But I have to say, I do like the open with the Queen 10. I think you've got to get after it here. Just very unlucky to run into the best hand in poker that time. And a nice pickup for that man on your screen, Manassian, after a torrid run out there with the King Queen versus Queen Jack.
This is the last hand before the break.
Oh. Okay.
Manassian still the short stack right now, although not much between him and Mohamed Amanov. Oh, actually, in fact, sorry, Mohamed Amanov's actually slightly below. They're virtually the same stacks right now. Now, 10 Jack suited. 16 bigs. Is that right? Yeah. like he's wagered 520. Oh, and Amokhanov has the perfect hand to just send in here. And nothing Mohamed Amanov can do with the Jack 10 suited but send it into the muck. So now very much the short stack. Mamakhonyan
Last hand.
and Mohamed Amanov, obviously two short stacks. Not a huge amount between them. There was nothing between them before that hand, so just a couple of bigs in the difference. And now, of course, Mamakhonyan's just committed two of his. So they are probably very, very similar neck and neck here. And both looking to make something happen with around about the 15 big blind mark. $14 bigs now. Probably a real one here. If he's going to open. It's a mystery for the moment.
525.
Remains a mystery. May remain a mystery for good. Mamakhonyan's
Можно пошли.
folded quickly. We just will never know what that one was. But a very nice pickup, particularly against the man he would most want to have taken chips from. And that is the last hand before these guys go on a break. Four-handed, guys. It cannot be more exciting. Edge of your seat stuff right now. Yezid Amokhanov in the box seat here, looking to take down this EAPT Georgia. But going to fight for it is Manassian, Mohamed Amanov and Mamakhonyan. These guys not going to give it to him. Certainly not Manassian, who has shown the most amount of fight. But we've got a very interesting contest on our hands here. Please do join us in just a few moments' time, and we'll be back after this short break. We'll see you then. EAPT Georgia from the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi. We are being treated to quite the end game of this tournament right now. It's got to be said, astonishing stuff. We have watched the demise of Kerem Turuskan in 6th place, who led the way at the beginning of this final table and looked to be running away with the tournament. We have since seen the end of David Kalatiani in 5th place, and we have been left with a 4-way encounter here between Mohamed Amanov, who has just made the call here against Anokhanov. Ace-10 going to showdown straight away into the action here. Anokhanov looking for a 7 or running hearts or running straight cards now against the Ace-10. Well, straight starting to materialize here. Any 5, any 10. 4 no good, and Mohamed Amanov will double up with the Ace-10. He's up to 8 million now. Somewhat of a body blow for Aymekhanov. As we can see there, it's kind of leveled things up quite considerably at the top there. 32 bigs, 28 bigs, 26 bigs for Manassian, who now takes the chip lead. Aymekhanov down to 2nd place, and Mohamed Amanov at 7.8 million. Mamakonyan, as he has been for much of the last hour or so, is our short stack. Big blind 300k now, so Mamakonyan really does need a spot with this 4-handed game. Going to whip round very quickly. Blinds and antes fairly substantial, 750k every 4 hands. Putting it simplest terms, he doesn't have much more than 5 orbits left, 20 hands. He doesn't play one of them, he blinds out. So just to give you a sense of the pressure that he is under, Aymekhanov a pass on this King 7, open the door for the 10-9 suited. Very nice hand from Mamakonyan. Pretty reasonable to go with this. Doesn't go with it though, hoping to maybe see a clash of players behind him. Quite like the 9-10 suited there, I've got to say, for 12 bigs or whatever it was. King 10 off now for Mohamed Amanov. He's going to limp in, and Manassian could raise this one or could just check behind. Both options seem reasonable. With the presence of the short stack, perhaps incentivized not to go too big here with these pots, not to inflate them. Queen 9-4 rainbow. Mohamed Amanov probably going to fire out a c-bet here. He's got the overcard and the good shot working for him. Little does he know, he's way, way ahead against Manassian with the King Deuce, who is going to get sticky here. Obviously deciding that because he checked back the King High, he does have to make it part of his minimum defense frequency. And this is trouble. Mohamed Amanov is going to check it just in case the 10 jack is lurking. But Manassian, well, I suppose he could bet or check as well. Both seem fine. 9 pairing. I think we're going to see a chop now. Both players playing kings and nines with a queen kicker, and both players likely to find their way to showdown. I reckon it will go back call. No, check from Mohamed, who's decided that he would rather bluff catch here. Quick call, presumably. There it is. Chop it up.
Я был старше везде, брат.
Да, ривера.
So no harm, no foul there as both players get their chips back. Little win for the small blind who picks up a piece of the big blind ante. Blinds now with Manassian and Amakhanov. Blinds imminently about to get Mamkhonyan, who's now got around about the 3 million mark. 10 bigs looking for a spot. Mamkhonyan, Queen 8. Actually has 12 bigs, so not quite as short as I thought. Don't really feel like he's going to open this one. He turned down the 9-10 suited, arguably a better spot on the button last time round. Queen 8 feels a little worse here in the cutoff. He's thinking about it. Mohamed Ananov going to leave it to a battle of the blinds here. Manassian, chip leader right now. King 10 suited. Amakhanov not too far behind.
Excuse me. It's our 14th hour of playing poker. Yeah, 14. Yeah, 14.
Probably going to come with limp, given again the presence of that short stack, not wanting to bloat these pots, and Amakhanov maybe feels the same way with Queen Jack off. It's a hand that plays well in position, doesn't have to bloat this one. Is going to though, and Manassian's not going anywhere with the King 10 of clubs, so I reckon we do have a now bloated pot. 3 times the size what it might have been, creating a little bit of pressure given the presence of the short stack Mamkhonyan. No way Manassian can get away here. It's too much hand. King 10 clubs. A lot of hand. In fact, he's in the lead right now. Little does he know. Betting lead with Amakhanov, which could be crucial here. Well, good shot. 2 overs to second pair for Amakhanov. Probably going to fire a C-bet. Manassian not going anywhere with second pair king kicker. So likely goes check, small bet call. And Amakhanov maybe firing 600k in a spot like this. Just trying to clear out equity from some situations where he's winning. Maybe get some king highs to fold. Hand like king 8 wouldn't be loving life right now, for example. This looks like a big bet. Bigger than I would have expected here. It looks like over 1 million. 1.3 million, in fact. Maybe just thinking to himself, well, likely doesn't have the ace-x. I can put a lot of pressure on the 10x here with a big bet. Ace-10, not really a thing. That would have got chips in themselves. 10-5, definitely not a thing. So we're up against a weak ace, a diamond draw, or a sticky 10x, and maybe Amakhanov has some plans to force them off on turns. Well, double gut shot now. Very interesting holding for Amakhanov, who can win with a 9 or a king. Can also win with queen or jack, but you may not know that. And this is a very good spot to maybe deploy the semi-bluff. Could shove overbet all in here. Would not be completely unreasonable. 6 million into 4.7 puts an awful lot of pressure on the 10x. Does check in the end. 4 diamonds, diamond completed. That's a scary one for Amakhanov because he will be feeling like Manassian did have diamonds an awful lot when he made that flop call. That is scary indeed proposition. Manassian just looking to get the showdown here, hoping he's good. Could consider a small block, given that diamonds likely would have fired turn, particularly when it would be diamonds and something in most worlds. Decides to check instead. Gonna perhaps bluff catch. Don't think it's a spot where Queen Jack can go for it. This is very dicey if he does. Yeah. Gets the bad news. King 10 showing the right amount of stickiness that time. Manassian up to 12 million. Drives a very big wedge. Very big gap between him and Amakhanov now. 12 million plays 6 million.
Что?
Да, пойти, позовем менеджера, там оттянем, пакеты разыграем. Какие-нибудь первое место оставим, сколько-то процентов. Более 13 часов играли, чтобы обидно никому не было. Столько человек высидели, человек тоже best cash говорит. Если хотите, можем позвать менеджера.
Это уже 7-кратный мой best cash. Так-то.
Ну, тем более.
Если все согласны, я окей.
Чё?
Ну, можно посмотреть на цифры.
Да.
Можно посмотреть, да.
Cats
Я
here.
согласен.
Players in conversation here. Dealer hand up. Looks like the boys are looking for floor. That can only mean one thing in my mind, and that's going to be at least the consultation or discussion about a possible deal here four-handed. Players seem to be, at the very least, interested in looking at numbers.
Не, оставим.
May imply some sort of break here for us. Not sure if we're going to watch the deal proceedings play out, if that's going to be transparently shown, or are we going to pull away? At the moment, Manassian would receive the lion's share if they went for an ICM deal. He's got 12 million right now. Mohammedanov, 27 big blinds, 8 million clean. Amakhanov, 20 big blinds, 6 million after that last pot, and Mamakhonyan, 12 big blinds, 3.575 million. Off they go to have some chats. Never easy to come to an arrangement when there's 4 players. 2 is hard enough. 3 is sometimes tricky. 4 may prove very difficult indeed, but they are going to try, and we are going to come back to you in around about 18 minutes time when perhaps some business will have been done, perhaps not. We'll let you know on the flip side. Take care, everyone. Welcome back to the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi. This is the final day and final table of the EAPT Georgia. And right now, we have 4 players remaining. They've just gone on a break to discuss what I assume is a deal. No idea what happened after that discussion, but we are back now with cards in the air. Manassian, 40 big blinds, 12 million in chips. Mohamed Amanov, 8 million. Amokhanov, 6 million. And Mamakhonyan, 3.6 million.
Вумитон 1988 тоже, да? Вумитон. Нет.
150k, 300k with a 300k big blind ante are the levels.
Тут вот забой, я думаю,
As we see Mohamed Amanov. Toss the Jack 8 suited, Manassian 9-3 suited. He does have the chip lead right now, and he may decide to get abusive with it. No, not with the 3-9. 10 deuce suited now for Amokhanov. Potentially going to shove into the short stack here. No, going to limp in. And Jack 10 for Mamakhonyan. He's going to knuckle back, so spade in the hand of Mamakhonyan, double checking to see if it's there. Looks like it's gone check and probably goes check in a lot of worlds. No, it's going to be a little bet here, a little stab from Amokhanov. No, a little fake pick up of the chips and then check. And it does look like Mamakhonyan might try and take this one down. Looks like he's loading up a bet of around about 675. Jack of spades and 2 overs to the second pair. Nice holding. Gets it done. Amokhanov 5.7. Stack of Mamakhonyan's now increasing to almost 4 million.
Ну, кто с Казахстана тоже едет, пацаны?
Не знаю.
Лаврик, Асл, Антил, Джеймс, студент.
Да, стадион, да.
Я с ними со всеми дружу. Кстати, мы вместе каждый день здесь.
Well, I can tell you that according to Poker News, our partner here at the EAPT, who are providing updates from the ground, after some negotiations, the final 4 players have agreed to an ICM chop, which sees them all lock up guaranteed payday. The details are as follows: 39k roughly for Manassian, 34.7 for Mohamed Amanov. Amokhanov gets 32k and Mamakhonyan gets 27k. There are still 2 4k Luxon Pay Grand Final packages for the top 2 players. They are going to play on for that, and they're going to play on for 14,795 total. So every reason to believe that while they have flattened this one out, they will be playing very seriously indeed for the remaining prize pool, which, including those 2 Luxon Pay Grand Final packages, total $22,795. Thank you to Kai Coughlin, who has been doing stellar work over there at Poker News on the ground, getting us all these important insights and updates that I am not privy to here in the booth. Mohamed Amanov, King Queen now. 24 big blinds. I'm going to open this one up. Manassian, ooh, pocket 9s. Does he just send this, given the stacks? I think he does. I suppose could theoretically look for a non-all-in 3-bet, but Sending it seems pretty nice. 2 million also seems pretty nice. And a flat call with the 9s. Very surprised to see this. Very surprised indeed. Wow, what a flop for the 9s. It's almost as if he knew. Jack 9, 8 rainbow, middle set for Manassian, who has a stranglehold on this one. Just the 10 ball, good for Mohammed Aminoff. It's kind of one of those boards where you feel like there's action killers, and maybe you want to raise this one up yourself. Calling and allowing your opponent obviously to catch up for free is not great, but it's actually more that they could get scared off from putting more chips in the pot. And that is why we see a raise of around about 1.5 million here from Manassian. $1.4 to be exact. And with 2 overs and a gooder, it's not easy for Mohammed Aminoff to give up on this one right away. He's going to make the call. He thinks his king and queen would be good if he hits them. Most of the time they would be, but not on this occasion. It has to be a 10. Ace of spades, no good. But it is a sort of a scare card to some of the hands that may have gone for this raise. I think Manassian going to continue to massage this pot. No reason to check back here. Every reason to believe that that could have actually improved his opponent to 2 pair in a decent number of worlds. I think you want to look to go maybe 1.5 million here, 3.7 on river, something like that. Actually just going to drop the hammer, hoping that his opponent has enough to call here. I would certainly have preferred to see a subtler approach, but this will end the hand pretty easily. And the rich get richer. Now half the chips in play for Manassian. Took the option to just flat pre with the 9s. I didn't really love it, but it worked out very, very nicely in the end. Konyan, 12 bigs, 7-4 off. Well, 2 of those bigs going to be committed in the next hand. Manassian going to give the walk here, presumably with the 8 deuce, or does he want to lean this big chip lead, maybe turn this into one of the light opens? Certainly a hand that doesn't play well. You don't really want to limp in. Probably a raise or fold situation. Yeah, I don't hate the fold there. I think if you're going, oh my goodness me, you gotta be kidding me. He's woken up with the aces. Pretty sick one.
Лучше бы не видел.
Manassian running well here, not to step out of line on that occasion. He found himself in terrible, terrible trouble.
На большинствах я не открываю.
I wanted to do
Почему открыл?
and then
Это все, по сути, я свой вопрос смотрю, ты зыка. Сах паста тузер.
Everyone enjoying a chuckle on that one. Memo Konyan, big blind ante, representing in combination about 16% of his stack here. Playing just 11 bigs now in the big blind. Manassian could potentially go after this with the Jack 9-0. Could have raised the minimum. Two quick folds.
Domination situation,
And Manassian was a very openable Queen Jack again. It's lovely when the deck cooperates and you get to really drop the hammer on your opponents. 600k incoming once again. Ooh, and I'm a Khanov with the queens. Can he find an all-in, non-all-in size?
Что? Ah.
He's found the flat. Very deceptive here. Just going for the casual call with queens here. Going to earn himself a C-bet most likely. I think Manassian on the king high board will probably fire again. He's got the queen of clubs working in a couple of ways here. He's got that king, queen, jack idea, and he's got the 3 clubs. So certainly worth firing a 1/3 bet here. Now, I'm a Khanov is staring at 1 over cards, which he can't love, of course, but will have to call here and probably call a couple of streets, given how under-repped he is. No reason to raise in this situation, obviously, so just calling, keeping the bluffs. Now, will there be a barrelable card for Manassian? Yes, there will, in one way or another. That's one he can represent very nicely with another barrel. Got the gutter. Put a lot of pressure on the maybe pocket pairs. Maybe even put pressure on the king jacks. Stuff of that nature too. This will be a tough one now for I'm a Khanov, who will absolutely despise the presence of this ace and king. Flatting deceptively with the queens, trying to play this one trappily, and it's absolutely backfired here. Now, he may still find the call and may still win a pot of substance, but 1.5 million really, really awkward now, and does pass, does fold way the best hand. Gets absolutely wrecked in that one. I'm a Khanov. That's the risk when you play with fire there, that flat pre. Obviously, we see what he was doing there, potentially inducing a squeeze from one of the players behind, potentially getting the dream board of a jack high or lower where he could raise flop and potentially get it in very, very good. But got the king high board, could only call, and then presence of the ace as well, really nasty. Does have to find fold in the end, and yeah, just uncomfortable and unfortunate from his perspective, having chosen the more diabolical and sneaky route. He does ultimately pay the ultimate price, losing a chunky one. It's way the best hand. And a Khanov now down to just 15 big blinds, and pocket fives might stick this in. Would not be unreasonable to just send this. You don't really want to raise a hand like fives unless you're going to stick it in. And he does, and he will get the job done. No, he may not get the job done. Ace-Jack is going to take this spot, I think. Manassian has a flip against the fives, and Ace-Jack, I think, enough hand here to call for 15. Huge moment here as I'm a Khanov, very likely to go to the races here with 52% for his tournament life. Remember, he was the one with the huge chip lead for a while as well. It seems very unlucky to pick up the chip lead in this tournament right now. Every single chip leader has been run down at one point or another, all the way back to Georgie, who is our overnight chip leader. He didn't even make the final table. And Turskan, obviously, big chip leader coming into the final table, didn't even make the top 5, and now Imokhanov, who was the chip leader with 6 left, maybe on the verge of going out in 4th. Well, world parallels here. Ace good, Jack good, Diamond good. And now a 9 would also be good. There is the diamond, ace, jack with the jack of diamonds playing. we say goodbye to Mackinoff. Again, the curse of being the chip leader in this tournament in what has been an absolute upside down, topsy-turvy roller coaster to spectate and to commentate on. He hits the rail in fourth. Who would have guessed that as well? Now, the mantle of chip leader, and it is very, very, very big chip leader now. Bigger than anyone was before. Manassian, over 20 million, I believe, with that one. Sitting on 70% of the chips in play here, with two short-ish stacks in a race for second. Remember, two Luxon Pay Grand Final packages for the top two players. So there's a sort of an artificially bigger ICM bubble for these guys. They are playing for some extra prize money too, but this does create an awkward factor. Kamamanov with 14 bigs going to let this one go. Manassian's just going to stick this in for all the cheddar. Pocket threes, best way to play it. And Mamakonyan, short stack now, 2.3 million just. 7 bigs, and the blind's really rushing around now. I'm going to have to find a spot, probably in this orbit, certainly in the one after. Hike Manassian, is he on the cusp of a famous victory here in Georgia? He got the lion's share of the deal, 39k. Still more to play for, of course, so we'll certainly take that figure northward should things hold up from here on out. Pocket sevens now gets to do the exact same thing, just shove 7 bigs and 14 bigs effective. Don't really want to play this any other way. Or maybe he does. He's going to open it and induce instead. Mama Konyan's going to flat. That's going to bring in This is a very strange hand. I expected this to just be shove, fold, fold, but instead we're going three ways. Pair of tens now for Mama Konyan, who may just stick this in now. Yeah. Doesn't want to see any more cards. 3 in the bin, and the pocket sevens not loving life because obviously could be up against a hand like Queen Jack or King Jack where the equity is good. Sevens is a tricky one here. When you're bad, you're very, very bad, and when you're good, the guy has a lot of equity. But you are only having to call 1.7 to win 5.6. Finds the discipline fold, probably regretting now that decision not to just drop the hammer with those sevens. Would have worked, would have picked up a small pot and said loses a slightly bigger one. And that's even things up a bit for Malchonin, who has been somewhat of a cockroach at this final table, hard to kill. He's now got the button, and I think he's just got his nose in front of Khamaramanov. Oh, and now he's got the ace-king to look down at. How lovely. Almost good enough to induce this. Just send us Queen 7 in the bin, 3.4 now, and easy fold for Manassian. So 6.4, 22 bigs, plays 3.4, 11 bigs, plays all the cheddar over in the stack of Manassian. So all eyes right now on Khamad Amanov. What will he do with the short stack? Well, we may not find out what he looked down at there. Oh, 10-8 in the bin. Manassian could limp shove this, could raise it, could shove it, could go a lot of ways. Just sends it, and Mamakonyan with the baby pocket pair, probably outmaneuvered in this case. No, just make the call with the twos. Decides, let's gamble. If he wins, he'll be joint chip leader. A very interested onlooker in Mohamed Amanov. Oh, and a boat right away. Virtually clinches this one, 98% favourite. Going to be drawing dead on a lot of turns. That's one of them. Mamakonyan, big double here to 12.5. Virtually level pegging now at the top of the chip counts. While Mohamed Amanov is way at sea. What a festival this EAPT has been. Obviously guaranteed 350k. Actually got over 1 million in the combined prize pools across the festival. Lion's share of which obviously ended up in this particular prize pool. The lion's share of which is going to these three players. Interesting to see now how Mohamed Amanov will approach short stack situation. Equally interesting to see how Mamakonyan will approach having quite a few chips in front of him. Manassian presumably keeps his foot on the pedal here. Ace 5. 600k to go. Has been his bet du jour. Oh, and jacks for Mamakonyan. Surely looking to induce here. Bump it up to around about 2 million seems really nice. Looks like that's one stack of oranges. Graphic reading 900k, but I could be sure that it's a lot more than that. It looked like a full stack of orange, which would be 2 million. Maybe he took a couple off the top, would be 1.8. Definitely doesn't look like 900k. Well, it's immaterial now because those chips will just go in the direction of Mamakonyan, but I don't feel like... Oh, there was a smaller number out there. Maybe it was 900k. I kind of feel like the Ace 5 has to call for the min raise, but the end chooses not to. Getting a wickedly good price with an ace in hand. Surely that was a couple of million bet. First to act now, Mamakonyan. Going to see a king and a 7. Ooh, looked like he was going to motion to fold, and does still fold. I'm really surprised not to see an open there. King 7, more than enough to open the button. Very surprised. But now with Mohamed Amanov. Nothing you can do with the 8-6, so 600k about to be committed next hand of his 2.6. these two players, Manassian and Manakonyan, incentivized to keep it small here, although Manakonyan probably doesn't want to keep it too small with this ace-jack. Probably sticks it up to $1 million. Oh, adding more. Might be 1.2 million before he's finished topping it up. $1.1, 1.2, something in that vicinity. Manassian, a little awkward now with the jack 8. Probably gets to bin this one. Again, very serious factor here is the short stack of Mohammed Aminoff, who is about to pay the big blind and big blind ante. 2 million behind, give or take. 2.3 million in the stack, so 7.5 bigs. Manassian. 940. This would be a little abusive. Probably not to be advised, given you're opening into the 7 big blind stack, although maybe you can raise fold into that stack with this particular hand. Does decide the better of it. Makonyan. Suited connector. This one could go in. Also not unreasonable to find fold. But it could go in. Is raised to $1 million, all in, and fold. Not sure I love the idea of putting in 900k and folding to 2.3 million there with a suited connector. Hand that could be very easily 40%. Not a fan of that. Handing 3 big blinds, more in fact, to Mohammed Aminoff. Would much prefer probably just to shove with the 4-3 suited. You get to force out quite a few better hands. You tend to be in good shape. That's the beauty of those suited connectors. Tend to play pretty well so long as they're not up against overpairs. And even if they are, they actually have kind of a nice amount of equity, more than quite a lot of other hand categories. Makonyan. Jack 3 surely goes in the muck here. Here we go. All you can eat from Mohammed Aminoff. 8-9, not going to qualify. So he's on the spin now. 3.5 million up to 4.2 million now. And he's got the button for the next hand. So if you could find another shove spot and get it through up to almost 5 million, very much creating a nuisance of himself. And how quickly we've seen it change, how quickly fortunes have changed over the course of this day of poker. As everything boils down to just these 3 combatants. A king and a deuce, I think, probably hit the muck. Manassian, Jack 4. How much does he want to tangle? Not at all, it would seem. Makonyan gets the walk with the Jack 5, suited this time. So intriguing little battle here, 3 ways between these 3 guys who have played a very long day of poker, it must be said. Probably into their 14th hour, maybe even 15th hour. Manassian Likely tosses this one away. Unless he has a penchant for the Doyle Brunson here. Mamakonyan counting out raising chips. Looks like 8 or 900k. 9. 6-5 off. He's going to make the call here. He's got position and a connector. 2.2 in the middle. Stack the pot ratio just over 1. And, well, Mamakonyan gets to see bet this one pretty happily here. Now, although he is a little short and still looking to make something happen. Mamakonyan likely opens this ace deuce of hearts. All in from Mohamed Amanov with the ace-king suited, and it looks like that will get the fold. So, good spin up here from Mohamed Amanov with the ace-king. There he gets himself back up towards 7 million. Mamakonyan sort of sending chips in his direction. Pretty consistently here. Manassian, blind v blind now. He's tended to pass these jack small card spots, jack 4, jack 5 I recall. So, interesting to see whether he comes after this one. It looks like he will. And a big sizing too by the looks of things. Blinds have gone up to 200k, 400k, so looks like he might be going 3x here. Slightly over 3x, and wow, Mamakonyan wakes up with the queens, with those ladies, and has just said, all you can eat, sir, which will obviously get a very quick fold from Manassian. No need to ponder this one. like to have seen a smaller 3-bet there from Manassian. Feels like the kind of hand that could induce. Find a non-all-in sizing, maybe something around 3 million. With that, he spins back up over 8 million in chips. So it looks like 8 million plays, 6 million plays, 16 million, something of that nature. I'm just eyeballing it here, but it's around that. Oh, sorry, Manassian's only got 10 million now. Gosh, it really has leveled up a bit. So 25 bigs for all of these guys. Defend from Mohamed. Nice flop for Manassian. Top pair, gooder. Second pair, backdoor straight, backdoor flush possibilities here for Mohamed. So I don't see him going anywhere to 1-bet, maybe not even 2. So shallow now as well. This could just get in, actually. I wonder if he ever just sends it. 5.7. Probably just finds call when we play a turn. Ace favors Manassian's range, but he actually has a hand that probably wants to bet again. Unlikely that ace helped his opponent, so really still targeting the 9x, trying to deprive the 8x from getting to showdown 2, certainly for nothing. So quite like another bet here, maybe 1.3. Manassian going for around about half pot by the looks of things. Recognizing that ace is a bit of a blank. 1.65. Does get the call from the sticky Mohamed, and I can understand why. Probably goes check, check if neither player improves. Yeah, on that card. Well, I wonder. Manassian now playing the ace kicker with his 10, so could just go for it against... Yeah, he's going for it, and he's going to target the 9. I like this, recognizing that he doesn't have kicker problems anymore, that his opponent has 10-jack or queen 10. Doesn't matter, and he does get the call, and we say goodbye to Mohamed Amanov has played tremendously well all day today. Has lost out here, though. And Manassian gets 17.3 million with that knockout. Well played, sir. A reminder that he has picked up quite the payday today. He's got 34,770. Plus maybe there was something extra within the chop. And that sets us up for a Manassian heads up clash now. 31 big blinds effective, 12 million plays 17 million. These guys are going to waste no time, just get straight to it, I believe. No reason for a break, I don't think. Both of these players have picked up a Luxon Pay Grand Final package worth noting. And they will be headed. Oh, we are going to take a short break, guys. Bear with us 1 second. I don't think this will take long at all. These guys pretty much ready to go. So just 15 minutes on the clock and we will see you back here. And we are back for the heads up between Manassian and Mamakonyan. 52 bigs play 22 big, so effectively a 22 big heads up contest here. These guys are well rested, they've taken plenty of breaks here. And are we about to see a sustained period of play where we can close this one out one way or the other? The trophy is there, the EAPT trophy for this Georgia stop. A reminder that there are upcoming events in Rozvadov and in Bucharest in November and December. For those of you who've been tuning in and are looking forward to getting in the action yourselves, keep an eye on the EAPT website for updates about those stops and where you might be able to qualify. For now, we are in the Eclipse Poker Club in Batumi here in Georgia. And no need for an eclipse right now. We are very late in the night. I think it's probably almost 5 a.m. local time. These guys are in a virtually empty room now. Play is over pretty much everywhere else. And yeah, battling away for this title. The money and the prestige, of course, as well. Manassian with the chip lead here is going to open it up with the ace-7.
Cool.
Mamakonyan 8-6 is going to defend. So 2 million in the middle. Stack to pot ratio almost 4. Nine, 5 deuce, 2 diamonds. So gooder ball for Mamakonyan. Just ace high, backdoor diamonds, little sniff of a backdoor straight draw for Manassian. Probably a decent candidate to fire a small c-bet. Each chooses to check back. We've seen that a lot from him, choosing to check back some of these, barrelable flop holdings. I'd love to see a bet here, although maybe at this point, getting to showdown with ace high, not too bad. Quite like a bet. Small bet can operate as a equity denier, and of course, if improved, then on river, certainly go for more value. So Mamakonyan down to 7.4 million. Big blind ante still in play here, so just put a lot more dead money in the middle, heads up. Konyan 4-3, probably just bins this one. Ace King from Manassian.
3-4.
He fall in, I fall.
Praying for a bit of action there. Button with chip leader again. Interesting to see, will he adopt a limping strategy rather than a raising strategy soon? 10-5. Just going to min click it. Ace Jack now from Mamakonyan, going to stick it in. And quick fold from Manassian. So 8 million plays 21-6. Mamakonyan, 10-6 off. Oh, it's fold. That is a tight one. 10-6. Not far off an average hand. Very surprised to see him fold there. You want to be limping a lot of your range here with this big blind ante in play. Basically, to protect your weaker limps, you need to keep your strong hands in the limping range. As a strategic point. 10-6, certainly a hand you would want to play. You'd want to play, thinking 90% of hands maybe in this spot. So folding something as strong as 10-6 seems very, very tight, and maybe will be exactly what will indicate who will win this one. Well, 10-6, here we go. 10-6 in the other hands is, I presume, going to be coming in with a raise at least. So there we go. Big difference there. One player willing to raise up to 10-6, one folding the 10-6. Of course, limping very much an option here in this sort of shallow stack, big blind ante scenario. Mamakonyan makes the call with king deuce. Blinds did go up there actually, so 250, 500, so we went to 1 million. 777 on the board, so good spot for a c-bet here from the pre-flop aggressor, but king high is going to have to get sticky. Can't just give your opponent this one, certainly not. Deuce, very nice sight for Mamakonyan. He was ahead already, now he's got a full boat. Checks it over, and Manassian with the option to fire once again. Looks like he is going to go quite small. And shove from Mamakonyan. Manassian has been outmaneuvered in this one. And he does have the worst hand, so not too sad to release this one. I'm not sure if that is a Lego figurine or some other type of action miniature figure, but it has been his card protector throughout and his way of indicating that he's all in. Can he mount a comeback here, starting this heads up almost 3-1 deficit? He has chipped up ever so slightly. He has Mamakonyan going to fold. This 8-3 of what we've seen before is going to be what we see again. Folded the 10-6, remember.
It's cool.
Sir, 15.
I want to fold, and then I saw that you were thinking. I'm like, maybe it's your turn.
If he thinks more than 5 seconds, that's automatically fold.
Guys, I'm always waking up like at 7 a.m. and today as well.
Good to see that after all these hours of play and looking at the clock, recognizing that it is very, very late indeed, these guys still in good spirits. Manassian, will he raise it up here with the 6-5-0? Looks like a limp this time. Check back from the king 4 of Mamakonyan. So big swing and miss for both players there, but 6-5's got the 3 card straight working and can take the first stab at this one. Tough for Mamakonyan to continue with the king 4. It was released, so Yeah, it does seem like Manassian is the more aggressive, and I think that will, more often than not, prove the deciding factor in this one. Possibly got more heads-up experience, perhaps understands the importance of staying aggressive and realizing in a heads-up context. We've seen a couple of way too tight folds from Mamakonyan. He's not going to fold the king 7 though. Just sticks it in, and nothing for Manassian. So back to 10 million, plays 20 million. So sort of overplaying the king 7 by shoving for that many chips, I feel, and then underplaying the 10-6. I would like to see him off this stack of 20 develop a limping strategy. Might have to come up with it on the fly because it feels like he likes an all-in or fold strategy right now. But you want to get involved, particularly when it's your button. You want to play as many hands as possible. Manassian, Jack 4, presumably another raise. Maybe a limp. He is coming with the limp occasionally now. No, mixing things up again, going for the raise. Oh, and Mamakonyan really doesn't want to waste these queens. Could even flat this. Flat would be kind of fun. Small 3-bet or flat, definitely the way to proceed. Oh no, it's a very big bet. 2.5. Oh no, that is small enough. Sorry, I forgot we went up to big blind 500k. So actually, that's quite a nice size. Don't think it's going to get a customer out of the Jack 4 here of Manassian, but I like that he found a non-all-in size, although would actually really love to see the flat. Given Manassian's propensity to raise his buttons, you wouldn't even be looking at 2 overcards too often. And you would be keeping in all those hands that could bluff in any case. A nice pickup for the pocket queens. A6 now from Mamakonyan. 21 big blinds. Maybe treat this one like a limp shove, perhaps. Just all in, wow. Pocket 2s for Manassian. Well, if you want to gamble,
How much?
this is an opportunity to gamble. Going to be flipping most of the time. Maybe be a small favorite some of the time. 54% as we see on screen. This would be a end of the night gambly sort of situation. If you just want to get things over with, ramp up variance. Obviously, you're up against an opponent who's unlikely to be at the very top of their range because not inducing, but obviously could have some pairs, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s. I would just take this line. I think it's also like Manassian maybe rating his chances overall of winning this one with some small ball. Just doesn't want to take a spot where he's probably flipping, slightly better than flipping at best. Does pass it. I like that decision on balance. I think it would be a gambly situation to take a spot such as that one. Cards in the air once again. Reminder blind still 250, 500. So we're playing effectively a 22 big blind average. Manassian has been the more aggressive so far. Probably fair to say his opponent has woken up with a better hand so far. Min raise and call, both with clubs. 5-4 of clubs in. Mamakonyan's hand smothered right now by the 10-3 of clubs. One club on board, all overcards to the 5-4, two overcards to the 10-3. I think Manassian with the betting lead should definitely c-bet this one. And obviously has a few backdoors here, the 2-3, the 6-7, and the backdoor clubs working, but completely disregards them. Makes a very quick fold by Makonyan. Makonyan, 7-4. We've seen him fold these types of holdings, yeah. Not keen to get involved with enough hands, I feel. Obviously, it hasn't really punished him yet. These guys roughly where they were at the beginning, but I do feel like it's a mistake not to be playing more of your buttons, even with the lower end. Manassian.
Oh. Cheers.
Limp in here with the Queen 3. Check backs by the Queen 7. Both players with a good shot.
Cheers.
Again, perhaps both players with just enough showdown to go with these weak draws to get us to a chopped showdown in most worlds. And yeah, I think both players have just enough here just to show down. Good to see Manassian consider the possibility of stabbing at this one with Queen High, trying to get a call from a player who thinks he's chopping with the Jack High. This one who's playing the board. It does make the call though. We're trying, he said.
Чем жогом hesap buluyor. Direkt lazda çalınmasın. Miate banka polsayım. Dinamedi banka yetem artık jogom. Jo, olin çem.
Nie zartem porcelę masz, chyba. Cool.
Manassian finding a limp here with the 7-6. Manassian with a very raggedy 8-2 might decide to turn this one into a bluff. Very hard to play this one. This is the definition of a bad one you might want to just try and steal now. And
19.
depending on the size here, Manassian may decide to call. No, he's made a quick fold.
Jestem pewien, jak na
7-6.
porcję.
Seansov.
Miate bankomaty te porcje?
Vārds ir iznicāk, pirmie ciemnieki. Karki nevar asvēlēt, gan
Kalba.
600.
Lines are up. 3-6. So 1.5 million in the middle. May just decide to shove this king 8. Does. Quick fold from the jack 3. Manassian now down to 8 million.
Ez aşkıtı mı akbet?
Miate aleci. Ninti vera porceli aşkıtet. Ese de olin derim miankam.
And fair to say, heads up very much a game of aggression, and the moment
Się utredu marcin kam. Się utredu marcin kam.
more aggressive player is
Kalgami gortina.
in the ascendancy.
It's not enough.
Manassian suited connectors may send this 12.5 bigs. Certainly seems reasonable.
Oh,
Goes for the min raise.
yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Wait, it's... Да, нету шапа.
No, please. Sorry. This race.
Okay.
Wait to get confirmation that this is indeed a min raise off 3 bigs.
Не, это possible.
Quick shove, quick fold. Manassian raise folding the 7-8 suited. Really don't like that off 12. Manassian had the king 10. Probably would have found the call, but
Я что-то посмотрел на...
back folding away the 8-7 suited. Really don't like that. That stack depth. Manassian really looking like he's going to close this one out right now. I feel like the deck is going to have to come to the rescue.
Olin.
Manassian's going to win this one. As we see there, Manassian recognizing the value of these suited connectors, just sending it in. 6-4 suited for Manassian. Can't call here. Suitedness is nice, but
Call.
he's going to call. Wow. Okay, so a little surprised by how this one is played out, but he is going to just try and gamble it back into play. And every chance he wins this one. 6-4 suited, 37% right now. Well, so far so good for the 8-9 of diamonds. 3 will chop, 6 or a 4 to win. 7 will end it, and we have a winner.
Kamera uzatsa wehtut na.
Very deserving winner, it must be said, after absolutely mammoth, gargantuan, Herculean effort here on the final day. Late into the day, 15 hours of play, he has closed it out here against Harur Mamakonyan, who has every reason to be delighted with his performance too. Picks up a very healthy payday. A reminder of what these guys locked up after the deal was done. 14k on the line, both players receiving 4k Luxon Pay packages. Congratulations to both. But we have one winner, and his name is Manassian. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. I hope we kept you entertained into the wee hours from the Eclipse Poker Club here in Georgia. It has been a fantastic venue here in Batumi as we see the presentation to Manassian, our very deserving champion, who overcame big threats from many players along the way. Georgi Konya was a big stack early on. Kerem Turishkan had a big chance of winning this one, as did Yeset Imukhanov. All big chip leaders, but the one man with all the chips at the end of the tournament is there on your picture, Manassian. Phenomenal performance. Congratulations to him. Very generously bringing his vanquished heads-up opponent into the picture. Great to see these two guys, who of course were part of that deal with 4 left. And we'll see them both at the grand final. Good night, everybody.